Hello YouTube, this is me, Audiobook is Live. I'd like to thank you guys for supporting me and liking and subbing to my channel. Now, check out my Patreon. For $7 you have access to all my novels. Yes, my novels, your 9 ones, you name it. Everything. Now then, you guys probably seen I'm doing premieres. Is that good for you guys or no? Do leave that in the comments in the video so I know if I should do more premieres or not. Now, I'm pretty sure you guys see me post on my new Discord channel. Do join my Discord channel so I can, because I have some new ideas for some new channel ideas. So do go there, and also you can request novels there for anything you like. Also, do leave a like and support. Now back to the video. Have a good day.
Nancelia has been under house arrest for several days now. She had attempted to break the seal on her or to find an opportunity to escape. However, breaking the seal is impossible to do in a short amount of time. Plus, every time she goes out, she'll have 5 super soldiers following her. How could she possibly escape in this kind of situation? All she can do now is to hope that the First Elder and Jauntry City will rescue her as soon as possible. However, on second thought, the Demon King is extremely strong and his army is similarly powerful, so no matter if Jauntry City assembles an army or if they send strong people to come save her, they'd definitely end up taking a great deal of losses for it. That's not something that she wants to see. If an enormous amount of her people would end up sacrificed just to save her, then it'd be better to not be rescued at all. Plus, after the past few days of contact with the Demon King, she has found that the Demon King isn't actually someone truly evil. There's no absolute need for Jauntry City and Darkness Valley to fight until one is gone. While she was being racked by indecision, the door slammed open. Several figures quickly charged in. They were 2 orcs, a wingkin, and a troll. "You are?" Nancelia judged that they weren't from the Darkness Valley. The one leading them, an orc with red patterns all over his skill, asked, "Are you the city lord, Lady Nancelia?" Nancelia was overjoyed. She saw the crystal in that orc's hands. It's a detection crystal made by elves. There's no doubt about it, they were sent from Jauntry City. She hurriedly replied, "Yes, I am. I've never seen you before though. Did the First Elder send you to rescue me?" I suppose. However, we're..." The orc's face turned vicious, "actually here to kill you." Nancelia detected the killing intent and she instinctually moved to dodge. A blazing sword slash flew right through the air in front of her. With a bang, the entire wall was cut apart. The blazing hot flames left a blackened burn. She turned stark pale. If she was struck just now, then she'd be dead or crippled at the very least. Just what's going on here? The fact that they have the elven crystal means that they were definitely sent by the First Elder. But then, why are they trying to kill her? The Wingkin hero complained, "Hey, what are you hitting so hard for? It's enough to just cut off her legs. We still need her to threaten the Demon King with." When she heard those words, Nancelia felt a chill all over her body. She also had a rather unbelievable feeling. These powerhouses suspected to be sent from Jauntry City want to kill her, and the only reason they didn't go completely through with it is so that they can capture her to use as a hostage against the Demon King. I don't need you to tell me that. I'll cut off her legs now. With her being sealed, there's no way for her to dodge. While Nancelia was in a panic, the windows of her room suddenly shattered and 5 draconians charged in, holding back the orc hero. Originally, in order to keep Nancelia from escaping, the Demon King had kept 5 super soldiers situated nearby the entire time on standby. One super soldier barked out in anger, "You dare! Who are you to dare to intrude into our lord's castle and restricted area? Shit! We've been discovered. Don't waste any more time. Capture her first before anything else." The orc hero swung his sword at a super soldier. The orc shaman used the opportunity to launch a lightning chain. Nancelia was quickly bound up, paralyzed, and dragged over without being able to resist. Those heroes are so strong. Nancelia knew that she might not be able to deal with the 4 of them even if she was unsealed. The 5 super soldiers were enraged. Their task was to keep an eye on this elf. If this elf was abducted right before them, then for them, it was a failure that can't be made up with even if they were to die 1,000 times. The Wingkin hero pulled out 2 short swords and flashed out several dozen cuts in a single instant, forcing back the super soldiers who were trying to charge in. At the same time, Wang Gang used his single greatsword and fought an even exchange with several super soldiers. This is strange. Why are just a few minions this strong? Wang Gang had thought that he would be able to take them all down in just a few moves, but he never expected that he'd be unable to cut down even a single one even after so many rounds. It's obvious that the debuff from the Demon King Castle would have quite some effect, but even so, it's still completely unexplainable for a few mere minions to be able to fight evenly against a top-tier hero like himself. Don't let them tie us up. Let's get out of here first. The troll hero smashed a potion into the ground and the entire room was immediately filled by poisonous smoke. This is the Demon King's home turf, so it's disadvantageous for heroes here. The heroes plan to use the Elf City Lord as bait to lure the Demon King out of his territory before working together to kill him. This way, there shouldn't be any way it can go wrong. Yet, the result is that just as they got out of the castle, they got surrounded by hundreds of draconian soldiers. The ones at their lead gave off an especially strong aura. This included the draconian general Zhang San and the draconian priest Li Si. They seemed to have been waiting for the heroes for some time now. Besides them, a powerful-looking figure stood protected in the center of the formation. He gave off the majestic aura of a king with every move, making it obvious that he was the king of dragons, the demon king of Darkness Valley himself. Oh no! They'd been ambushed. You're trying to take the honored guest of Darkness Valley away without even giving your greetings. Aren't you looking down on me just a bit much? Wang Gang spat and placed his sword on the elf's neck. If you dare to come forward, I'll cut this head right off. The Draconians glanced at each other. The Draconian General Zhang San started laughing uproariously. This scene is just way too strange. These heroes are actually trying to threaten the Demon King with his own hostage. Even the Demon King himself showed his surprise at this. I have originally thought that it was a basic cliché of a hero of justice infiltrating the Demon King's castle to save the princess, but I never thought that you heroes would actually be so dishonorable. However, did you think this kind of threat would work against me? The Draconians all started laughing. Wang Gang was losing confidence by the second. There's no other choice though. They didn't have any other options left. He believes that the elf has value to the Demon King. Besides, if this elf dies, then the Darkness Valley would definitely end up in a blood feud against the elves. The Demon King shouldn't want to make an enemy out of the entire elven race. With that, Wang Gang regained his confidence. I'll seriously do it. If you don't want this elf to die, then let us leave the valley. He loudly spoke. Zhang San stood forward. My lord, why even bother wasting your words on these kinds of trash? Just allow us to directly rip them to shreds. That's right. Rip them to shreds. Rip them to shreds. Rip them to shreds. The Draconians didn't care if the elf lived or died, nor would they care at all about making an enemy out of the entire elven race. They simply cannot stand allowing anyone to offend their lord. Those heroes dared to do such a thing, so they should be ripped to shreds. Nancilia was in utter despair. What kind of existence is the Demon King? How could he possibly acquiesce to the heroes' demands for her sake? Even if the Demon King really did do that and allowed those heroes to leave safely, would those heroes really just let her go? She may very well face an even more tragic end in that case. When she thought of that, Nancilia shouted, I don't fear death. If you want to kill me, then just do it. Stop wasting time. Damn you. Wang Gang was enraged. He decided to first cut off an arm. However, the Demon King interrupted first. Let's play a game then. The heroes paused for a moment. What do you mean? In the end, you guys intruded here in order to kill me, so I'll give you a chance for a fair fight. In exchange for that, let her go first. What luck. For solo heroes, weren't their basic goals when infiltrating Demon King nests specifically for the sake of avoiding the armies to seek a chance at single combat against the Demon King? Nancilia's feelings immediately turned complicated. The heroes sent by Jauntry City want to kill her, yet the Demon King was willing to take the risk of fighting the heroes on his own just to save her. Just what's going on here? She really doesn't know anymore. Wang Gang said, then send your army back first. Zhang Nu waved a hand, back away 1,000 meters first. After they release their hostage, take another 2,000 meters back. Yes, my lord. The Draconians began backing away. Nancilia on the other hand was panicking, Demon King, don't be fooled. These people are really strong. You'll definitely end up in trouble against them. We can't let those villains get their way. The four of them really are very strong. Plus, the entire time, Nancilia was under the impression that luck was a major factor in the Demon King being able to defeat her, so the Demon King should be near her in power. Given that, isn't he actually in a lot of danger then? Although the Demon King did abduct her and made her angry at him a lot, the Demon King did not actually treat her badly. The four heroes are the real bad guys here, and Nancilia really doesn't want to see them get their way. Actually, Nancilia was overthinking things. If Zhang Nu really did want to save her, he actually had plenty of other options. For example, instantly blasting out abyssal lightning. With a sudden surprise attack at such a close distance, given the hero's strengths, they'd have to dodge, block, or be blown back. No matter which ends up happening, they would definitely end up showing an opening. As another example, Zhang Nu could just directly unseal the sealing bracelet and let Nancilia escape on her own via teleportation magic. In the end, the fact is that the Demon King was just feeling playful. He wanted to test the power of the first-class heroes in this stage of the game. The Draconians all backed away by 1,000 meters. The four heroes exchanged a glance before temporarily releasing Nancilia. Right now, the most important thing is killing the Demon King. So long as they can kill the Demon King before them, just where could a mere sealed little elf city lord run away to? Soon, the Draconians have all disappeared from view. At this point, the field was utterly empty except for the Demon King, the elf city lord, and the four heroes. Demon King, unseal me and let's work together against them. Well? Nancilia immediately swore an oath, I swear that I won't run away. Zhang Nu replied, no need. The orc shaman shattered a magical crystal ball and a violet barrier with around 300 meters in diameter enveloped them. The Demon King and the four heroes were all trapped within, while Nancilia was excluded outside, leaving her quite mad. You terrible Demon King. I was trying to help here, and yet you wouldn't trust me. Those four guys are really strong. Let's just see how you're going to deal with them. It's a barrier crystal. This item can temporarily create a sealed combat environment. It's an absolute necessity for any solo heroes if they want to hunt and kill a Demon King. After the barrier formed, the four heroes relaxed quite a bit. Wang Gang loudly laughed, at this point, it's too late for you to regret it. You really shouldn't have been so arrogant. The orc shaman Li Dingnan agreed, that's right. You probably never heard of us, so you don't know just what it means for the four of us to work together. The Winkin spoke, what are flapping your gums for? Don't waste time and attack already. The Demon King just glanced at the four of them. 1 minute. He put a finger up, within this 1 minute, I won't fight back at all. Use whatever moves you have and don't complain about not getting the chance. Wang Gang was enraged, you're overly arrogant. The Demon King just replied, you still have 55 seconds left. The four heroes are all top-tier powerhouses. Although they're all pseudo-lord in power, due to having hunted a great number of Demon Kings, they gained a lot of talents as rewards. They also have all kinds of consumable items and powerful trump cards. If they were to really fight with all they had, the four heroes could easily match the strength of level 3 lords. What right does the Demon King have to look down on them so much? For him to act so prideful and arrogant, the heroes naturally found their own pride hurt. Fine. You asked for it. You'll understand soon enough. Just how foolish you were. I'll have you die in the most painful manner possible. Outside the barrier, Nancilia looked very anxious. She had no idea how the battle inside was going. The four heroes aren't easy to deal with, so what if the Demon King ended up losing? It's all fine for him to die due to his one hubris, but there's no way that those heroes will let her go. She never imagined that her own fate would end up linked with that of the Demon King. She'll only live if the Demon King wins. If the Demon King dies, then she'll end up following after him. Although it feels kind of strange, she still prays for the goddess of nature to protect him and bless him with the fortune to win. Boom, boom, boom. With those explosions, there was a violent wave of shaking comparable to an earthquake. Nancilia could accurately detect that the epicenter of the quake was inside the barrier. The shockwave energy was terribly powerful, meaning the battle inside was far more furious than she had imagined. The Demon King wouldn't really die, right? Nancilia's worries only lasted for a minute though. Cracks spread across the violet barrier and broke off piece by piece like shattered glass before dissolving into sparkles of light and disappearing. Immediately after, the Demon King walked on out. Nancilia asked, are you alright? What happened to those other guys? Zhang Nu replied, can't you see it for yourself? The Demon King was utterly unharmed. But how could the battle have ended so quickly? Nancilia looked toward where the battleground was with wide eyes. The 300-meter diameter area within the barrier was pretty much completely tossed about. Lava flowed in the crater, setting things all around on fire. All kinds of various strange items and scroll fragments littered the ground. What happened to those 4 heroes? The leader of the heroes, Wang Gang, looked like he was still standing. His arms were still raised in the motion of swinging his sword down. However, his head, and a good portion of his torso were completely destroyed. The enormous wound was scorched black and smoking, but not a drop of blood had flowed out. Nancilia was simply shocked at the sight. It was obviously the result of some unfathomably powerful energy annihilating his body without any resistance in an instant. That's why he was still in that pose. The orc shaman had runes absolutely covering his body all over. He had collapsed on the ground, bleeding out from every orifice. His eyes were wide open, with his face locked in a rictus of shock. The Winkin hero Jining was kneeling down not far away. His 2 short swords were shattered, and only half of him was still there. The other half was completely gone. Strange? There should still be one more though. The troll hero had completely disappeared. However, there was a strange new creature there though. It looked like a squid with eyes and spikes growing everywhere, and it gave off an extremely dangerous impression. Is that the 4th hero? The troll was an alchemist. He must have used some kind of forbidden alchemical concoction and transformed his own body into that horrific monster. That kind of transformation may very well be irreversible. Unless one is in a situation where there is no other choice, where death is certain, no one would willingly turn themselves into that kind of disgusting monster. Even so, he still died. The squid monster had been burned to charcoal. Just how did the Demon King do this? He finished the battle in just 2 short minutes, and he even won in such an unbelievably one-sided manner too. Nancilia was utterly shocked. Did she overestimate the strength of the heroes? Or was she far underestimating how terrifying the Demon King really is? She felt like it's likely the latter. Back when they fought in Jauntry City, he must not have shown anywhere near his true strength. Nancilia thought back to all the times she taunted the Demon King and demanded another fight with him. Then she looked at what remained of the heroes and involuntarily shuddered. This minor incident was now over. Zhang Nu returned to the great throne room. He thought back to the battle just now. He had to admit, the 4 heroes really did have a thing or two. Beyond the fact that all of them had power nearing the Lord level, each of them also had all kinds of strange items too, like magic stones, scrolls, or potions. Likely, due to having killed lots of demon kings, they have an extremely high number of varied skills and talents. This did cause him a little bit of trouble. That said, when the difference between them is this large, such insignificant tricks can't possibly change the result. Zhang Nu used Thunder Flame to shatter Wang Gang's head. Jining was cut in half across the waist in the middle of his shadow leap, leaving half his body in the shadow space. After Li Dingnan tried various elemental attacks to no effect, he attempted to attack Zhang Nu with mental control, but the result was that he ended up dying to the mental backlash instead. One point worth noting is the troll alchemist Peng Sihai. He used an alchemical potion and transformation magic to turn himself into an abyssal demon. However, it was still unable to change his fate in the end. In summary, heroes of this level have the ability to cause some troubles, but their actual threat is minor, nothing to be feared. They're already the most top-tiered heroes of this area, but it seems like they really are only this much. Zhang Nu opened his status screen and scanned the messages. There were 4 new kill records that just popped out. You've slain a level 3 hero. Soul +1, Skill Stone +1. You've slain a level 3 hero. Soul +1. You've slain a level 3 hero. Soul +1, Skill Stone +1. You've slain a level 3 hero. Soul +1, Skill Stone +1. Zhang Nu discovered that high-leveled heroes have a high chance of dropping skills. He only killed 4 heroes, yet they dropped 3 skill stones. Plus, those 3 skill stones are likely no simple things either. The 3 skill stones dropped by the 4 heroes are as follows. Fire God's Blessing. B rank skill. Shadow Leap. C rank skill. Tempest Strike. C rank skill. The Fire God's Blessing is the orc hero's ability. It greatly increases fire element attacks and resistance. Shadow Leap is the Winkin hero's ability. It's a skill suitable for assassination or infiltration. Those 2 skills are quite good even for Zhang Nu. Zhang Nu didn't hesitate and learned them right away. Fire God's Blessing. Passive skill. Fire element attacks plus 60% damage. Fire element damage resistance plus 100 points. This skill is indeed very useful. It can greatly increase the damage of the dragon flame. As for the damage resistance, it's a pretty useful stat as well. As an example, suppose a single dragon flame from Zhang Nu deals 200 points of damage. If the target has 100 points of fire resistance, then they'd only take 100 points of damage in the end. Back in the fight, Wang Gang didn't die from being burned. In the end, he was one-shot by the Abyssal Thunder Flame. He could withstand the dragon flame attacks. The reason for that, besides his chi skills and high defenses, the greater reason for that is due to him having fire element damage resistance. This kind of damage resistance has no connection to one's defense or levels. It simply directly weakens any damage dealt. Shadow Leap. Costs 20 MP to enter shadow space for up to 5 seconds, during which movement speed plus 200%. Every second costs 5 MP. Skill has a cooldown duration of 12 seconds. This is absolutely a great skill. It doesn't come with any invisibility or stealth effects. However, shadow space is an extra-dimensional space, one which most detection methods cannot sense at all. Thus, the effect generated is that the user would suddenly disappear and reappear, as if having teleported. This skill is not only suitable for assassination, it can also be used to avoid the vast majority of attacks. It's a very useful ability to have. Zhang Nu was very satisfied with those two skills. As for the last skill Stone, Tempest Strike, it's an attack skill that combines wind and lightning element damage. It's a very powerful magic. That said, Zhang Nu has Abyssal Dragon Flame for short and area of effect attacks, and for long lang and instantaneous surprise attacks, he has Abyssal Lightning. If he needs to break through defenses or one-shot an enemy, he could use Abyssal Thunder Flame for that. Although he doesn't have all that many skills or variety, they work extremely well in covering all eventualities. A skill of this rank and power wouldn't get Zhang Nu any real improvement. Although all 3 skill stones are quite good, they could really only count as side dishes. The real main course here is the hero's souls. He immediately sacrificed them without waiting. You've sacrificed a level 3 hero's soul. 230 talent points gained. You've sacrificed a level 3 hero's soul. 200 talent points gained. You've sacrificed a level 3 hero's soul. 210 talent points gained. You've sacrificed a level 3 hero's soul. 210 talent points gained. Just as expected. The higher leveled the hero is, the better the quality of their soul. Level 2 hero souls yield over 10 times the points that level 1 souls do when sacrificed, and the talent points from sacrificing level 3 souls are also over 10 times that of level 2 souls. Just sacrificing 4 souls got him 850 talent points. T/N, raw text had a distribution of 250, 210, 220, 230. However, that doesn't add up, and additional text confirms the 850 total. Thus, I edited the numbers to make things add up. Not sure if this is an issue with the ROS I'm working off of or if the author failed at math again. This really is rather terrifying. It's even more than what he got from a few days ago, when he attacked Jontree City and killed over 200 heroes all put together. That was just great. He seriously wanted to just open up the gates and invite in even more heroes to come and try to assassinate him. If something like this were to happen a few more times, then wouldn't it end up helping him level up in mere moments? Level 3 to level 4 isn't difficult at all. Of course, this is just the Demon King's personal opinion. For over 90% of Demon Kings, if they're targeted by solo heroes on the level of Wang Gang's group, then it would definitely be practically a death sentence. In that case, they'd likely end up being too scared to even close their eyes at night anymore. Only the rarest of super big shot Demon King would have the capability to consider such high-leveled heroes mere EXP bundles. Zhang Nu had 705 talent points to start with. Now that he gained 850 talent points, that makes 1555 talent points in total. A level 3 talent costs 1000 talent points, so he can activate a level 3 talent now. Zhang Nu only has 3 level 3 talents, Dragon King's Sanctum, Evil Dragon Descends, and High Anti-Magic. There's no real need to explain High Anti-Magic. It's just a stronger version of Medium Anti-Magic, raising the negation rank from C rank to at least B rank. Zhang Nu's current anti-magic and magic resistance is already strong enough for now. Even if someone were to attack him with a level B skill, the damage dealt won't be any real threat to his life, so there's no need to be in such a hurry to raise his anti-magic level. Having removed one choice, there are two more still left. Dragon King's Sanctum is a kind of territory-type skill. These kinds of skills are extremely rare. Not only does it greatly increase one's combat power, it also has extremely strong crowd control ability, so its combat value is very high. Evil Dragon Descents should be a transformation-type skill. This skill can greatly increase one's combat power, and when transformed, his various skills will change in effect, becoming similarly powerful. Zhang Nu decided to activate the Dragon King's Sanctum. You've activated the level 3 talent, Dragon King's Sanctum. Dragon King's Sanctum. Talent skill. Costs 50 MP per second. Creates a royal territory with a radius of 300 meters. Within the territory, all of the user's stats plus 50%, all skills plus 50% damage. Targets within the territory are sealed, skill damage minus 25%, skills under C rank are sealed, and take minus 15 HP per second. Zhang Nu was shocked. That skill is a bit too powerful. Not only can it greatly increase his own combat power, it will also seal all of his enemies' skills below C rank while at the same time dealing damage every second that ignores physical and magical defenses. Just that would already be terrifying enough, but this isn't all there is to this skill's effect. Not only can it be activated instantly, it also has a lockdown and imprisonment effect. Sanctums are independent spatial dimensions. Anyone dragged into one will never be able to escape unless either the dimension shuts down on the one who created the dimension is defeated. Be it flight, movement skills, or spatial magic. None of those tricks will work to let one leave the dimensional space. This is also why Zhang Nu decided to choose this skill. From now on, no hero will be able to use spatial magic or teleportation scrolls to get away from him. Besides that, this kind of territory skill is also known as a royal territory. The ones on this continent with a royal territory talent are beyond rare. Only true kings or queens have the possibility of activating a royal territory. This is direct proof of one's status and power. Why is Nancilia so important to the elves? It's because she has the potential to mature to an elf queen. It's because she's someone with the potential to be a king-level being that, even if she was a useless girl without the slightest leadership ability, she would still be worshipped by the elves like their treasure. For any race, the position of a king is extremely high. A king's value is unlimited. Just the status alone is enough to draw in countless followers. Now that Zhang Nu has the ability to activate a royal territory, this means that he has reached the level of a king. Of course, Zhang Nu also knows that there are strong and weak individuals among kings. Even if kings are 1 in a billion, no matter how small a portion of the population they are, on a continent as enormous as this one, their numbers will be enormous. This continent has never been short on kings. He had just entered this level, so he's still a long way from being able to rest safely. And now we finally have a peek at the next level after Overlord, King, as well as the most basic requirement for it. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. In the middle of the night, the first elder was full of worries. It's already been 2 days since the infiltration and rescue operation started, yet there's still no news at all. At this point, Du Mingfeng sent a request for a secret meeting. Could it be that there's news from the heroes? The first elder did not hesitate, changed clothes, put on the hood, and went over to the meeting place. Well? Has her ladyship been rescued? Du Mingfeng sneered coldly on the inside. There's no way that she could possibly be rescued. In fact, the useless young city lord may very well already be dead. The Demon King's territory is well guarded, so it won't be easy for the heroes to infiltrate. Right now, there's still no news at all from Darkness Valley, so please be patient. What? There's still no news? Then why did you ask to meet me in secret? I have something that I need to report. The first elder grumbled unhappily. Can't this wait until after her ladyship returns? Right now, the highest priority of Jontree City is rescuing her ladyship. At this current point, he didn't care about anything beyond the rescue of the city lord. No, this matter that just happened is too important. Du Mingfeng appealed with all the sincerity and impatience he could. It pertains to the fate of all elves in Chaos Forest. The first elder paused for a moment. What is it? Tell me. This matter must be kept secret. No one else must know. Du Mingfeng moved close while lowering his voice. The matter is that, First Elder, you are dead. When he heard those last few words, the First Elder reacted with alarm. He got a bad premonition. However, before he could do anything in response, suddenly, a pitch-black short sword stabbed out, instantly piercing his heart. You. The first elder never expected that a former guardian elf would sneak attack him. The first elder can't be blamed for reacting too slowly though. Although he does indeed have the power of a level 3, he is a mage in the end. If he was sneak attacked by a level 3 pseudo-lord warrior from such a close range, then his chances of defending or dodging in time were close to zero. Besides which, elves are a naturally kindly race. Although they might be very cautious when it comes to other races, it's extremely rare for any fighting or killing among their own race, so most of the time, they overly trust those of their own race. The first elder was down. Although his heart was pierced, with his great power supporting him, he was still able to avoid dying instantly. Since it was a secret meeting, he didn't bring any of his subordinates or guards. At this moment, there's no one around who could help him. Du Mingfeng smiled, "Don't waste your energy. Since I dared to kill you, of course I made preparations. Haven't you noticed by now that you can't use any magic anymore?" The first elder's skin was turning black while bleeding from his mouth and nose. It's the effect of a certain powerful curse and poison, quickly eating through his HP. He shouted out in shock, "You've betrayed Jontree City." Betrayed? No. Jontree City will decline sooner or later under your useless bunch. Only I have the ability to lead Jontree City and the elven race to glory. I didn't betray Jontree City. No, I'm purging you calcified fossils for the sake of Jontree City. This is saving Jontree City. First Elder, can you comprehend my burdens? As for your death, that's a necessary sacrifice. All truly great enterprises require sacrifices. You should be honored. The first elder roared out angrily, "Dream on. You'll never be able to lead Jontree City, nor will you ever lead the elven race. Only the Elf King has that capability." Elf King? That trash? What's a weak and useless thing like her going to do? Du Mingfeng stomped down on the first elder with a foot. "You still don't understand even now. Ever since the descent of heroes and demon kings, the previous age has already passed, never to return. We are the lords of this new age, the creators of the new order. What is an elf king supposed to be worth? You blind old bastard, go ahead and rot away along with your rotting beliefs." After saying that, Du Mingfeng swung his sword again and beheaded the first elder. Then he wiped away the blood on the blade, returned the short sword to the sheath on his waist, and spoke, "Come out." Jingxiao came out. He was overjoyed. Giantree's most respected first elder is dead and that useless city lord is definitely dead too. There's no one in Jontree City capable of preventing you from becoming the city lord anymore. Have you taken care of the other matters? Of course. Du Mingfeng looked back at the first elder's corpse. I didn't actually want to kill this old bastard and that piece of trash so soon, but plans never survive in the face of change, so there's no choice but to start early. Before this, he had spent a month preparing and setting things up. Those preparations included building the Iron-Blooded Heroes Guild, recruiting heroes from everywhere in the vicinity, winning over a portion of the elves of Jontree City as well as the bigger tribal chiefs nearby. All those things were, in the end, for a single goal: the seizure of Jontree City. Du Mingfeng wanted to take Jontree City, so the first elder and the young city lord are the biggest unavoidable obstacles to that. In order for him to govern this place smoothly, those two will have to die sooner or later. No exceptions. With Du Mingfeng's abilities, he could have set up a firm foundation little by little and get everything to flow logically and naturally to this point, leaving no blame that could possibly be tracked to himself. Yet, who could have expected that a great demon king would come out of Darkness Valley? The demon king heavily damaged his Iron-Blooded Heroes Guild and got him fired from his position as a guardian elf. All his plans were ruined then. Du Mingfeng thus had no other choice. He could only decisively use the most aggressive method now. Go spread the news. Tell them that the city lord has already been killed by the demon king. And that the first elder was also assassinated by the demon king's minions. I'll declare that I'll temporarily hold the position of the city lord. Then I'll allow the 8 great tribes and Berserk Beast City's army to enter the city in order to take control over the Elder Council and Guardian Elves. Over a single night, Jontree City had entered a state of emergency. Many of Jontree City's leadership were assassinated. A great deal of the elves who opposed it were either purged or imprisoned. As for the mid and lower-ranking elves, most of them didn't know what was going on at all. Du Mingfeng had already declared himself the city lord, after all, so most elves just took what he said to be the truth and united under him against a common foe for the time being. Du Mingfeng used the excuse of getting revenge for the first elder and the city lord and invited in the tribal warriors of the 8 tribes and an elite orc army. This chain of operations was completed within a single night. Over 1,000 elves died in the chaos and purges. Du Mingfeng used the 3 factions he had and finally succeeded in taking over Jiantree City. Those 3 factions are as follows. The first faction is the elves loyal to him. This includes a guardian elf and 2 elven elders. They were the elven internal faction that he managed to win over before and now submitted of their own accord. The second faction is the 8 great tribes. They're the 8 strongest and most populous tribes nearby. They had long since been under the control of the iron-blooded heroes, pieces that were long since prepared, just waiting to be used. The third faction is the Berserk Beast City Army. Due to having to accelerate his plans for taking over the city, Du Mingfeng's personal forces right now are still not enough to fully control the entire city. Thus, he had to bring in outside forces. Using the excuse of recruiting heroes to rescue the city lord for the first elder, Du Mingfeng took advantage of the opportunity to make contact with Berserk Beast City, negotiated the terms, and brought in this army. He knew full well that this is a double-edged sword. Berserk Beast City is ambitious and grasping, so this is an extremely risky endeavor. That said, Du Mingfeng had no other choice. He has to firmly control Jiantree City and purge or suppress all opposition within the city. Only this way will he be able to safely sit upon the throne of the city lord. When dawn broke the next day, Jiantree City had passed through the tumult and has now appeared to have returned to peace. Only, there seemed to be a hint of blood still lingering in the air. Du Mingfeng had also successfully realized his ambition of sitting upon the city lord's throne. His current status is the temporary city lord chosen in an emergency selection. Congratulations, Guildmaster, for officially taking over Jiantree City. Jing Xiao and the iron-blooded heroes were all very excited. They had taken defeats over and over these past few days, leading to the near collapse of the iron-blooded heroes guild. But now, they've witnessed their guildmaster's capabilities again, and their morale finally recovered. With Jiantree City in their hands and the support of Berserk Beast City, what is there to worry about Darkness Valley? Du Mingfeng asked, is there still no news from Wang Gang's group? Jing Xiao shook his head, not yet. That said, for heroes like them, it's pretty normal to continuously wait in ambush for 3 to 5 days just to find a good opportunity. There's no need to worry, Guildmaster. Given their abilities, killing a hostage is a piece of cake. That elf is definitely dead for certain. Du Mingfeng nodded. So long as Nancilia is assassinated in Darkness Valley, he would not only have removed the biggest threat and obstacle to him, he could even use the hatred and call of revenge to incite the elves of Jiantree City and even elves from other places to fight against Darkness Valley. It would make the fight much easier then. Excitement and killing intent flashed across Du Mingfeng's eyes. Darkness Valley had caused him a lot of problems and losses. He's not the kind of person who would just take that lying down. Now that he has Jiantree City, the Iron-Blooded Heroes Guild, the 8 great tribes, and the aid from Berserk Beast City, Du Mingfeng wants to see just how much longer that dragon can stay arrogant for. He's going to get revenge right away. Besides that, he also needs a great victory to firmly establish his authority and position. In a region close to Darkness Valley, there's a small group of kobolds. They aren't all that numerous, being around 200 individuals in total. They originally lived in a small village they built in a nearby cave. Recently though, an earth bear appeared. It chased the kobolds out and took over the cave. The kobolds couldn't fight against the powerful level 2 elite monster. Thus, they could only leave their homes and become refugees. Not only do they now need to face all kinds of dangers, they're even under the threat of hunger and disease now. One can say that they're drowning in misfortune. They're almost at the end of their rope. If things continue on as is, these kobolds will definitely be shattered and destroyed. However, this isn't particularly abnormal either. Situations like this happen repeatedly every day in all corners of the Chaos Forest. This is simply the law of life in this place. Bark, bark. I heard some information. Recently, a lot of minor tribes all defected to Darkness Valley. I heard that there's a powerful demon king in Darkness Valley. So long as one is willing to loyally follow him, they'll be able to gain his protection. We should go too. That smart-looking kobold villager was furiously gesturing as he relayed the rumors that he just heard. The rest of the kobolds were skeptical. Some villagers thought that there's something suspicious about it. Other villagers thought that even if the Demon King really is recruiting subordinates, it still wouldn't be something that a bunch of homeless stray dogs like them would be able to get in on. The kobold chief decided, whether it's true or not, let's send a couple of guys to check it out first. After all, we're not going to be able to survive for much longer either way. In response, the kobolds all agreed. Life is getting harder and harder. If they can't find a place to rest or a way out, then most of them are going to die of hunger or sickness. Even if it's just a thread of hope, they still have to at least try. Thus, the Kobold Chief selected 2 of the strongest and healthiest kobolds, and had them represent the Kobold village and head toward Darkness Valley to get more information. Unexpectedly, the result is that they returned the next day. They also brought a draconian with them. Who might this be? The Kobold Chief was extremely shocked. Kobolds might not be all that strong, but they have a very sharp sense of smell and sensory-type talents. This draconian is very strong. He was easily capable of wiping out the Kobold group single-handed. This is actually just a super soldier of Darkness Valley. A super soldier is a level 3 elite unit, so he is indeed an unmatchable powerhouse as far as the kobolds are concerned. The super soldier spoke, "Our lord accepts your fealty and thus sent me to receive you. I'm here to solve your issue as well." Not long after, the super soldier entered the kobold's cave. About 3 minutes later, a number of roars came from inside the cave. There was then a short yet fierce sound of combat before everything went quiet again. The draconian soldier then came out of the cave with his bladed spear, still wet with blood, in his right hand and a truck-sized giant bear in his left. Bark, bark, bark. The earth bear is dead. It was killed just like that. Thanks be to the Demon King. Long live the Demon King. The kobolds barked excitedly and all kneeled and bowed around the corpse of the bear. That bear was something that they stood no chance against, but a mere subordinate that the Demon King casually sent over dealt with easily. The kobolds feared and respected the Demon King's terrible power. If they really could join a being like that, then they won't need to worry about getting bullied anymore. Darkness Valley. Demon King Castle. Zhang Nu got another message. You've conquered the kobold village. Gained decrepit bronze treasure chest X1. Did he get another small village? You've opened the decrepit bronze treasure chest. Gained gold X200. Gained blueprint, Kobold's home X1. Not bad. He actually got a blueprint. That said, the blueprint isn't very high quality. It's a unit production type structure. It's basically like the House of Bones from way early on, only able to summon up a small number of level 1 normal kobolds. It's kind of useless for Zhang Nu now. Zhang Nu put it away. He could sell it in the future or give it to Chengguogua. She's relatively more lacking in the labor force, so it wouldn't be bad for her to raise some kobolds for manual labor. The faction of Darkness Valley is beginning to expand. Zhang Nu used his powerful information detection ability and marked out all the nearby native factions before sending his subordinates out to conquer them. In a few short days, whether by threat of force, actual conquest, or the targets joining of their own accord, he has conquered 18 areas including this small kobold village. Thus, he has gained 18 treasure chests from that. However, the quality of those chests aren't all that high. Even if he managed to occasionally get a blueprint or skill, they're not all that beneficial to Zhang Nu at this point anymore. These are all small villages and tribes nearby. Generally, they're only around 300 to 400 in population, with even the biggest not being more than 800. All in all, they total to only about 8,000 or so they can only be considered very minor factions. That said, a journey of 1,000 miles takes one step at a time. Nancilia is also sticking near the Demon King recently. She was unable to resist asking out of curiosity, "Just what are you after really? Isn't that obvious?" Zhang Nu replied, "I'm currently absorbing all the factions within the area I'm capable of holding." Nancilia just scratched her head. Those tiny tribes and villages are really weak and poor though. It's not like absorbing them will be of any benefit to you though. No benefit? Not necessarily. Every place conquered will get the Demon King a treasure chest. Although it's not much every time, adding them all up, the 18 chests will have gotten him at least 20k gold. Of course, Zhang Nu can't exactly explain that. Thus, he instead took another tack. Even the weakest and most easily overlooked goblin has worth in their existence in this world. I plan on taking in, combining, and reorganizing all these factions and using them to build proper villages or cities. Then, I'll have them exploit the resources of the forest or work in production to create value. When she heard that, Nancilia was very surprised. She feels like she's beginning to understand what the Demon King is trying to do. The Demon King's goal is to create a new order in the world. The meaning to their existences seem to be to destroy the previous order of things and then recreating a new one in its place. If something like this happened in a civilized world, then the Demon King's conduct would unquestionably be a calamity. After all, the process of destroying the previous order and creating a new one in its place would cause countless sacrifices and deaths. No wonder they're known as demon kings. For normal countries and people who live normally under civilized laws, demon kings may very well be terrifying or even evil. However, this chaos forest never had any law or order to speak of since ancient times. This place is squished between three great empires. For the billions of lives over the past thousands of years, the only law that exists is the most primordial law of the jungle. It's kill or be killed. All kinds of battles and wars have never stopped, even as rivers of blood were shed. If there's a powerful demon king, though, then he would be able to create order in this lawless place, to create new law and order in this place that never had any. If that happened, then that may not actually be a bad thing. While Nancilia was thinking about it, the draconian priestly C came up with a report. "My lord, we caught an injured elf nearby. He seems to be one of the leaders of Jauntry City." Nancilia was shocked to hear that. Zhang Nu was also slightly taken aback. One of the leaders of Jauntry City? Why would he appear near Darkness Valley? And injured too? Bring him forth. Li Si quickly brought a middle-aged elf forth. That elf was seriously injured. He lost an arm, apparently having gone through an extremely vicious battle. "Third Elder, how did this happen to you?" Nancilia started shouting in surprise. This middle-aged elf is actually the third elder of Jauntry City's Council of Elders. When he saw Nancilia, he was stunned for a moment before lighting up in joy. "My lady, you're not actually dead. Thank goodness. Just what happened? Why are you so hurt so badly? What happened to the first elder?" "Something happened, didn't it?" The third elder spoke with difficulty. "The first elder is dead." "What?" Nancilia was utterly frozen in shock. The first elder was like a father to her. Although he's not actually blood-related, he was still practically family to her. She had a hard time accepting such terrible news right away. It was the former guardian elf Jules. He killed the first elder, conspired with Berserk Beast City, and usurped the position of city lord. So many of our people were savagely killed by him. "My lady, our Jauntry City cannot be left in the hands of someone like that. You must take Jauntry City back." When Zhang Nu heard this news, the first thing that came to his mind was, "Shit. Why did that old guy have to die so suddenly? Doesn't that mean that he's not going to be able to get the remaining 3 million gold he's owed anymore? He's still waiting on that money to raise more soldiers here." Jules is Du Mingfeng. Jules is his elven name. That guy really is a black-hearted and vicious person. Certain puzzles have logical explanations now. For example, there's the question of why the 4 heroes tried to kill Nancilia. They must have been taking orders from Du Mingfeng. So long as this young city lord doesn't die, then even if Du Mingfeng succeeds in usurping the throne, he'd still have a hard time sitting easy. When she thinks of the fact that her people are under the rule of an unbelievably ambitious and cruel person, as well as the fact that a large number of elves were purged and butchered, Nancilia was anxious beyond measure. However, what could a mere prisoner do? She doesn't have any freedom, nor does she have the power to do anything. No matter how great Nancilia's status and influence is, Jauntry City is already under Du Mingfeng's control, and tens of thousands of elves are currently in his grasp. With the iron-blooded heroes and the elite soldiers from Berserk Beast City, the elven citizens wouldn't even be able to run away. If anything were to enrage Du Mingfeng, then another bloodbath and purge may happen. What can she do? It's all her fault for not being strong enough. At this point, a thought popped up in the elf girl's mind. Although she herself didn't have the power or armies, Darkness Valley does. If she could convince the Demon King to help, then it might resolve all her problems. But what about the cost? Nancilia wavered back and forth for some time before gritting her teeth and falling to her knees with a thump. Zhang Nu did not expect this young city lord to do something like that. She's a proud descendant of the Elf King, after all, but she was actually lowering her head to the Demon King. Jauntry City is in a crisis, and so are the elven people. I beg Darkness Valley to deploy your army and help us elves in our time of need. Given Nancilia's personality, the pride of the Elf King didn't matter anymore. Anything would be worth it if it's to save her people. Zhang Nu put on a hesitant front. Jauntry City's walls are strong. With my powers, while a surprise strike might be possible, actually taking the city isn't nearly so easy. Besides which, Darkness Valley has no reason to do something without reward. You know me by now, so you know what I want. Have you considered my price? Nancilia's heart sank. Of course she knew what the Demon King wanted. This Demon King is extremely ambitious too. He also wanted to take over Jauntry City from the start, but this too is something that the elves won't be able to accept. However, why would the Demon King send out his army without a reward? Does this mean that Jauntry City is going to fall no matter what? Nancelia spoke, "We're willing to present you with the entire wealth of the city as tribute, so can you at least leave the city itself to the elves?" "No. I want all of Jauntry City. This includes all the citizens of the city to pledge loyalty to me. Otherwise, Darkness Valley won't send so much as a single man." Zhang Nu is adamant. Jauntry City is the strongest faction in Darkness Valley's surrounding area. If he could take Jauntry City, then how much reward could he get from that? Jauntry City has a general population of 200,000, with a permanent residential population of at least 100,000. All of them are valuable resources. Zhang Nu fully realized that this is a precious opportunity. It just so happened that Du Mingfeng usurped the position of city lord at this time. And it just also happens that the actual proper city lord is currently in his hands. Zhang Nu would have a hard time finding such a chance to conquer Jauntry City with such a proper justification. Without it, if he were to conquer Jauntry City by force with no justification other than might makes right, then given the elves' stubborn nature, they would resist to the very end even if it means their deaths. In such a case, not only would he need to spend a great deal of resources, and even when he wins, all he'd get is a useless ruin. Right now, Nancelia is in his grasp, so as long as Nancelia gives the order, the vast majority of the tens of thousands of elves and the elven defense army of over 8,000 would refuse to stand on Du Mingfeng's side. Thus, he'll only need to fight two forces, the Iron-Blooded Heroes Guild and the Berserk Beast City's army. Is there no room for negotiation? Any other condition would be fine. No. In the end, he's a Demon King. If he has an opportunity to conquer Jauntry City, then there's no way that he could possibly give up the chance. Nancelia is soft and indecisive. She's worried that she has failed her people and that she would be the sinner who let down the entirety of Jauntry City, so how could she possibly make such a decision? Right now, Jauntry City's foundations are still shaky, so there's no way that he could let such a perfect opportunity go. Thus, Zhang Nu continued, "I'll promise that Jauntry City will forever be an elven city. You will continue to be the city lord of Jauntry City, and elves will be permitted to keep their self-governance." His words were clear. After gaining all authority over Jauntry City's highest authority will switch from the city lord to the Demon King. The defense forces of Jauntry City will also be mostly switched out, so as to make certain that the city would now be under the control of Darkness Valley. However, Jauntry City will continue to be governed by the elves. The Demon King won't interfere with the lives of the elves lightly. The elven commoners who live in Jauntry City will, for the vast majority of the time, never notice any difference from before. This is the greatest amount of compromise that the Demon King is willing to make. Otherwise, there's no way that the Demon King would help and deploy his own forces. After living in the Demon King castle for the past few days, Nancelia has gained some understanding of the Demon King, and she believes that the Demon King isn't an evil being with no moral guidelines. She'll gamble on that. Nancelia grit her teeth, "Fine. I'll agree to these conditions as the city lord of Jauntry City. In return, please deploy your army right away." "Very good then." Zhang Nu was very satisfied. Thus, he didn't waste any time with words either. He first removed the seal on Nancelia. Then he released the 800 elves he had imprisoned. These 800 elves are all members of Jauntry City's professional army. Their combat strength is nothing to sneer at, so they'll be of quite a bit of use. He allowed Nancelia to personally lead them. Zhang Nu then started assembling a draconian army. Right now, he has 1,300 normal soldiers, 125 high soldiers, 5 super soldiers, 29 draconian battle mages, and 1 mystic draconian battle mage. He also currently has 180k gold stored up. He spent 30k to get 300 normal soldiers, 50k to get 50 high soldiers, 50k for 10 super soldiers, and 32k for 4 mystic draconian battle mages. His draconian army has thus changed to 1,550 normal soldiers, 165 high soldiers, 15 super soldiers, 25 draconian battle mages, and 5 mystic draconian battle mages. When Nancelia reached the assembly point with her 800 elves, she got quite a shock. Although she knew for some time now that the Demon King's army is powerful, she's still very shocked when she's personally witnessing it. This army is nearly 2,000 in number and every single one of them are elite units. Only now did Nancelia know just how powerful the Demon King really is. Plus, it's only been a bit over a month since the Demon King has descended until now. One could imagine just how fast this Demon King developed and grew. If he was truly determined to conquer Jauntry City, then there will basically be no chance that Jauntry City could possibly survive. It's only a matter of time before it's taken by the Demon King's army, and Jauntry City had nowhere near the power to resist such forces. When she realized this, Nancelia felt slightly better about her decision. Zhang Nu asked, "Well, are you prepared?" Nancelia nodded, "We can head out right away." Zhang Nu then spoke, "Jauntry City's magic barrier is very sturdy. Its regeneration speed is also very fast. If we tried to attack head-on with force, then it would cause a great deal of battle damage for both sides." Nancelia then asked, "Is there some way we can decrease casualties then? I hope to minimize battle casualties as much as possible." "Of course. Leave it to me." A few minutes later, a dragon flew out from Darkness Valley. After leveling up to level 3, Zhang Nu's body has become even larger than before. At this point, his body is now over 50 meters in length. He truly is a full-blown dragon now. Behind the dragon followed a small squad. This squad consists of a draconian priest in the form of an abyssal sky drake, 5 mystic draconian battle mages in the form of wyverns, and 15 flight-capable draconian super soldiers. Although they're not that numerous, they form a magnificent-looking group, and their combat power is not to be underestimated either. Zhang Nu soon spotted Jauntry City. When he saw Jauntry City, the information on Jauntry City also popped up before his eyes again. This was enough to get him quite excited. Jauntry City. Level 3 Lord Zone. High exploration value. Description: This is a forest city built by elves with 300 years of history. Total population around 200k. Permanent residents number 120k. It has a very powerful protective barrier and various defensive installations. It's extremely difficult to invade from the outside. A great deal more description not displayed. Possible rewards: shining mithril treasure chest. High quantities of materials, gold, equipment, and various other products of Jauntry City, etc. That's right. From the information pop-up, Jauntry City is a level 3 Lord Zone. From the information pop-up, Jauntry City is a level 3 Lord Zone. However, compared to wild and untamed zones, this is an actual city. No matter the invasion difficulty or conquest reward, neither can be compared to any other zones from before. For the current Demon King, there's nothing that excites him more than taking a city. This place is incomparable to any of the other zones that Zhang Nu has conquered before. An orc sat before Du Mingfeng. His attitude was arrogant, showing little regard for Du Mingfeng. Game. Berserk Beast City's Master of 10,000. This Orcish city only has 8 Masters of 10,000 in total. Orcs are very martial, so only the strongest warriors of the army have the right to be the commander of the army. Thus, the higher the status, the stronger the individual in question is. Game is one of those Masters of 10,000. At the same time, he's also the son of the city lord of Berserk Beast City. In order to keep control of Jauntry City, Du Mingfeng reached out to this foreign force. However, while it might be easy to invite them in, getting them to leave is another matter entirely. Since Berserk Beast City has stepped in, it won't be nearly so easy to get them to back away. Therefore, Du Mingfeng has to figure something out. For example, inciting Berserk Beast City to deal with Darkness Valley instead. In such a case, it'd be win-win for him no matter who wins in that conflict. Humph. Demon King. It's not like I've never encountered them before. Don't go trying to exaggerate the dangers to me here. From my point of view, it's just your own incompetence. Game was completely dismissive toward Darkness Valley. There are lots of Demon King nests near Berserk Beast City, so it's not like he hasn't dealt with Demon Kings before. Du Mingfeng spoke, the Demon King of Darkness Valley is a dragon, fundamentally different from other Demon Kings. He's the greatest threat to both of us, so if we don't remove him as soon as possible, the consequences are unthinkable. Enough. So what if he's a dragon? That's nothing to me. Likely as not, he may already have died beneath Wang Gang's sword. If he dares to appear before me, then I'll split him wide open. Give me a Dragon Slayer title to play around with at the same time. Game was completely unconcerned. He considered Du Mingfeng's words to be mere exaggerated threats. Like hell he's going to fall for Du Mingfeng's attempt to trick him into taking his army out. Game was under the conceit that he had already seen through it all, so there's no way that he'll fall for such tricks. Since he's here now, he's going to put down roots and take over this city bit by bit. Du Mingfeng wanted to try to continue explaining. Yet, unexpectedly, the ground suddenly started shaking. A fierce pressure suddenly descended upon them like a storm, making both of them react with alarm. What's happening? What kind of aura is this? For it to be so terrifying. Game has never experienced such a powerful aura. Even his legendary father has never shown such might. Du Mingfeng's face sank. He found it somewhat familiar. His next words slipped out, "It's dragon fear." Oh no! The Demon King's here. The two of them went out and saw an over 50 meters long dark gold dragon with a mighty presence currently circling over Jantri City. That's the Demon King? It really is a dragon. Game's eyes widened with shock. He has never seen a dragon before, which is why he was so dismissive before. He was under the impression that the so-called dragon is just another kind of monster. Only now does he know. Dragons are a completely different concept compared to monsters. That guy wasn't lying. If that dragon is a demon king, then this demon king truly is terrifying, an enemy far mightier than any he's ever encountered. Du Mingfeng frowned. The demon king's aura and body size has obviously increased from before. Could it be that the demon king has gotten even stronger? That's bad. That guy's growth rate is way too terrifying. They absolutely have to kill him this time. They can't allow him to leave alive. Likely, due to the previous experience, the defensive setup of Jantri City is much sharper this time. However, this bit of improvement was basically pointless. That's because the current Abyssal Dragon is on a completely different level compared to the previous one. Abyssal Devouring. The dragon breathed out a huge mass of devouring energies. This energy concentrated and compressed into a black hole. A powerful suction force came from the black hole, sucking in all kinds of projectiles and magical attacks. At the same time, it continuously moved forward. The black hole collided with the barrier with a bang. The devouring energy, dense as a black hole, warped the surface of the barrier while at the same time corroding an enormous hole in it. Forward! The dragon let out a roar. The densely compressed black hole exploded. An enormous mass of black fog-like energy covered the sky. Those devouring energy could both absorb and devour attacks while at the same time act as very effective cover, allowing the dragon and his subordinates to enter the city easily. Damn it! They got in. Du Mingfeng immediately gave his orders, have all the squads assemble immediately. Kill it no matter the cost. We must not let this dragon get away no matter what. With that, he looked to the side. Commander Game, would you? Only then did Game suddenly come back to himself from the shock of facing the dragon. He found his previous lack of composure shameful and disgraceful to Berserk Beast City, so he just let out a snort. The warriors of Berserk Beast City have never feared any challenge. We shall show this dragon that descending upon this place is the greatest mistake of his life. While they spoke, orders were continuously passed along. In just a few short minutes, the Elven Defense Army, the chiefs of the Iron-Blooded Heroes Guild's 8 great tribes, and the elite warriors of Berserk Beast City all quickly gathered. They then forced the dragon to the central plaza in the city. This location is very open, very suitable for fighting en masse. Quite the quick reaction time. Zhang Nu scanned the surroundings. The area around him was crammed full of enemies. The elven army numbered several thousands, the full allied armies of the 8 great tribes number near 10,000, and the warriors of Berserk Beast City number around 5,000. At the same time, Du Mingfeng and Game have also arrived. Ha ha ha. I was just pondering about the issue of trying to invade Darkness Valley. I never imagined that you'd be so stupid. To come here to your death with only these few minions. Truly, you've saved me a lot of energy. Du Mingfeng was overjoyed. No matter how strong the Demon King is, it's still completely unrealistic for him to single-handedly fight against the entire city and all their numbers. Be it the army of Jantri City or Berserk Beast City, they're all made of elites, not something that anyone could fight off on their lonesome. After all, no matter how powerful an individual is, there's limits to their HP and MP. Let's just see how he's going to escape this time. Yet, who could have expected the Demon King to just laugh sarcastically? Who says I only brought these few with me? Keep your eyes open and watch. With that, he shifted his enormous body. The draconian priestly seat stood behind him, staff in hand. An enormous field formation had already been formed with him at the center. With a flash of light, hundreds of figures were currently being teleported over. Du Mingfeng reacted with alarm, damn it. It's teleportation. Interrupt him, quickly. That's Zhang Nu's strategy for invading the city. The Demon King did not try to forcibly fight against the barrier with his entire army. Instead, he personally broke through with a small squad before then using the Draconian Priest's teleportation field, thus sending his army from Darkness Valley straight over. By doing this, he perfectly bypassed the defensive line and greatly lowered the difficulty of storming the city. That said, a Draconian Priest's abilities are limited. They're only capable of teleporting over a few hundred at a time, and the greater the number teleported, the higher the corresponding cost, so he needs to constantly refill his MP. If he wants to teleport the entire army over, then it would definitely take a lot of time. Thus, Zhang Nu purposefully brought super soldiers and mystic draconian battle mages just to protect the Draconian Priest, letting him cast the teleportation without interruption. Attack! Kill them all! Vengeance for the city lord! Vengeance for the first elder! Du Mingfeng started roaring out. He knows well that they have to interrupt the casting before more soldiers are teleported over. Otherwise, when the masses of Darkness Valley's elites get here, even if they were to succeed in defeating the invasion, they'll still end up taking an unacceptable amount of losses. Vengeance for the first elder! Vengeance for the city lord! The elves of Jontree City all displayed their rage. They all believe that it's this evil demon king that killed the city lord and assassinated the first elder, so it's only natural for them to be enraged. Yet, just as they were about to attack, the first group teleportation was completed. When they saw this new army, they all acted as if they saw a ghost. It's because this army was completely composed of elven warriors. What's going on? Du Mingfeng was utterly flabbergasted. Why is the army teleportek over from Darkness Valley all elves? Did the Demon King summon elves? No. That's wrong. That's Jontree City's army. All the elves present were stunned. They could not understand it. Those are their comrades, their brethren, so why were they teleported over by the Demon King and are now standing on the enemy's side? Stop! A clear voice rang out. A silver-haired girl stepped forth along with her guards. When the elves of Jontree City saw her, they all showed expressions of disbelief mixed with joy as they called out as one, "My lady! It's her ladyship, the city lord. It really is the city lord. Her ladyship isn't dead." The instant that Du Mingfeng saw Nancilia, his arrogant expression suddenly turned unbelievably ugly. What's going on? That's impossible. The four heroes actually failed to kill her. Nancilia swept her gaze across the field as she loudly shouted, "My brethren, you've been tricked. The former guardian elf Jules was the one who killed the first elder." A wave of shock rang through the elves at that declaration. Nancilia continued to speak, "He plotted with Berserker Beast City and betrayed Jontree City, betrayed our people, and even attempted to hire assassins to seal my mouth. It's all thanks to the Demon King who acted to save me that I'm able to live on and appear before you now." At the same time, the one-armed third elder stepped forth from among the elves. He loudly shouted, "Don't be fooled by the traitor's lies and don't be used by him either. Push him and the minions of Berserk Beast City all out of Jontree City. Damn it. We were tricked." When the elves here learned that they were lied to, they were instantly enraged. Du Mingfeng had no room to do anything now. He could only roar out his order, "Kill those elves, all of them." The 8 great tribes of the iron-blooded heroes immediately started attacking. At the same time, Game roared out, "The armies of Berserk Beast City never retreats. Charge! With me!" The elves immediately fought back. The battle turned into a chaotic melee. After this shift of the scales, this battle was already meaningless to Du Mingfeng now. Be it win or lose, he has lost either way. It's impossible for him to control Jontree City anymore. All his efforts were a complete waste now. Although he hates it, there's no need for him to fight to the death here. So long as he remains, there's still hope. The game's not over yet. Worst comes to worst, he can rise again somewhere else. Du Mingfeng kept a very cool head. He pulled out his teleportation scroll and got ready to activate it. Yet, he was shocked to discover that the scroll had no effect. What's going on? Du Mingfeng was shocked to discover that the scenery around him had changed. The sky was gone. So was the earth. The plaza of Jontree City is also gone. The space that he was currently in is like a chaotic abyss or the depths of space. What kind of place is this? Just what's going on here? You're under the effect of Dragon King's sanctum. Space has been sealed. All skills minus 25% damage. Skills below C rank are sealed. When he saw that message, Du Mingfeng was utterly frozen in shock. The Demon King was looking down at him like he was an ant. "You've already escaped from underneath my gaze once. Did you really think I'll give you a second chance at it? The King's Sanctum is an instantaneous ability. Its area of effect also works instantaneously. The moment the skill activated, all targets within the area of effect will all be immediately pulled in, so there was no time to react at all. Zhongnu's Sanctum has a radius reaching over 300 meters. Not only did Du Mingfeng fail to escape and was dragged in, hundreds of other targets within the area were all also pulled into the Sanctum space. This includes Nancilia and the elves, as well as Game, who was charging in at the head of his Berserk Beast City army. When they realized that they're now in such a strange space, all of them were utterly confused. Only a few individuals managed to realize the truth of it and reacted with shock. Could this be? Nancilia had a shocked and disbelieving expression on her face. The legendary King's Sanctum. The Demon King actually has the power of a King's Sanctum. He's no ordinary dragon. He's actually a Dragon King. As a potential elf king, Nancilia had inherited uncommon knowledge since birth. She has a far greater understanding of sanctums compared to others, so it's only natural that she would know full well just what it means to be able to use a sanctum skill. Dragons are all very powerful, but there are still strong ones and weak ones among them. Nancilia has such a high status and is so honored all because she is a future elf king, yet the dragon before her is already a dragon king. What does this mean exactly, one might ask? Even among others of the same race, he's still a natural-born leader. Nancilia was initially greatly conflicted by her submission to the Demon King and her yielding of her authority as the ruler of Jontree City, but now she felt much better about her decision. On this continent, dragons stand on top of the food chain. The status of dragons are higher than that of elves from the start. A dragon king is even rarer and nobler than an elf king. She herself hasn't even become a true elf king yet, so lowering her head to a true dragon king isn't really something unacceptable either. Besides, she's never even heard of an existence able to reach the king level at only level 3. The Demon King also has lots of room to grow even further in the future. Nancilia was by no means the only one shocked. The third elder of the elves and Game of Berserk Beast City were also stunned. They've never seen such an ability, for it to be powerful enough to seal even space itself. Du Mingfeng immediately drew his pitch-black short sword. Lord Game, we're trapped. At this point, there's only one option left for us. The Orc Master of 10,000 Game wielded a pair of axes. His eyes slowly turned red and violent chi poured out from him. Kill this Demon King. The hundreds of Berserk Beast City warriors who were pulled in all had their eyes turn red and their muscles started bulging out like mad. Zhang Nu glanced over. Berserk Beast City Master of 10,000, Game. Level 3 Lord Unit. 500 HP, 100 MP. Skills, Unlimited Berserk, Talent Skill, Berserk Beast Chi, B rank, Rage, C rank, Raging Mountain Splitter, C rank, etc. Orc High Berserker. Level 2 Elite Unit. Skills, Berserk, Talent Skill, Berserk Beast Chi, D rank, Wild Charge, D rank. The army led by Game are all Berserkers, who are 1 in 100 among orcs. They have the talent skill Berserk, which allows them to go mad in battle, to have the courage to charge forward no matter how strong the enemy they're facing is. It also allows them to resist various mental attacks and control from negative statuses. The King's Sanctum can seal normal skills, but talent skills are unaffected. This is also why, even when facing a terrifying Demon King, that group still charged forward without hesitation. After going berserk, they basically have no intellect to speak of. Roar! With a roar, a pillar of dragon flame blasted forth. The instant that this enormous pillar of dragon flame fell upon the orcs, their armor and weapons all melted away before they were completely turned to ash and blown away. The Demon King shifted his head and the pillar of dragon flame swept about at a fast speed. All the orcs who got caught up were turned to ash. Not a single orc was able to withstand it for so much as a second. You've slain an orc berserker. Gold plus 80. You've slain an orc berserker. Gold plus 80. You've slain an orc berserker. Gold plus 80. You've slain an orc high berserker. Gold plus 800. Zhang Nu's player screen was instantly filled with kill messages. His enemies were being wiped out so fast that saying that they're being mowed down would be an understatement. These orc berserkers are undoubtedly an elite army, but they're still being wiped out so easily. One reason for that is the vast difference in power. A level 1 or 2 elite trying to go up against a level 3 king is unquestionably complete suicide. The second reason for it is that their full abilities are being suppressed. They can't use any of their skills, and this includes their chi. Without the protection of their chi, their only defense is their raw flesh and blood, yet there's no way such things can withstand dragon flames even if they're made of steel. Otherwise, if these berserkers weren't being suppressed by the sanctum and were still able to use their chi, then while their fate won't change much, they'd at least be able to cost Zhang Nu more MP. In such a case, with enough numbers, it may actually be possible to cause him some small issues. Soon, under the baptism of dragon flame, the several hundred berserkers have all died out. At this point however, Game managed to charge through right up to Zhang Nu. The Demon King hit him with a direct blast of dragon flames, but Game erupted with chi, which acted like a barrier, blocking the dragon flame. However, the dragon flame is just too powerful. Plus, Zhang Nu got the fire god's blessing from killing Wang Gang, so his fire elemental attack is not something that can be easily withstood. Game used his chi to defend with all his might, but he was still badly burnt. His HP quickly withered away under the continuous force of the dragon flame. Ga! Die! Game's talent skill is unlimited berserk. The worse his injuries are, the stronger the berserk effect is, and thus the greater his combat power becomes. He's not one of Berserk Beast City's masters of 10,000 for nothing. Rage! Game pushed back against the force of the flames and erupted with another wave of chi to bounce the dragon flames pushing against him away, raised his red-hot bat leaks into the air, and struck. A raging mountain splitter struck the dragon. With a bang, Game's bat leaks shattered. It was a good weapon, but after taking continuous attacks from dragon flame and then taking the reflected damage from the adamantine dragon body, it finally reached the end of its rope and shattered. Game seemed to have recovered from his berserk state then. He just stared, disbelieving. Interesting. You're quite strong. For you to actually have dealt a minor flesh wound to me. In that case, as a reward for your bravery, I'll grant you a quick death. The Demon King opened his mouth again, and dragon flame gathered within it. At the same time, hundreds of bolts of scarlet lightning bolts also gathered, merging into this blast of dragon flame. The scarlet abyssal lightning and crimson abyssal dragon fire. Two completely different but similarly violent energies were combining in an unbelievable way, finally giving birth to a new type of energy. That energy has never been seen before. It has the speed and fury of lighting, combined with the continuous burning effect of fire. Zhang Nu launched this blast of abyssal thunder flame at Game, who was still in midair. Game furiously drew upon his chi to try to defend, but he knew that it was pointless. This new attack is 10 times quicker and stronger than the dragon flame from before. Game really has never seen such terrifying power before. This far exceeded the limits of what he's capable of withstanding. Even that legendary father of his might not be able to take on such an attack, so how could he possibly do it? Is this the difference between us? I'm not even in the same league as the Demon King. The orc's chi was instantly vaporized and the abyssal thunder flame slammed into him, instantly blasting him into charred pieces. You've slain a Berserk Beast City's master of 10,000. Gold plus 25,000. Shock. Terror. Helplessness. None of those stark words are able to fully describe Du Mingfeng's feelings at this moment. Even the level 3 Lord, Game, was only able to last a few short moments against the Demon King. Du Mingfeng is even weaker than Game. Faced with this oppressive and overwhelming power, any plots or tricks are completely pointless. The Demon King looked down upon him and asked, "Do you have any last words?" Du Mingfeng immediately spoke, "Don't kill me. I'll swear loyalty to you. With my ability, I'll definitely be of worth to you." The Demon King smiled. This made hope bloom in Du Mingfeng's heart. Yet, who could have expected that the next moment, a blast of dragon flame suddenly fell, completely enveloping him. I have no need for overly ambitious subordinates. Such people definitely won't truly be loyal to anyone else. Du Mingfeng is this kind of person. Ambitious people like him are basically like a poisonous serpent. While they might submit when they're weak, they'd definitely bite back if they ever find an opportunity. Perhaps Du Mingfeng's capabilities exceed that of Su Yan by hundreds of times, but a hero like that cannot be allowed to remain. Best just to kill him and be rid of any worries. You've slain a level 3 hero. Soul +1. SKLL Stone +1. Zhang Nu let out a breath. Constantly maintaining DPS while also maintaining the sanctum was quite exhausting, even for him. That said, Du Mingfeng is dead now. So is Game of Berserk Beast City. This battle is basically already over now. The elves who were watching all this from the side were all still frozen in shock. Is this the might of a Dragon King? That's way too shocking. When Zhang Nu finished off Game and Du Mingfeng, the allied tribal army of the Iron-Blooded Heroes Guild and the Berserker army of Berserk Beast City both became leaderless mobs. Adding in the resistance from the elves, they had no way to interfere with the Demon King's subordinates and could only watch as the Draconian priests cast his spells. The armies of Darkness Valley were brought over one group at a time. The Demon King's most elite army was quickly assembled and readied for combat. The Draconians and elves worked together and crushed the Iron-Blooded Heroes and the Berserk Beast City army, who could only retreat without being able to fight back. You've slain a Tigerkin warrior. Gold plus 20. You've slain an Orc warrior. Gold plus 25. You've slain an Orc berserker. Gold plus 80. You've slain an Orc warrior. Gold plus 25. You've slain an Orc high berserker. Gold plus 800. You've slain a level 2 hero. Soul plus 1. You've slain a level 1 hero. Soul plus 1. You've slain a level 1 hero. Soul plus 1. You've slain a level 2 hero. Soul plus 1. The player menu was constantly refreshed with new messages. The Demon King army was fiercer the longer it fought, with no mercy whatsoever. The Iron-Blooded Heroes and the Berserk Beast City army completely collapsed. As the bloodbath went on, just the gold income from that reached an amazing number. This battle continued for over an hour. The Iron-Blooded Heroes and the Berserk Beast City army were completely annihilated. The numbers wiped out by the Demon King army reached up to around 10,000. One could say that this is the biggest battle to have happened since the Demo King's descent. Truly, the battlefield was made into a hell of mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. When the citizens of Jontree City witnessed the battle, they were deeply struck with shock and awe. Nothing establishes the Demon King's might better than this bloody battlefield. By now, the battle has reached the conclusion. The two enemy armies were basically completely destroyed. All that's left is some cleaning up. Zhang Nu took a look. His gold gains here reached over 280,000. This is despite the fact that a small portion of the enemies were killed by the Elven army. Since those elves aren't the Demon King's subordinates yet, their kills aren't considered the Demon King's kills. Otherwise, the total income could definitely have reached 300,000. As expected. For Demon Kings, killing, battles, destruction, and conquest are the quickest ways to gain money and power. Even for Zhang Nu, 280,000 gold is no small number. It's more than enough to raise a great and powerful army, greatly increasing his power. Very good. Let's consider this gold as part of the tab that Jontree City still owes me. Zhang Nu originally extorted 5 million continental gold from Jontree City. Converted to game gold, that's more around 500,000. Jontree City had only paid 2 million, and the remaining 3 million originally went up in smoke after the first elder's death. Now though, killing those guys had basically given him pretty much the equivalent of what was owed. This battle was enormous, so casualties were unavoidable. That said, the casualties are only equivalent to around 10 to 20,000 gold, completely insignificant compared to the gains. Besides which, aside from the gold, Zhang Nu had also killed a great number of heroes. Du Mingfeng was a level 3 hero. The chiefs and leaders of the 8 great tribes were all level 2 elites. The rest of them are mostly just random level 1 heroes though. In total, he got 51 souls from this battle. 1 level 3, 9 level 2s, 41 level 1s. Sacrificing them can probably net him around 400 or so points. That's still a few hundred short from the 1,000 mark. What a pity. If only there were a bit more heroes. However, there really are no more heroes to be found in Jontree City now. When Zhang Nu's previous raid on Jontree City destroyed the headquarters of the Heroes Guild and Iron-Blooded Heroes, he had already pretty much taken out the vast majority of all the heroes in Jontree City. The ones that he killed today were all from the Iron-Blooded Heroes' vassal tribes. While one can't say definitively that all the heroes within the area have been killed, there's definitely very few, if any level 2 heroes left. The rest are all merely level 1 and 00 BS. Zhang Nu is a bit depressed by that. For a Demon King, heroes are important resources too. At times, a thorough purge may not necessarily be a good thing. It's like how one shouldn't take everything when harvesting veggies. One should always give it the time and space to grow back. Only that way will one be able to guarantee continuous harvests. Thankfully, the Chaos Forest spans over 5 million square kilometers. There are still plenty of cities like Jontree City around, so even if there's no more to be harvested here, he could just switch locations and keep on harvesting. Besides that, there are also 5 skill stones and various equipment from the heroes. Of them, the skill stone that dropped from Du Mingfeng is pretty good. Skill stone, Magic Seal. C rank. Costs 35 MP. One can enchant one's weapon with the sealing effect, which applies Magic Seal to enemies on attack. Effect duration depends on the user and target's respective power. This skill is quite useful, so Zhang Nu used it for himself right away. As for the remaining 4 skill stones, they're not all that useful to him personally, but it would also be a shame to just throw them away. Thus, he just stored them with a mind to use them for trade or as rewards. As dusk came, the Battle of Jantri City finally came to an end. However, this is not the end of Jantri City's trials. The Demon King and the vast majority of his elite army have all appeared in the center of Jantri City. Once again, the saying about how what is easy to invite in isn't so easy to get to leave. Without the help of Darkness Valley this time, it would have been very difficult for the elves alone to defeat the traitor army and the elites of Berserk Beast City. While they used the Demon King's power to deal with their traitors and invaders, is this not still a risky act akin to provoking the tiger to chase away the wolf? After all, a tiger is even worse than a wolf. If the Demon King and his subordinates were to start rampaging, then Jantri City would definitely face a disaster that would destroy them. Nancilia brought several of the elven leaders before the Demon King. Then, this future elf queen did not hesitate before taking a knee and kneeling down. "Thank you, Your Majesty the Demon King. In thanks for saving Jantri City and us elves, I bring my people, my elves, to join Your Majesty." When the thousands of elves present saw this scene, they all reacted with alarm. Her ladyship the city lord actually lowered herself and kneeled? Elves are a race with great pride. At that moment, murmurs started breaking out. Emotions ran high. There were many elves who weren't willing to accept this. They even wanted to stand and publicly object. This made the atmosphere that had finally calmed down grow tense again. The slightest accident could light a spark, and the result of that would be utter destruction. Several elven elders saw this, and stepped forth as well. They followed behind their city lord and also took a knee. "Jantri City will follow Your Majesty the Demon King. We simply request that Your Majesty treat the elves with kindness." The Demon King nodded with satisfaction. "My promise will stand eternally. So long as you follow me loyally, then Jantri City will always remain the home of the elves." "Thank you, Your Majesty." The other elves aren't fools. The elven elders have good eyes. After seeing the Demon King show his king's sanctum, they knew that Jantri City must not, nor can they, resist this great being. Jantri City is merely one of many cities within the enormous Chaos Forest. Their branch of elves have also long since declined. At this point, pledging themselves to a great king of dragons isn't actually something completely unacceptable. After all, the other party is a true king. The Demon King nodded. However, his gaze swept across the area. The other elves are currently still standing. At this moment, the one-armed elven third elder yelled out, "What are you standing about for?" His Majesty the Demon King saved the city lord, saved Jantri City. He's the savior of us elves, so are we going to return his grace with betrayal? Jantri City is already gravely hurt. Berserk Beast City is also looking our way with greed. For Jantri City, for our people, we must follow His Majesty the Demon King. Kneel already. When they heard that, the elves lowered their weapons. Finally, the thousands of elves there all kneel in submission. At the same time, Zhang Nu got the message. "You've conquered Jantri City. Gained shining mithril treasure chest." Zhang Nu was naturally overjoyed. This really is a benchmark of his Demon King enterprise. Everything before was but minor gains. This is what true conquest is. This elven city with 300 years of history, the tens of thousands of elves living here, the hundreds of thousands of regular residents, and the magnificent and rich forest city. From now on, it has become one of the Demon King's territories. Zhang Nu has gained the highest level and biggest reward chest that he has gotten thus far. Even the sum of all the reward chests he has gained would likely be nowhere near the value of this one. He didn't hesitate and opened it up right away. "You've opened the mithril treasure chest. Gained gold x 1.2 million, blueprint, Tree of Life x1, blueprint, Life Spring x1, Castle Leveling Scroll x1, Life Gem x100, Earth Gem x100, Water Gem x100. This reward shocked Zhang Nu. 1.2 million in just gold alone. That's quite the unbelievable number. Zhang Nu has never seen so much money before. It's seriously unbelievable. The reward chests that he gained before are completely worthless and unmentionable compared to this one. As for the other rewards, those are also extremely rich. Blueprint, Tree of Life. Level 3 Blueprint. Costs Gold X 200k, Life Gems X 50, Earth Gems X 50. You can create a Tree of Life in your territory. The value and cost are both very expensive. More so than any that has ever been seen before. That said, it's quite reasonable. The Tree of Life is a level 3 structure after all. This is even higher level than his territory's level 2 Spirit Fields and House of Skeletons. Not only that, the Tree of Life is an extremely rare top class structure even among other level 3 structures. This structure is most certainly worth the cost. It's a multifunctional structure. It's both a unit production structure and has numerous support abilities. To put it simply, it can both give Zhang Nu elven units and powers to improve his territory. It's indeed very useful. Other than that, he also got a level 2 blueprint and a leveling scroll specifically for castles. Blueprint, Life Spring. Level 2 Blueprint. Costs Gold X 30k, Water Gems X 50. You can create a life spring in your territory. This is a recovery type structure. Life springs grant a powerful healing effect. So long as one is within the range of the life spring, HP and MP recovery will speed up. The spring water generated from the life spring is also an unlimited high-quality material. It can be used to produce potions or used to directly water the fields to greatly increase the quality of potions or increase production quality. It too is very useful for the territory. Zhang Nu took the rewards into his player inventory. Although he was already quite satisfied with the rich rewards from the treasure chest, it's not the only reward he should have gained from taking Jiantree City. Take, for example, the dark ruins that he conquered at the very start. Zhang Nu had not only gotten a chest, but he also gained the left-behind treasures of the former chief from a basement under the ruins. In that case, the latter was in fact worth even more than the rewards from the treasure chest. And Jiantree City's value is thousands of times greater than that minor village. Right now, Zhang Nu is Jiantree City's master. He can order about the citizens of the city, and he is of course also able to control all the wealth and resources of the city as well. Jiantree City's treasury has stored within it a great deal of valuables, including gold, silver, jewelry, medicinal materials, ores, equipment, and more. The Demon King has no interest in the jewelry and works of art that the elves have collected. He only wants gold. Thus, he sent the elves to the treasury to bring out all the gold they could find. Soon after, all kinds of goldware and coins were piled up before him. From the looks of it, his previous demand of 2 million gold didn't completely empty out Jiantree City. Detected convertible gold. Would you like to convert? Convert. Conversion successful. You've gained 150k gold. Zhang Nu nodded, satisfied. These gold, if minted into continental gold, will make around 1.5 million. That's not a small number by any means. Beyond that gold, Zhang Nu also took a haul of elemental gems. This includes about life gems, 207 earth gems, 185 water gems, 143 fire gems, and 161 wind gems. T/N, the exact numbers for the life gems were eaten in the ROS I'm using, so make do with a placeholder. At an estimate, they're worth about 500k game gold on the Demon King market at market prices. Other than the gold and gems, he also took a great deal of good elven wine. The Demon King castle lacks quality means of pleasure and entertainment, so high-quality elven wines can improve his standard of living. Jiantree City's treasury also contains a great deal of art and oddities, as well as various medicinal materials, ores, high-quality equipment, etc. Those items are actually far more valuable than merely the raw gold within the city, but Zhang Nu isn't all that interested. He doesn't exactly have a good eye for elven art. Pretty but unusable jewelry is useless to him. For those things, they don't have any real use other than to look good. Rather than taking it for his viewing pleasures, he's better off figuring out some way to sell them to human merchants and getting gold in exchange from human civilization. Actually, other than the Jiantree City treasury, there are also a great deal of merchant citizens and adventurers in Jiantree City. Those people tend to have plenty of gold, and if he seized all of it, it would definitely sum up to be an amazing amount. That said, he can't go too far here. While seizing private wealth might bring him a moment of joy, the end result will be utter ruin. Among the many forest cities, Jiantree City isn't actually particularly strong. The reason why this city was able to stand for 300 years and draw in so many tribes and merchants is mainly because the elves are trustworthy. To destroy Jauntry City's reputation for mere momentary profits will cause him far more damage in the long term. The greatest treasures of Jauntry City aren't these accumulated wealth, but rather its people. Zhang Nu got the records from Nancilia. Jauntry City has around 50k elves, and of them, around 40k or so are normal elven peasants. Elven peasants are all normal units. Although their combat strength is weak, they're all highly skilled in one or more trades such as potion making, alchemy, smithing, or farming. Elves are very capable when it comes to production. If those production abilities can be utilized well, the territory's income will definitely explode. Compared to that, what is this bit of gold right now worth? The elven citizenry make up about half the general residents of the city. The rest tend to be various races of the forest or merchants. They live within Jauntry City, so they need to pay taxes every month, which makes a stable source of income. Among them, there are also many with great skills in crafts, various talents, or a great deal of knowledge. If they can be properly used, they're sure to show their value. Zhang Nu asked, are there any empty places nearby Jauntry City suitable for habitation? When Nancilia and the elven elders heard that, they guessed that the Demon King must be planning to set up a long-term garrison. Although they have some unavoidable reservations at the thought of needing to interact with the Demon King's soldiers and the entire city's safety and defense being controlled by the Demon King's army, this can't be helped either. Nancilia thus immediately replied. There's a large plain between Jauntry City and Jauntry Forest. If your majesty the Demon King wants to set up a garrison, that location is fairly suitable. Not only is the geography wide and open, it's also conveniently close to water sources. Zhang Nu nodded, let's go take a look. Accompanied by several dozen elves, the Demon King came to a grassy plain. This location immediately borders Jauntry City and the towering Jauntry Forest stands on the other side. The space between, however, is enough to build another 2 Jauntry cities within. Zhang Nu got curious though. He took a look at the Jauntry Forest. The forest really did make a magnificent sight. Jauntry Forest. Level 3 Overlord Zone. Extremely high exploration value. What? Overlord level zone? Zhang Nu couldn't help but visibly react to that. He immediately took a closer look at the relevant information. Description: the Jauntry Forest was once a paradise that the elves lived in for over 1,000 years. 300 years ago, a terrible disaster swept through this forest, killing the vast majority of the elves there. Only a minor portion of the surviving elves managed to leave the forest and build Jauntry City. Although 300 years have already passed, the barrier that the elves worked together to create still seals this zone. However, the barrier's energy has clearly weakened. After reading through the description, Zhang Nu finally understood. So that's why the elves left the Jauntry Forest to build Jauntry City. It's because they couldn't stay in Jauntry Forest anymore, so they had no choice but to move out. Nancilia asked in confusion, Lord Demon King? What is it? Zhang Nu shook his head, nothing. This location is quite good. Make some space now, I'm going to prepare a few things. He had to admit it, this overlord-leveled zone did get him quite interested. Zones this high-leveled truly are a rarity. That said, now isn't the time to research this. He can form an exploration team later on after he's finished with his current work first. Watch carefully now. I shall grant Jauntry City and you elves a great gift. Message: would you like to use Blueprint, Tree of Life X1, Gold X 200k, Life Gems X 50, Earth Gems X 50 to summon the Tree of Life? Zhang Nu didn't hesitate, yes. The young elven city lord and the elven leaders were all quite confused. What is the Demon King acting so mysterious for? This place is utterly empty, with only wild grass, weeds, and flowers around. What great gift is he talking about? Just then, all the elves react with alarm. They all felt a powerful energy at the same time then. At the same time, the earth started violently shaking. The grassy plain and dirt suddenly erupted out, and a sapling covered in light sprouted out from the earth. This is... Nancilia could clearly feel it. The vital energies contained within that sapling. The elves didn't even have the chance to figure out what it was before that tiny sapling grew at an unfathomable pace. It got taller and taller, bigger and bigger, practically piercing the clouds. 100 meters. 200 meters. 500 meters. That enormous canopy was like a huge umbrella, nearly covering the majority of the plain in an area comparable to the size of the entirety of Jauntry City. Every single leaf was shining with magical patterns. It was lit up like a Christmas tree, but the light is very gentle and natural, easily lighting up an enormous area at night. Tree of Life construction successful. You've unlocked the ability to summon elven units. You've gained new summonable population, Elf Warrior plus 8,000, Elf Mage plus 2,000, Elf High Warrior plus 800, Elf High Mage plus 200, Elf Dragonhawk Knight plus 100, Elf Dragonhawk Mage plus 50, Ancient Tree High Priest plus 1. Currently, Gaintree City is very large in size. Bigger than even Darkness Valley. The Demon King's control over this area isn't stable yet. Right now, his urgent priority is to stabilize his position, and to do so, he must combine the carrot and the stick. He has to both keep Milita dominance while also winning the hearts and minds of the people. Therefore, Zhang Nu made the decision to place the Tree of Life next to Jauntry City. With how valuable this blueprint is and how expensive the construction cost of the Tree of Life is, logically, he should place it in the valley in order to guarantee its safety. However, after considering the pros and cons, Zhang Nu felt that placing it in the Darkness Valley is less useful and less valuable than placing it next to Jauntry City. First of all, the Tree of Life can be used to increase the population of elven units. Not only can it summon elven units, it's even capable of summoning up to level 3 units. If Zhang Nu wants to fully control Jauntry City, he first has to replace its defense forces. If he were to place a draconian army here, the elves will have a hard time not feeling oppressed faced with these different and vicious-looking draconians each and every day. In addition, their own pride would be hurt as well, and over time dissatisfaction is sure to arise. If there's too much oppression or conflicts arise, then the loyalty value will lower. If you were to replace elves with elves, then such issues won't exist anymore. The ones holding Jauntry City will still be elves, only these elves are summoned up by the Demon King, and summoned units have their loyalty locked. Zhang Nu's control over Jauntry City would thus be unshakable, while the elves would at the same time slowly forget about the fact that they were conquered. Besides that, the Tree of Life is a mysterious ancient tree recorded in elven records. In the past thousands of years, no elven tribe within Chaos Forest has ever successfully grown this legendary ancient tree. The fact that Zhang Nu brought this to Jauntry City is the same as granting the elves of Jauntry City an enormous gift. Thus, the elves would definitely be beside themselves with gratitude while at the same time awed with the Demon King's powers. This is what it means to be loved and feared alike. Finally, the Tree of Life gives the highest boost to elves. Thus, the more elves around it, the better. From the standpoint of effectiveness, placing an ancient elven tree at Jauntry City is far better than placing it in Darkness Valley. Zhang Nu glanced at a few elves. From the look on their faces, his goal was reached. Although draconian soldiers are very much perfect combat units, the elf warrior has distinct advantages in certain aspects. For example, the elf warrior is capable of melee combat while at the same time being supreme archers. For another example, their vision is better and they're dexterous and agile, making them far better at scouting and whatnot. All in all, a demon king should have all kinds of monsters following him. Only by combining the specialties of all kinds of units can the strongest army be forged. Zhang Nu also noticed that among the units unlocked by the Tree of Life, there's a lord-leveled ancient tree high priest. This is even stronger than the current draconian general and draconian priest, but only one can be summoned. Well, he's flesh right now, so he just directly summoned it. A mature elven beauty wearing dark green robes flew on down from the Tree of Life before respectfully kneeling down before him. "Thank you, my lord, for summoning me. This one shall serve you with my all." The young city lord was very curious. She started looking over this unfamiliar brethren. She could feel that this elf is very strong. "This one is?" The ancient tree high priestess answered on her own. "I'm an elven priestess of the tree from a faraway elven country. I've appeared here to answer my lord's summoning." "The Demon King's summoning ability, is it?" The young city lord already knew that demon kings seem to have the ability to summon minions. She just never imagined that it wasn't just the draconians of the Abyss world who would answer the summoning. That he could even summon elves from a faraway nation. From today on, many more elves will continue to be brought here. They will join Jauntry City and become your comrades. The young city lord was very happy. "That's great. Jauntry City is an elven city, so we'll warmly welcome fellow elves from anywhere else." The elven elders were quite happy as well. The recent tumults had weakened the elves of Jauntry City by quite a bit. If many more strong elves were to join them and replenish the strength that the elves had lost, then that's obviously a good thing for Jauntry City. Zhang Nu then spoke to the ancient tree high priestess. You're the first to descend from this ancient tree, and you're the priestess and guardian of the ancient tree as well, so from now on, you'll be known as Gui. The ancient tree high priestess immediately replied, "Thank you, my lord, for granting me my name." Zhang Nu planned to summon up another 2,000 elf warriors and 500 elf mages. In total, it will cost him another 450k gold. This is by no means a small amount. Before he conquered Jauntry City, Zhang Nu would have had a very hard time using so much gold in one go. However, after taking Jauntry City, he now has abundant riches, so even such mass spendings won't feel like too much of a burden anymore. With these additional 2,500 elves, not only has the Demon King army greatly increased in power, they're also enough to take over the defenses of Jauntry City. This way, the entirety of Jauntry City, from the protective barriers, to the arrow and magic towers, to all other miscellaneous defenses will now be controlled by his own elves. As for the military forces made of the other elves, Zhang Nu naturally won't waste them either. After those military forces are properly reorganized, they'll also become part of the Demon King army. They'll be put to great effect in future battlefields. Zhang Nu was completely swamped with work over the next few days. He spent all his time on the development of his territory and the reorganization of Jauntry City. At the same time, 500 kilometers away, something related to Zhang Nu was currently happening. Here stands a mighty-looking city on a desolate mountain. Its name is feared within 1,000 kilometers, Berserk Beast City. What? Failed? Game was killed. An old orc, as fierce-looking as a lion, heard the nightmarish news. He let out an enraged roar and a powerful wave of chi was released from his body, stirring up cutting tempest right in that room. Cuts appeared all over the pillars, walls, and floors. The unlucky orc who reported the news was flayed all over. Although he was covered in blood, he still didn't dare to move a single muscle. Damned Jauntry City. Damned elves. My hatred won't be quenched unless I kill all of you. At this moment, a young orc stepped forth. Father, from the information that we got back, the reason why we lost this time is mainly because the assassination failed, thus allowing Nancilia, who should have been killed, to work together with the Demon King, causing the elves to turn on our forces the moment the battle started. The old orc frowned. You're the one who recommended those 4 heroes. The young orc replied, that's where the problem came from. Those 4 heroes have quite the fame among us and they're very experienced in infiltrating Demon King territory. Given their strength, logically speaking, they shouldn't have failed. I think the problem is with the Demon King. We should send out more spies and collect information about the Demon King and his minions. Given how things have progressed, this is the only way now. The old orc coldly spoke. It looks like there are great differences in strength between individual Demon Kings. You need to get stronger as soon as possible. The young orc gave a confident smile. I believe that it won't take long before I can reach level 4, making me the furthest ahead by far among current heroes. Of course, an extremely strong Demon King appearing now isn't a bad thing either. If I can kill such an extremely strong Demon King, then not only can I easily reach level 4, I'll even be able to push my Berserk Beast Chi to a high rank of mastery. The old orc was very satisfied. He has hundreds of sons. Of them, 2 of them are the most exceptional. One is Game, and the other is the one before him now. This son was originally slightly weaker than Game, but ever since he became a hero a month or so ago, his growth has been terrifying with the support from Berserk Beast City. Currently, he has far surpassed Game, approaching the gate to level 4. The fastest way for a hero to improve in strength is to kill Demon Kings. The stronger the Demon King killed, the greater the improvement gained. The old orc doesn't understand the logic behind it. However, if Berserk Beast City were to gain another being capable of fighting against a level 4 lord in addition to himself, then their might and influence would greatly increase. When that time comes, what would Jauntry City matter anymore? Everything within 1,000 kilometers will all be ruled by Berserk Beast City. The old orc is just very concerned about the Demon King that has now appeared near Jauntry City now. His instincts tell him that this Demon King is certain to be a major threat sooner or later if he's not dealt with. Jauntry City has already stabilized, so Zhang Nu immediately returned to Darkness Valley. Right now, he currently has 1.1 million gold on hand and he plans on spending it on structures and summonings. The first thing that he wants is obviously to upgrade his base. Do you want to level up the Demon King Castle? Every level up costs Castle Leveling Scroll x1, Darkness Gems x50, Steel x2000, Stone x5000, Wood x5000, Gold x80, 000. So much materials required. That's not cheap at all. That said, given that it's the core of his territory, the castle still needs to be leveled up. The other materials are mostly easy, but Darkness Gems are one of the more rare types of gems, so 50 of them is not a small number. Thus, Zhang Nu contacted the Demon King Wang Shi. Currently, that guy is a famed gem supplier. Bloody Giant Wang Shi greeted him right away. Bro, buying gems again eh? How much this time? Worry not, I'll definitely give you the best market price. Zhang Nu replied, 50 Darkness Gems. Bloody Giant Wang Shi, what? 50? That much? Zhang Nu, can you do it? If not, I'll have to look elsewhere for them. Bloody Giant Wang Shi, who says I can't? I'm a top-tier individual too, you know. Although Darkness Gems are a bit harder to get, given my current ability, it's still very much possible. Zhang Nu did not waste any more words. Name a price then. Bloody Giant Wang Shi, we're old acquaintances, so it'll be 2,000 gold per gem. This is the best price already. Given the current market, there's no way you can get this price from anyone else. 2,000 gold per gem. So 50 gems makes it 100k gold. Zhang Nu replied with a single word, deal. Bloody Giant Wang Shi, give me 2 days. The problem of materials has thus been resolved. That said, it will still take time until the gems can be delivered. Therefore, Zhang Nu first used the other blueprint. Do you want to use blueprint, Lifespring x1, gold 30,000, and water gems x50 to summon Lifespring? This level 32 structure is relatively simple in terms of materials. Zhang Nu chose to accept without hesitation and placed the Lifespring right in front of the Demon King Castle. This will be the location of the central plaza for the future Darkness City. Lifespring construction successful. Lifespring. Level 2 special structure. Within a radius of 5,000 meters, all targets recovery speed plus 100%. Produces 10 cubic meters of Lifespring water every day. Nice. The moment the Lifespring was summoned, the builders who were busy building Darkness City all felt refreshed and energized. Their stamina was being rapidly restored. This spring has an enormous area of effect. Zhang Nu is still under the effect of the spring even when he's sitting inside the castle. The Demon King Castle itself has a very strong strengthening effect on the Demon King, and now, with the additional effect of the spring's buff, it's going to be near impossible for any hero to defeat him here. Beyond that, this spring also produces 10 cubic meters of Lifespring water. If it's used to water plants, then not only can it boost the quality of the produce, it can also increase the production rate by 30 times. Zhang Nu's level 2 farms already had a 15 times growth rate increase, so if the spring water is added in, then it can reach 45 times. That's utterly broken. Of course, the spring water is limited in quantity. It's not really worth it to use for normal crops. The main use is going to be for growing valuable resources. The spring water can also be directly drunk or used to brew potions. Zhang Nu considered the fact that he had recruited so many elves. Among elves, there are many individuals with the ability to make potions. Thus, in the future, they can be made into a potion-making group. Not only can they supply him, but the potions can also be sold beyond the forest or to other demon kings. Potions are quite a profitable business. This is especially true given that he now has the Lifespring, Tree of Life, and Spirit Field farms. With them, Zhang Nu will never need to worry about materials for them. Next, Zhang Nu expanded the population. He spent 500k gold to summon up 5,000 soldiers in one go. His racial population thus broke through the 5-digit mark to reach 11,163 in total. Of them, there's 2,500 draconian laborers, 1,200 high laborers, 100 draconian craftsmen, 6,550 normal soldiers, 165 high soldiers, 15 super soldiers, 25 draconian battle mages, 5 mystic draconian battle mages, 2 draconian generals, and 1 draconian priest. The Battle of Jontree City made Zhang Nu aware of certain issues. For example, the draconian priest's ability to teleport soldiers isn't strong enough. A single draconian priest's teleportation field can only teleport a few hundred units at once, and the teleportation field, when set up, will only be in effect for an hour. In order to make up for the lack in duration and effectiveness, the best way is to summon up a few more draconian priests. If he had 2 draconian priests, then that tactic would be much more flexible. Zhang Nu's level 2 farms already had a 15 times growth rate increase, so if the spring water is added in, then it can reach 45 times. That's utterly broken. Of course, the spring water is limited in quantity. It's not really worth it to use for normal crops. The main use is going to be for growing valuable resources. The spring water can also be directly drunk or used to brew potions. Zhang Nu considered the fact that he had recruited so many elves. Among elves, there are many individuals with the ability to make potions. Thus, in the future, they can be made into a potion-making group. Not only can they supply him, but the potions can also be sold beyond the forest or to other demon kings. Potions are quite a profitable business. This is especially true given that he now has the Life Spring, Tree of Life, and Spirit Field farms. With them, Zhang Nu will never need to worry about materials for them. Next, Zhang Nu expanded the population. He spent 500k gold to summon up 5,000 soldiers in one go. His racial population thus broke through the 5-digit mark to reach 11,163 in total. Of them, there's 2,500 draconian laborers, 1,200 high laborers, 100 draconian craftsmen, 6,550 normal soldiers, 165 high soldiers, 15 super soldiers, 25 draconian battle mages, 5 mystic draconian battle mages, 2 draconian generals, and 1 draconian priest. The Battle of Jiantree City made Zhang Nu aware of certain issues. For example, the draconian priest's ability to teleport soldiers isn't strong enough. A single draconian priest's teleportation field can only teleport a few hundred units at once, and the teleportation field, when set up, will only be in effect for an hour. In order to make up for the lack in duration and effectiveness, the best way is to summon up a few more draconian priests. If he had 2 draconian priests, then that tactic would be much more flexible. For example, if he were to place a draconian priest each in both Jiantree City and Darkness Valley and have them both maintain a teleportation field, then there won't be any more 1-hour time limit. Teleportations can be done at any moment, for as long as he wants. Or if he were to place 2 priests in Jiantree City at the same time and have them take turns recovering MP and activating teleportations, then he'd be able to double his army teleportation speed. As Zhang Nu thought of that, he summoned up 8 draconian generals and 2 draconian priests. Each draconian general costs 15k gold and each draconian priest costs 30k gold. He spent 180k gold with that purchase, but it's not all that expensive for him. This way, he now has 10 draconian generals and 3 draconian priests. It's not that Zhang Nu didn't want to summon more draconian priests though. It's just that a condition for summoning draconian priests is that 3,000 additional population is required for each new summoning. With the current state of his territory, it could at most support 3 draconian priests. As for draconian generals, their requirements are far lower. They only require 500 normal soldiers or 50 high soldiers to generate an additional spot. This is pretty good though. After this new, huge round of summonings, the draconian army had explosively expanded. With the army made from those 10 draconian generals, 3 draconian priests, and nearly 7,000 draconian combat units, it's more than enough to take over a good section anywhere in the Chaos Forest, as well as being enough to intimidate any current faction within the forest. Yet, this still isn't Zhang Nu's full force. Even without counting the miscellaneous combat units he has like skeleton soldiers or minotaurs, Zhang Nu currently has a summoned elven army of around 2,500 in Jiantree City. Add in Jiantree City's native elven army of around 7,000 or so, this is another elite army of nearly 10,000. In summary, Zhang Nu's current military might is already quite powerful. Although it's still nowhere near enough to truly fight against actual countries, it's at least capable of directly threatening any forest city within the Chaos Forest. At worst, it's still enough to easily take over a good section of the forest. While Zhang Nu was being ambitious and wildly expanding his military, at the same time, constant sounds of joy and laughter were coming out from inside the city lord's main office for Jiantree City. 3 natural slackers who ended up fast friends at first sight were currently gathered there with a newly created deck of poker cards and were currently having a fun time playing. Pair of 8s. Pair of 10s. Pair of kings. Hee, that's that. Zhang Nu would certainly have been shocked if he was here. It's because the 3 girls here are Flower Demon King Chenguogua, City Lord of Jiantree City Nancilia, and the hero player Su Yan. A demon king, a hero, and a native city lord. The three of them were actually having fun together. And they looked like they were quite friendly at that. That's a seriously strange scene there. Su Yan is Zhang Nu's subordinate. Nansilia is one of Zhang Nu's vassals. And Chenguogua is a demon king. Although she's nowhere near as powerful as Zhang Nu, she is technically equal to him in terms of status. The two of them were originally partners cooperating with each other. That said, she considers herself a huge fan of the boss Zhang Nu, so she basically is one of said boss's subordinates too. She has been given permission to freely enter and exit Jiantree City. Chen Guoguo was extremely honored by that. Normally, demon kings would be on their guard against one another. The boss allowed her to freely enter an important base of his. What does that mean? It's unquestionably recognition and faith in her. Ever since Chen Guoguo came to Jiantree City, she ended up getting acquainted with the hero Su Yan and the city lord Nansilia. Although their statuses and factions are technically different, the three of them ended up getting along right away, and by now, they're already fast friends. Beyond the fact that they personally got along, they each also made up for places where the others were lacking. Chen Guoguo is a Demon King player. She has the Demon King's chat and market abilities, so she could buy or sell materials that Su Yan might want for her, and she can also share various current information that might be useful. Su Yan is a hero player. She has an easy time moving about to any other city, so she can collect information and at the same time collect all kinds of resources in various places. If she works together with Chen Guoguo to then sell those materials to other demon kings, the two of them would then be able to split the profits. Zhang Nu is obviously capable of doing this kind of enterprise too. The markets of Jiantree City can be used to buy tons of resources like food, potions, ingredients, various raw materials, etc. There are plenty of materials there that demon kings have shortages of. So long as they can buy low and sell high, the profits from that are pretty great. That said, Zhang Nu is limited in the amount of time and attention that he has. He doesn't have the time to spend all day watching the Demon King's markets, nor does he have the time to haggle out deals with the merchants within the city. Thus, he simply left that kind of stuff to the Flower Fey Demon King, the hero girl, and the young city lord to deal with. That way, they could earn some profits from it as well. Guoguo, about the seeds, I already told the elders to help collect and buy them, so why don't you just stay in Jiantree City to relax and play for a few days? Chen Guoguo was overjoyed at the news. Thanks, Lady City Lord. The Flower Fey Demon King's race has the ability to improve, develop, and produce seeds. Chen Guoguo thus needed more and better seeds to start with. Only then can she make even better super seeds with even better effects and higher value. This is her core specialty, as well as the reason why she's so valued by the boss. One of her main goals here for coming to Jiantree City this time was naturally to collect the seeds for all kinds of rare and valuable plants and ingredients. This matter is obviously made far easier with Nansilia's help. She can take advantage of the elves' connections and sources and help the Flower Fey Demon King to get seeds from all around the forest. Stop calling me City Lord. You guys should just call me Nancy. The young City Lord spoke. Su Yan's cards are really fun. Why haven't I ever imagined that these little paper cards could actually be used for so many interesting little games? The hero girl Su Yan. Her raw power is the weakest among the three girls. That said, during all this time, she has been taking a draconian squad to run around everywhere to hunt and kill monsters, so she has improved quite a bit as well. By now, she has reached a high tier among level 2 elites. When she heard those words, Su Yan grinned. If Lady Nancy likes it so much, then you can have this set of cards. We have lots more fun stuff still. Next time, let's bring the boss in too. With the four of us, we'll have just the right number to play mahjong. What's mahjong? Hee hee. A little game where you create order from chaos. Nansilia's eyes sparkled. The basic life within a forest city originally can be considered a wasteland for entertainment. While Nansilia looks like she's around 13 to 14 on the outside, in reality, being an elf, she has actually been living in dullness for several decades now. She's never seen board games, cards, or whatnot invented by humans from another world. She was immediately and intensely hooked, wanting to properly experience each and every one that she can. Nansilia also quite likes her two new friends. Although the other elves are quite friendly, due to her status as one who bears the potential to be queen, everyone tends to treat her with awe and respect. The appearance of this demon king and hero pair finally let her experience what it's like to have normal friends for the first time. Su Yan and Chen Guoguo were having fun too. In their eyes, Jantri City is filled with gold and opportunities. For example, they can use the poker cards in their hands to open up a casino, and with it, they'd be able to earn money hand over fist from merchants and the various tribes all around the forest. There's no way that the boss has the time or energy to bother with a lot of minor enterprises. Thus, they, as subordinates, can do it in his place. They'd be able to earn even more gold for the boss, and they themselves would be able to enjoy a portion of the profits as well. Thus, the three slackers ended up playing cards the entire afternoon. Then the young city lord planned to take the other two all around Jantri City for a tour. However, at that moment, she felt an abnormal signal from the northeast. That's where the Tree of Life is. Could something wrong have happened to the tree? Nancilia turned vigilant. The tree has brought the elves a lot of good, so they must not allow anything to happen to it. She hurriedly rushed over to the tree. It looked like a battle had occurred here. Nancilia didn't see any enemy corpses around, but there was an evil aura in the air that made her very uncomfortable. Miss Gui, what happened here? The ancient tree high priest spoke. A group of unknown elves suddenly appeared near the tree, but they've already been destroyed without doing any damage. The young city lord let out a relieved sigh. The Tree of Life is where the army rotated out from Jantri City is based. Add in the level 3 Lord Ancient Tree High Priest watching over them, that's more than enough to deal with any sneak attack. Although this particular sneak attack was not particularly powerful, it's still enough to greatly concern the young city lord. The Flower Fey Demon King asked in confusion. It's one thing if the attack is from some foolish forest natives, but this is the home turf of the elves, so how is it that evil spirits have appeared here? The young city lord frowned deeply. The Tree of Life is located between Jantri City and the Jantri Forest, so those evil spirits could only have come from one place. Suyen was shocked. In that case then, they came out from Jantri Forest? But isn't that forest a forbidden land of the elves? The young city lord nodded. Yes. That forest was the earlier home of our race. Our ancestors had lived there for over 1,000 years, and our duty for generations after generations was to keep guard over an ancient seal under the Jantri Forest. The magnificent-looking Jantri Forest was originally an enormous seal. Nancilia's tribe has settled here originally in order to keep guard over that seal. 300 years ago, however, a problem occurred with the seal, which had brought forth a great disaster, causing enormous casualties among the elves of that time. Although the chief at the time had used their own life as the price and finally succeeded in repairing the seal, the environment of the Jantri Forest was no longer suitable for habitation. It's exactly for that reason that the elves left and then built Jantri City. This is the history behind the birth of Jantri City. The young city lord spoke with a frown. When the elves left Jantri Forest, in order to prevent anything bad from leaving, they activated an enormous barrier over the forest. Ever since then, no one from the outside could go in, and nothing from inside can come out either. The barrier over the Jantri Forest has been weakening the entire time. Add in the powerful energy disruptions caused by the Tree of Life, a major problem may very well have occurred with it already. This is a major threat to both the Tree of Life and Jantri City. It can be said that the situation is bad. This elven branch was very powerful back when they were at their strongest, but by now, they've already declined by a great deal. They've long since lost the ability to repair the barrier. If the barrier over the Jantri Forest were to completely collapse, while it would be hard to gauge the consequences, it's 100% guaranteed though that it would threaten the Tree of Life and Jantri City. Suyen spoke. Lady Nancy, what are you so worried about? Even if the current elves can't deal with it anymore, we still have people above who can be called upon. Nancy paused for a moment. You mean His Majesty the Demon King? That's right. Jantri City is the boss's territory now, so no matter what kind of demons or ghouls it is, any that dares to threaten this place is basically making an enemy out of the boss. Chengguogua nodded. That's right. I'll help you PM the boss now. I have faith that the boss can definitely solve the problem. That's true enough. The elves have gotten used to relying on themselves, so Nancy almost forgot that she now has a powerful backer behind her. At this moment, she felt even more deeply that subordinating themselves under a great demon king really isn't a bad thing after all. Whenever there's an emergency, he could be brought out to save them. Chengguogua is able to let Zhang Nu understand the situation right away via PM. He wasn't surprised at the change with the Jantri Forest at all. Actually, back when he was building the Tree of Life, he had already noticed the problem with Jantri Forest. He also noticed that the barrier wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. This is an Overlord-leveled zone. He's never seen the kind before. This location has high exploration value. Zhang Nu was quite interested from the start, and he had planned to go exploring it soon for himself. Now that this incident has happened, he won't be putting it off any longer. When the Demon King arrived, the entrance to the Jontree Forest was filled with an army of elves. The Tree of Life elves were mostly calm, but the elves of Jontree City were very worried. After all, the latter had a far better understanding of the secrets of the Jontree Forest. Boss, Your Majesty. The three girls came up to him. Our armies are already assembled and prepared. Nancilia spoke, we can deploy at your command. Zhang Nu thought for a moment before speaking, the current situation is unknown right now, so the army should stay on standby for now. After all, the target's just too big and the terrain isn't very good for mobility either. For now, I plan to first go in myself to check out the situation. The young city lord found that quite logical. This place has already become a forbidden area for the elves, and no one has gone in for 300 years now. Who knows what the situation within is like, so they can't just recklessly deploy the army right away. Otherwise, it would only cause avoidable casualties. Zhang Nu selected 12 followers to come along with him. Nancilia, the Ancient Tree High Priestess, and 10 elves of Jontree City. Nancilia and the Ancient Tree High Priestess are both level 3 lords. They're first-class powerhouses within Jontree Forest. As for the other 10 Jontree City elves, they're all either elders or other elites, all of them being top contenders among level 3 elite units. Some have even reached the strength of pseudo-lords. Zhang Nu led his squad past the barrier proper and began this adventure. Zhang Nu noticed that something was wrong the moment that he entered. The hundreds of enormous trees all around were all wilted and half dead. The ground too is barren of grass or any other life, being dry and cracked like a desert wasteland. This is completely unlike what it looked like from the outside. So the barrier even had a beautification lens effect? Zhang Nu scanned a tree, and information popped up. Elven Giant Tree. A magical giant tree created by elves via secret methods. It has a nearly unlimited natural lifespan and can act as living space for elves as well as energy suppliers for large-scale magical formations. However, this tree's life has long since been drained to its limits. These giant trees are enormous, just like the Tree of Life. However, they can't actually compare to the Tree of Life. They're basically just the elven version of skyscrapers. Their main purpose is just to act as residences. Of course, since they're big enough, they can also absorb and store plenty of energy from the environment, so they're commonly used as solar batteries as well. The current hundreds of giant trees of the Jontree Forest not only provided living quarters for the elves, but also maintained an enormous seal. Zhang Nu didn't see any information relating to the seal yet. Thus, he asked, "What's the situation with the seal here?" Nancilia explained, "Our tribe has lived here for generations since several thousand years ago, and it's all in order to keep guard over this Jontree seal." As she said that, she scratched her head. The seal really is simply too ancient. The seal had already existed here way back when our ancestors first arrived here. I'm unsure of what the background is, but based on the tales passed down, the Jontree formation sealed up a portion of an evil god's body. If the seal were to be destroyed, then it would bring forth calamity to the entire forest. An evil god's body? Seriously? Before he even had a chance to properly process this information, the Ancient Tree High Priest gave a warning: enemies have appeared. Zhang Nu had already detected it. It was dozens, maybe even up to 100 partially transparent spirits. They suddenly dove out from the branches and trunks of the trees to launch a sneak attack. Undead Elves. Level 3 Elite. Skills: Death Arrow, D rank, Blade of Rot, D rank, Death Wail, D rank, Undead Self-Destruct, D rank, etc. Description: formerly elves of the Giantree Forest, due to having been corrupted by evil energy, they turned into evil spirits after death. They are strong at both range and melee, and they retained a small portion of their former intellect. Level 3 Elite? Undead Monster? Nancilia gasped, "They're those of my people who died. How did they turn into undeads?" The undeads didn't all charge at them. A portion of them quickly closed the distance with blades in hand, while the rest remained up in midair while forming bows and arrows to deal with the invaders. This proves that their intelligence hasn't completely disappeared yet. "Ha! Worthless tricks." Zhang Nu spoke calmly, "These elves have suffered. Let us help grant them peace." "Yes." The Ancient Tree High Priest raised her staff. A green barrier blocked the death arrows. Before the undead were able to get any closer or do anything else, the ancient tree high priest slammed her staff into the ground with both hands, and a light filled with holy energies immediately blasted out in all directions. The undead elves, after being bathed in the light, let out a piercing screech before being completely disintegrated. This is the C-ranked spell Light of Purification. Not only is the area of effect for the skill very large, it can both remove negative status from those within the effect while at the same time being able to cause enormous damage to undead beings, especially the ghostly types. You've slain an undead elf. Gold plus 1,200. You've slain an undead elf. Gold plus 1,200. You've slain an undead elf. Gold plus 1,200. When Zhang Nu saw the messages, he couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Level 3 elite monsters are great. No matter how weak they are, any level 3 elite monsters will yield at least 1,000 or so gold in reward per kill. After their cast of purifying light, it instantly took down around 20 of them, which yielded him around 24k or so in just gold alone. It's not just great, it's practically a gold mine. For anyone else, coming here would be a major mistake. But for him, finding a zone this high-leveled is not easy. These past few days, due to having wildly expanded his army, he spent a huge amount of gold. Thus, he'll need to properly make up for his spendings with this gold mine here. Nancilia and the other elves had come back to themselves as well. The Demon King is right. Although they used to be their brethren, they're already dead now. Rather than leaving them to continue to be controlled by evil, it's better to instead release them from this existence and grant them peace. Thus, under Nancilia's lead, the 10 elves all acted as well and destroyed these undead elves in only a little bit. While these undead elves are level 3 elites in terms of power, they're not actually especially strong among level 3 elite units in terms of power either. Thus, one can't consider them to be particularly strong, and in fact, one can even say that they're rather weak, relatively speaking. Yet, of those here, the 10 elves are all at least top-ranked among those level 3 elite units. The young city lord Nancilia and the ancient tree high priestess Gu-E are even level 3 lord units. The former is a major contender among those strongest level 3 lord units. The latter has great abilities especially effective against ghosts, necromantic beings. It can even act as support and help those on their own side to heal and recover. In this situation, Zhang Nu didn't even need to personally fight at all. He could just leave his subordinates to help him grind the mobs. Thus, they dove into the depths of the Jiantree forest while at the same time clearing out the undead that tried to pop out from everywhere. That said, it didn't take much time or effort before they wiped out hundreds of enemies. You've slain an undead elf. Gold plus 1,200. You've slain an undead elf. Gold plus 1,200. You've slain an undead elf. Gold plus 1,200. The gold numbers continued to rise. In just a little bit, while the Demon King hasn't fought at all, he had already earned around 1.45 million gold. Zhang Nu kind of had no words. A land of calamity? More like heaven. While the undead elves have very strong attack power, their defenses are actually extremely fragile and lacking in strength, making them easily killed. Then there's the fact that they're quite numerous as well. Zhang Nu has never seen a place like this before. For him, the more that comes at him, the better. Of course, Zhang Nu didn't dare to get careless either. He knew from his information message that this location is a level 3 overlord zone. That means that this place has at least one level 3 lord unit to stay on guard. Against beings like that, even for Zhang Nu, it's not something that he can be careless about. This is also why he decided to purposefully hide his strength. Otherwise, if this information gets leaked, his opponents would then have the chance to prepare for it. At that point, it wouldn't be nearly so easy to deal with them. At this moment, in the center of the Jiantree forest, a crystal ball floated in the center of a dilapidated temple. The figures shown through the crystal ball was that group of people constantly trying to kill those undead and are pressing arduously towards the deepest place in the forest. Chief, they've already fallen into our trap. The elven-haired elf is an immature elf queen-to-be. She's definitely the current leader of the tribe, but her strength isn't as great as we imagined. 2 undeads with only bones left and wearing huge cloaks were currently speaking to a black-robed elf who was currently sitting cross-legged under the crystal ball. That black-robed elf was completely withered and covered in wrinkles. His eyes were completely crimson and had dark spots all over his face. One could tell that he was not a living person with just a look. It's been 300 years. Has our race really become this weak? Even an elf queen only has this much power? The black-robed elf spoke emotionlessly. That said, they've come at just the right time. By draining the blood of a king, I will be able to recover back to my peak status. In addition, by watering the seal with a king's blood, it can speed up the awakening of that great one below. But a skeleton couldn't help but speak up. They also have a draconian among them. Since the start, he alone hasn't fought at all. Even now, we still have no idea what he's actually capable of. The black-robed elf was utterly dismissive toward those words. No matter how strong he is, he's at most a level 3. Although my strength can't compare to back when I was at my peak, I'm at least utterly confident in my ability to handle anyone within the realm of level 3. The two skeletons found that reasonable. Even that elf queen is only so strong. She isn't even any stronger than the two of them, which is far lacking compared to the chief. Besides, it's only a dozen or so individuals. There's no way that they'll be of any threat no matter how strong they are. Just how strong could that strange draconian be? Right now, the entire Jontree forest is under their control, so a mere dozen individuals can't possibly do anything. They'd be able to crush these intruders even if they were to simply pile on them with numbers. Given that, there's no need to worry. They can simply open up the defensive lines and allow the intruders entry. The moment they get in deep, there's no way that they'd be able to escape. Of course, this requires that they manage to get here with their lives in the first place. There are several terrifying beings waiting for them on the way here still, so it's unknown if they could even successfully get here in the first place. Should that happen, then they'd definitely regret it. All they can do is regret having underestimated their foes. How could they have brought so few people to try to tackle the Forbidden Land? You've slain an undead elf. Gold plus 1,200. You've slain an undead elf. Gold plus 1,200. You've slain an undead elf. Gold plus 1,200. From start till now, they've killed around 200 or so undead, and from them, received an enormous fortune of around 250k gold. That said, after fighting the entire way, everyone has gotten somewhat tired. The ancient tree high priestess casted a quickened recovery on everyone to increase the speed of their stamina and MP recovery. My lord, these undead elves seem to be controlled by something. Yes, I've noticed too. They're trying to lure us deeper in while at the same time grinding away our strength in order to prevent us from retreating. The undead elves have low intelligence, so this situation must have someone directing it from the back. Nancilia hurriedly spoke. No wonder I kept feeling like someone's watching us. There's probably some sneaky guy currently watching us through a magic item or something. Zhang Nu was somewhat surprised at that. He had the same feelings as well, only he just wasn't all that certain. Nancilia's instincts and senses really are quite amazing. She continued to speak. Since we know full well that this is a trap, then let's not keep going in anymore. Rather, we should instead go back and formulate a strategy before bringing even more people in to deal with them. There's no need for that. Zhang Nu distributed a new batch of potions to the group. With the potions and the support from the ancient tree high priestess, they won't be so easily exhausted. He rather wants to see just who's doing all this. Jontree City is his territory. It will bring great wealth to the Demon King in the future. No matter what it is, so long as they dare to threaten Jontree City, it's the same as making an enemy out of him. Thus, it must be purged without the slightest trace remaining. Zhang Nu has the confidence to do so because he knew from the start that the strongest being in this place is merely a level 3 overlord. Thus even if they were to end up trapped and surrounded, he still has the confidence to be able to escape without harm. Since the Demon King so stubbornly insists on this, the others had no choice but to obey. Thus, the party continued moving forward deeper into the Jontree forest. At that time, heavy footsteps rang out from in front of them. An enormous being over 30 meters tall came out from behind a nearby giant tree. It looked like a withered tree. It's not like the tree of sorrows that Zhang Nu encountered in the mine of sorrows. This strange tree is a treant. It has 4 limbs and is able to walk about. It even has a recognizable face as well. It's just that its entire body was covered with an aura of death. Dark Treant Lord. Level 3 Lord. Skills: Withered Earth, B rank, Magic Drain, B rank, Withering Beam, C rank, Fell Stinger, C rank, etc. The elves recognized it too. It's a treant. They're originally natural allies of the elves, but this treant has already been completely corrupted by the evil miasma. A corrupted treant is very dangerous. For the sake of the forest, there's no choice but to destroy it. As Nancilia spoke, she raised her hand. Meteor Rain. It's a powerful B-ranked fire magic. Countless blazing hot fireballs were summoned out of nothing and quickly shot toward the Treant like a rain of meteors. Every single one of them had the power equivalent to a flame explosion curse. Treants are naturally weak against fire. There's no way a fallen Treant should be able to withstand such a powerful fire attack. Yet, something that shocked the other elves occurred. When those flames struck the Treant, it was actually absorbed by the Treant. Although it did do a bit of damage, the vast majority of the energy was simply absorbed. What's going on? How could that Treant stand against fire? The elves there were all quite surprised at the sight. The Treant Lord let out a roar and suddenly released a huge wave of deathly grey miasma. Wherever the miasma passed though, the ground dried up and disintegrated into sand, and the full effect covered an area hundreds of meters away. Don't get near it. That's a curse-type attack skill. This is the Treant Lord's B rank skill, Withered Earth. It's able to attack all targets within several hundred meters, hitting everything caught with a curse that quickly withers them away until they die. The elves hurriedly backed away. The ancient tree high priestess readied an attack spell and was about to counterattack. Zhang Nu once again interrupted, "Don't attack it with magic. That guy has the ability to drain the energy of magical attacks." What? Absorb magic? But, how are they supposed to fight without using magic? They don't have any strong warriors with them right now. Allow me then. Zhang Nu's figure flashed forward in a blur and flew up to the Treant. The Treant reacted very quickly and shot out a grey withering beam from its mouth. Although Zhang Nu didn't fear an attack like that, he still dodged it with a shadow leap, reappeared behind the Treant, and then viciously stomped down with the War Trample skill. With a huge bang, a huge portion of the Treant's body collapsed and the enormous being fell. After the original Treant Lord was corrupted, it gained a powerful magical absorption ability, but its body turned rotten and fragile, making it far weaker to physical attacks. When dealing with monsters like that, it's best not to use magic and directly hit it with physical attack instead. The Treant Lord's Withered Earth can curse all targets that touch the ground, but it can't take effect against Zhang Nu, who was in midair. Roar! The Treant continued to shoot off withering beams without stopping while its heavy and clumsy arms swung and grabbed everywhere. However, it couldn't hit anything other than afterimages in the air while it continued to take fierce strikes to its body. Nancilia's group also saw all this. So the Demon King's melee combat ability is this terrifying too? That speed, that strength. Paired with skills like Shadow Leam and War Trample, he was giving the Treant a one-sided beatdown. As the enraged roars continued, the Treant was finally unable to keep going and collapsed like rotten deadwood. You've slain a dark Treant Lord. Gold plus 30,000. Zhang Nu was able to use purely physical attacks without going into dragon form to easily take down this Lord-leveled monster. However, now's not the time to act satisfied with himself. Just as the Treant fell, more heavy footsteps rang out. Zhang Nu scanned the scene and discovered that 5 more Treant Lords had come out from behind the party. This is the first time he's seen so many Lord-leveled monsters acting together. We're leaving this place. Under Zhang Nu's orders, the party did not tangle with the fallen Treant Lords. They quickly got away from the Treants, but at that moment, in the Jontree forest in front of them, a dilapidated elven temple appeared before them. "You've finally arrived." A croaking voice came from the temple. A black-robed elf stood along with 2 skeletons with him. The moment Nancilia saw that black-robed elf, she immediately showed a shocked expression. "I've seen your portrait. You're Chief Arvis. How are you still alive?" Before she even finished speaking, hundreds of undead elves swarmed out from every single direction, followed by the 5 fallen Treant Lords who then arrived right after, completely surrounding the dozen intruders. So there was an ambush after all. Nancilia had an ugly look on her face. It's because there really are simply too many enemies. What's even more terrifying is that all the undead elves are very strong and the Treants are even harder to deal with. Since they've been surrounded, their lines of retreat have been completely cut off. The black-robed elf coldly spoke, "I already have died. If not for the powers of that great one below, I couldn't have become how I am now either." The elves here were all extremely shocked. None of them could have imagined that the mastermind controlling all those undead elves and fallen Treants was actually their tribe's former chief. Zhang Nu took a look, and the black-robed elf and his subordinates' information appeared before him. Fallen Elven Chief, Arvis. Level 3 Overlord Unit. Skills, Black Hole of Death, B rank, Necromantic Cage, B rank, Darkness Hellfire, B rank, Undead Creation, B rank, Teleportation, B rank, Ice Age Strike, C rank, Frozen Hand, C rank, etc. Description: formerly a brave chief of the elves. He sacrificed his own life in order to repair the seal, but was corrupted by the evil power and was turned into a powerful zombie mage. His mind had thus been greatly transformed. Extremely dangerous. Strong, as expected. This is an overlord-leveled unit. Zhang Nu estimates that he might have been even stronger back when he was alive. In that case then, the elf branch of Jauntry City really has seriously declined over these years. Otherwise, the difference between them now and 300 years ago wouldn't be nearly so huge. As for the two skeleton mages next to the elf chief, those two aren't normal skeleton mages. They're created from two of the strongest elves from way back when by the fallen elf chief, and thus, they have the strength of level 3 lords. Zhang Nu was quite curious. Just what is being sealed under the Jauntry formation? Based on these elves, the being sealed must have great necromantic powers. Otherwise, there's no way that it could have created such powerful undeads. Nancilia was greatly pained. Chief Arvis, you sacrificed yourself to save our people back then. We don't want to fight a hero like you. Ho ho ho. The black-robed elf let out a creepy laugh. I had thought that I didn't fear death back then as well, but it was only when my will really was about to vanish that I realized that I didn't actually have the courage to simply accept death. The so-called self-sacrificing spirit was merely something that I've tricked myself into thinking. The being below gave me another chance at life. The current me only wants to keep living on. Your elf king's blood will allow me to recover back to when I was at my strongest. When the barrier over Jauntry Forest fully breaks, I will retake control over the elven race and rule over the entirety of Chaos Forest. Zhang Nu shook his head at that. He's completely fallen and corrupted. There's no need to waste any more words with him. It's just wasting time. At that point, the undead elves and Treant lords have gotten closer and closer. The black-robed elf sneered, since you know who I am, then you should face the truth. The few of you can't possibly fight against me. There's no point in resisting, so you might as well just accept your deaths. Based on the fallen chief's observations, he had judged that this party was no threat to him at all. Among the 12 elves, only 2 of them were slightly stronger. However, even so, they're basically around the same level as the skeleton mages beside him. As for that draconian? Based on his battle with the Treant, the fallen chief judged that he's a powerful melee specialist. That's quite normal too. The 12 elves are basically all mages. Since they lacked the ability to protect themselves in melee, it's not strange at all for them to bring a top-class melee specialist. However, that degree of power is nothing to the fallen chief. Even if they weren't surrounded by his minions now, they'd have a hard time getting away alive now that they've gotten this far. Are you done talking? Zhang Nu stopped hiding his aura at this point. Powerful dragon fear exploded out in an instant, and the formless pressure blasted out like a fierce tsunami, forcing all the elves and Treant who have been approaching to all back away a couple of steps. Dragon fear? The fallen chief spoke thickly. I never expected that you had hidden some of your true power. Dragon fear is an ability of high-class dragons. Mid- and low-class dragons don't have the ability to use dragon fear. Plus, the dragon fear that this guy released was so fierce, to the point where it's able to intimidate the undead elves and Treant lords who had a small portion of intellect still remaining and make them freeze and take steps back. That shows that he's definitely not a normal draconian. Humph. Even if you're a high-class dragon, you're still merely a level 3. That's not enough for you to act arrogant before me. The fallen chief quickly calmed down. That said, I've never seen a high-class dragon capable of transforming into a draconian either. It'd be a shame to just kill you. If you kill these elves and present me with the elf queen's blood, then I'll accept you as a subordinate and allow you to follow me as I rule over the entire forest. The elves of Jauntry City had ugly looks on their faces. The young city lord's eyes completely dimmed. She had grown up hearing stories of this chief's accomplishments. She simply could not believe that the great chief who was willing to sacrifice himself for his people and go willingly to his death would end up being turned so completely into such an evil villain. There's no need to feel bad. A large hand dropped onto the young city lord's head like it was petting a kitten. That isn't your chief Arvis. It's merely a zombie mage that stole his body and memories. If you truly have any respect for that chief, then defeat that shameful zombie. The Demon King's words reignited the light in the young city lord's eyes. Yeah, you're right. That ugly zombie, how could he possibly be the chief? The fallen chief was enraged. He slammed his staff to the ground. You dare to spurn me? Then die with the rest of them. An enormous cage sprouted out from the ground to imprison the group. You're under the effect of necromantic cage. Minus 60 effectiveness to skills below C rank. All stats, 20%. What a powerful control skill. Magical energy erupted again. The fallen chief directly summoned up a black hole which descended like the night, casting the entire area into darkness. You've been attacked by Black Hole of Death. HP minus 10. You've been attacked by Black Hole of Death. HP minus 10. You've been attacked by Black Hole of Death. HP minus 10. His HP was being quickly drained away. What a powerful necromantic attack magic. Even Zhang Nu felt the effects. His magical nullification doesn't have much of an effect against this kind of spell. Although this level of DPS isn't much for him, it's extremely terrifying for the other elves. This is especially true for those who aren't even Lord level yet, who would end up dying in less than 20 seconds of continuous exposure. It was merely 2 moves, and it was already far above what any Lord could possibly match. Is this the power of an overlord? Nancilia launched attacks against the black hole, but she was shocked to discover that it's not a physical black hole, so it couldn't be destroyed via attacks. It has a large area of effect and it doesn't absorb anything physical, only life force. Plus, it has no effect on undead units, so the undead elves and dark treants present aren't affected at all. Yet, their group could only stay imprisoned in the cage and do nothing but watch as they're being quickly sucked dry. Forest barrier. The ancient tree high priestess released a green pyramid-shaped barrier that protected everyone within it. With the barrier resisting, the drain of HP slowed, but all it did was merely drag the time out longer. Ha ha ha. You really are simply too weak. Is that all you have? The elves of these times are truly disappointing. The fallen chief waved a hand and black-colored fireballs shot through the cage and blasted the green barrier, causing the barrier to be quickly worn down. Oh no! It's necromantic hellfire. Quick, use purification magic to extinguish it. It's a kind of magic that uses life force for fuel. It can't be doused using normal means, and even the slightest touch would cause it to spread and consume anyone unlucky enough to come into contact with it. Purification magic is the only way to extinguish it. Kill every one of them other than the elf queen. The undeads all around immediately started attacking. The fallen chief felt like there was no more point in the battle. He overestimated those guys. They were even weaker than he had thought. Yet, just as he was about to relax, suddenly a strange sensation washed over him. Just as he came back to himself from that moment of blanking out, an unbelievably huge change had happened to the present scene. What's going on? What kind of power is this? The fallen chief appeared within a deep void. It was as if he was in the abyss while at the same time floating in the depths of space. Could this be King's Sanctum? You're a king? No. Impossible. That's impossible. The fallen chief felt panicked like he never had before. Zhang Nu took a step forward. Abyssal Devour was released and instantly dispelled the cage and hellfire. The black fog continued to envelop the black hole of death up in the air and forcefully devoured the powerful necromantic energy of this powerful spell as well. There's nothing impossible about it. He flicked a finger and several dozen bolts of abyssal lightning shot out from all directions to blast the fallen chief before he could react. The fallen chief had an arm blown off. After he raised his magic barrier, he attempted to teleport. However, he found that it couldn't take effect. The creator of this space had already long since locked down the spacetime here. There's no mistake. This really is a king's sanctum. How else could it seal off space itself? Zhang Nu flicked a finger again and several dozen blasts of lightning fell and instantly shattered the magic barrier. The fallen chief was struck by 10 bolts of abyssal lightning and was sent flying over a dozen meters. Enough! Stop attacking me! I surrender and submit. The fallen chief couldn't possibly defeat a king in his own sanctum, not on his own at least. Therefore, he needed to buy time. If he were to gather all the power of his minions, then he'd have the confidence to make a fight of it even if it's against a king. However, Zhang Nu didn't give him the slightest chance. He simply continued to blast the chief with lightning without stopping while continuously concentrating dragon flame in one hand. You damned bastard. Did you really think that you've won? The fallen chief wasn't an overlord unit for nothing. He withstood several dozen bolts of abyssal lightning, and although he was heavily injured from it, he still hasn't lost the ability to fight. Countless amounts of black hellfire was summoned forth, and finally, the dozens of balls of hellfire were combined into a huge fireball. His eyes slowly turned crimson like a beast of the underworld. It will be either you or me then. Zhang Nu shot out the fireball in his palm. The fireball of dragon flame that looked only the size of a person's head clashed with the mountain-sized hellfire fireball in midair and instantly let out a brilliant flash of light as bright as the sun. The black hellfire was instantly 99% vaporized. The heat of the dragon flame fell in an enormous wave. The fallen chief was completely burnt to a crisp and fell from where he was in the air. There's no way any living person could possibly survive that kind of injuries. However, Xiongnu didn't think that his foe was completely dead yet. The fallen chief had firmly realized by now that there's an enormous difference in power between the two of them. There was no way that he could possibly win against an opponent like that, so his only option now was to attempt a suicide attack. Self-destruct. The fallen chief gathered up all his power. Actually, even if he used a self-destruct, he still didn't have the confidence to truly kill a king in his own sanctum. However, it should at least cause him no small damage. Yet, just that moment, an enormous bolt of abyssal lightning fell. After being enveloped by a bolt as thick as an urn, how could the chief's already burnt black body possibly withstand such violent energy anymore? When the flash of lightning disappeared, that powerful overlord-level being was completely disintegrated without the tiniest scrap remaining. You've slain a fallen elf chief. Gold plus 200k. Is it over now? Xiongnu let out a long breath of relief. He still had quite a bit of hellfire burning on his body. Those were fragments that accidentally spilled onto him during the face-off just then. He thus casually released a wave of abyssal devouring to instantly absorb those bits of hellfire. This is his first time fighting an opponent of that level. He had to admit, an overlord-leveled unit is far stronger than a lord. However, it's obvious that it's still no match for this demon king. Although it took some effort to beat, Xiongnu did not think that such an opponent is much of a threat to him. After the fallen chief was dealt with, the two skeleton mages were each defeated by the young city lord and the ancient tree high priestess. With that, the undead of the Jauntry forest had no one controlling them anymore. Be it the undead elves or the dark treants, any that had even the slightest scrap of intellect ran away in every direction depending on their individual abilities. Xiongnu didn't get any message about having successfully conquered the zone though. This means that only when all the monsters living in the zone had been completely wiped out will he have satisfied the condition for conquering Jauntry 4A. This was a bit of a headache for Xiongnu. Well, whatever. It's only at the level of being troublesome after all. Now that the most difficult enemy has been dealt with, the rest are merely an issue of time. Where's that zombie mage? After the young city lord defeated an elven skeleton mage, she looked around the battlefield with surprise, but she wasn't able to find the fallen chief's corpse. On the ground, in the air, pretty much everywhere. Look around on your own. The elves were all shocked. That was just way too unbelievable. They've all witnessed just how powerful the fallen chief was. Yet, a powerful being actually ended up utterly annihilated, blown to smithereens. So the demon king's might is actually that terrible? Is this the might of a dragon king? The elven elders felt like rejoicing. Thank goodness Jauntry City chose to submit to this demon king. Otherwise, they might have already been blown to smithereens as well. Xiongnu spoke, there are still a great number of undead and various monsters in this forest. In order to avoid it becoming a threat to Jauntry City and the Tree of Life, next, we'll need to send in more hunting parties to purge them. Nancilia immediately spoke, don't worry, leave it to us. We can definitely handle such minor matters. Xiongnu was a bit disappointed at not being able to get the reward treasure chest right away. However, on second thought, the undead and monsters in the Jauntry forest are quite high-leveled, so the rewards for defeating them are quite rich. Thinking about it in terms of profit, doesn't that mean that the more there are, the better? Thus, Xiongnu left the work of cleaning up to his subordinate army. He himself went over to the ruined temple that the fallen chief had lived in. Nancilia followed after the demon king. She poked her head in, and when she saw an enormous crystal ball in the center, she immediately spoke, isn't that the omniscient crystal ball? Xiongnu walked over and grabbed the crystal ball. Omniscient crystal ball. Blue quality item. When enough MP is put into the crystal, it allows the user to observe everything within 100 meters. Not bad. This thing is quite useful. Although it does overlap a bit with the effects of certain detection-type magic, it has an enormous range and the effect is stable too. Plus, anyone can use it, so it works especially well for placing in the Demon King Castle and having subordinates take shifts using it. This way, they'll be able to monitor the entire area at all times and act as a quick warning system. After putting away the crystal ball, the Demon King and the young city lord continued forward. The temple was left to rot for 300 years now, so it's very dilapidated and covered in dust. The wall carvings and statues were already ruined beyond recognition, so there's not much of any worth left anymore. However, just then, Zhang Nu discovered a goddess of nature statue standing in the center of the temple. The goddess was holding an utterly unremarkable staff covered in dust. Anyone else probably wouldn't have paid it any attention. After all, the staff didn't look special at all, so they'd just consider it an accessory for the goddess statue. However, Zhang Nu saw past that, so he immediately took it and hummed in appreciation. Elf King's Scepter. Gold quality special equipment. Magic damage plus 100%, cast speed plus 50%, MP plus 400, HP plus 400, all stats plus 40, training effectiveness plus 500%. This item is a bloodline equipment, only usable by one with the Elf King's bloodline. This equipment's stats were explosive. Even Zhang Nu, who never used equipment before, was a bit tempted. Unfortunately though, this thing is bloodline bound. If not for that, there's no way that the fallen chief would have let such a powerful staff just gather up dust. If the fallen chief was able to use this staff, his powers would definitely be in a completely different league, and Zhang Nu would have needed to put in a lot more effort to deal with him. This is. Nancelia was drawn to it at first sight. She just felt like the staff was mysteriously calling out to her. Zhang Nu spoke, "This should be an important treasure of your race. I suppose that it has returned to its rightful owner now. Go ahead and take it." With that, he casually tossed it over. The moment Nancelia caught it, a powerful burst of energy blew away every speck of dust on it. The head of the staff bloomed out like a flower, each petal blossoming out in the shape of wings and exposing a brilliant green gemstone in the center. The unremarkable-looking staff now looked beautiful and magnificent. Nancelia also felt her bloodline resonate. She was overjoyed and immediately bowed to the Demon King. "This is the Elf King's scepter. It's indeed extremely important to us elves. Thank you for returning it to us." The young city lord was greatly moved. This is a priceless treasure after all, yet the Demon King just tossed it to her without even giving it a second glance. Zhang Nu just plain didn't care though. For one, he never relied on equipment in the first place, and for another, it's not like he'd be able to use it anyways. As for selling it? That requires there to be someone willing to buy it in the first place. Plus, after having this staff, Nancelia instantly got a lot stronger. She's basically reached pseudo-overlord level right there and then. Since the Elf King's scepter can greatly increase the speed of an Elf King's training and even increase the speed of her bloodline's awakening, she's probably not long from her breakthrough to level 4. Just then, the ancient tree high priestess came over. "My lord, we found the entrance to the seal." The entrance to the seal isn't far from the temple. An enormous altar shaped like a Mayan pyramid was built here. It's possible to enter the altar, and a disturbing energy and aura was coming out from it. "You've been corroded by negative energy. HP -2. You've been corroded by negative energy. HP -1. You've been corroded by negative energy. HP -2. Zhang Nu headed into the depths without caring and reached an enormous and tightly shut stone gate. An enormous amount of complicated magical runes were carved on it. This stone gate and altar were extremely ancient. Its history is even more ancient than the elf tribe here, so it's very likely that it wasn't built by the elves. Zhang Nu looked at the stone gate, and the relevant information popped up. Sealed land. Level 5 Overlord Zone. Extremely high exploration value. Summary. This is an alternate dimensional seal gate. It links to a labyrinth built in the alternate dimension. A portion of a certain evil god's power is sealed in the deepest part of this labyrinth. Although this power has already greatly weakened, it's still not something a mere mortal can resist or covet. This place is extremely dangerous, so please explore with caution. Zhang Nu was frozen in shock. Level 5 Overlord Zone? That really is a terrifying existence. Zhang Nu had guessed that the seal under the Jiantree formation is by no means simple, but when he truly saw the relevant information, it was still beyond his expectations. No wonder it needed the elves to keep guard over generations. Your Majesty, what happened? Is there an issue with the seal? Just the slightest bit of the aura leaking out from the seal was enough to make Nancelia terrified. She was very worried. The disaster that struck the tribe 300 years ago was caused by an abnormality with the seal, so if any problem happened with the seal, then wouldn't Jiantree City end up affected? Zhang Nu however spoke, "Don't worry. The thing inside the seal spent a great deal of its energy during its awakening 300 years ago, so it's so weak now that it can only slumber. It can't possibly awaken again anytime soon. The young city lord let out a sigh of relief. Now isn't the time to open the seal yet. It's far too dangerous to do so with his current powers. Zhang Nu felt like he needed to be at least level 4 before he could possibly challenge this level 5 overlord zone. For now, he has no choice but to just leave it alone. After they're done looking at the seal, Zhang Nu went back. Zhang Nu handed all the work of clearing the Jiantree forest over for Jiantree City to do. Although the monsters in Jiantree Forest are very high-leveled, Jiantree City had an army of nearly 10,000 camped right there. Plus, they have multiple level 3 lords holding down the fort, so there won't be any real issues. Not long after Zhang Nu got back to the Demon King Castle. Bloody Giant Wangshi, your gems are ready. Zhang Nu replied with satisfaction, thanks for your hard work. Let's trade then. The money and goods traded hands. After getting the materials, Zhang Nu leveled up the castle right away. Level up successful. You've gained High Demon King Castle. Leveling up the Demon King Castle cost a great deal. The change in appearance was quite shocking. The pitch black and somewhat rustic-looking castles now changed to be dark gold in coloration. It's now both brilliant and threatening. This main color scheme is somewhat similar to the color of Zhang Nu's scales. In fact, Zhang Nu suspects that the Demon King Castle's style may be related to the Demon King's identity. The castle is not only bigger and taller now, the most important part is that its stats have increased. High Demon King Castle. Entire territory's production plus 80%. All units within a radius of 100 kilometers of the castle plus 50% to all stats. Within the Demon King Castle, recovery speed plus 200%, all stats plus 100%. Minus 25% stats to all heroes within the castle. Castle barrier can be deployed. As expected. Worth it. This effect is way too strong. First, the radius of effect for the castle has increased. It went from the original 10 kilometers directly to 100 kilometers. It now affects the entire Darkness Valley. This even includes the army camped at Darkness Canyon. The unbelievable 50% increase to all stats is enough to explosively increase their fighting power. Other than the various explosive increases, the castle now has a new castle barrier ability. Although it costs a somewhat great deal of gold, with such a tough barrier, it would allow him to sleep a lot better when he's not home, especially when he's out traveling far away. From now on, he won't need to fear heroes doing stealth raids anymore. Looking at things from that angle, the costs are quite reasonable. The castle level up here is very much necessary. This expedition to the Jiantree Forest had earned around a full 500k gold. This is an enormous and unexpected income. He first spent 210k gold to hire 35 super soldiers. This way, he has an even 50 super soldiers now. These are top-tier and flight-capable level 3 elite units. Don't underestimate the power of the super soldiers. The differences between different units of the same level and quality can sometimes be enormous. Take skeleton soldiers and minotaur warriors for example. Both are level 1 normal units, but the latter is capable of easily taking out 5 to 8 skeleton soldiers. While the super soldiers are the same level as the undead elves of the Jiantree Forest, in terms of combat power, super soldiers completely outclass the elves. 50 super soldiers are enough to form a powerful force. Plus, after getting 50 super soldiers, it also grants him the ability to get a spot for the level 3 Lord Unit Draconian Marshal. This is also one of Zhang Nu's goals here. He selected the longest serving of the 10 Draconian generals, Zhang San, sent him up on the altar, spent 50k gold, and promoted him from Draconian General to Draconian Marshal. Draconian Marshals are top-tier combatants among level 3 Lord units. They've nearly reached the power of pseudo-overlords, possessing even better leadership abilities and combat skills. It's more than enough to greatly raise the strength of his territory. Draconian Marshal, Zhang San. Level 3 Lord Unit. 800 HP, 450 MP, 90 Strength, 100 Constitution, 70 Agility, 55 Will. Loyalty 100%, locked. Tiredness 10%. Hunger 10%. Skills, Golden Earth Drake Form, Talent Skill, Rampaging Dragon Chi, B rank, Rampaging Dragon Charge, B rank. Battle Dragon's Aura, B rank, Chi Aura, B rank, Golden Dragon Scales, C rank, Damage Absorption, C rank, Earthquake, C rank. When he saw the Draconian Marshal Zhang San's stats, Zhang Nu couldn't help but remark, so strong. After Zhang San was promoted to Draconian Marshal, his outer appearance didn't change all that much. The only thing is that his scales went from black to an eye-catching gold in color. This is because the Draconian General has the bloodline of an Iron Earth Drake, while the Draconian Marshal has the bloodline of a Golden Earth Drake. Although they're both Earth Drakes, the Golden Earth Drake is far above the Iron Earth Drake. Thus, when they're in dragon form, they are far stronger, be it in terms of attack, defense, or recovery ability. Even so, Zhang San still hasn't reached the Overlord level yet. However, if he were to encounter an Overlord unit like the Fallen Chief, then he would still have the ability to fight against one for a long time. Plus, the Draconian Marshal isn't a single combat type unit in the first place. His myriad leadership skills can strengthen the power of an entire army. Therefore, even a real Overlord level unit may not be worth as much as a Draconian Marshal to Zhang Nu. For the sake of strengthening the Draconian army, and especially in order to adjust the unit type ratios, Zhang Nu then summoned 1,000 normal soldiers, promoted 170 high soldiers from them, using around 270k gold. Then he summoned 25 Draconian Battle Mages and promoted 15 Mystic Draconian Battle Mages, using 170k gold. Finally, he summoned up 5 more Draconian Generals and 1 Draconian Priest using 105k gold. The racial unit population has risen again, and now it has reached 12,000. The current makeup of the Draconian army is as follows: 7,289 normal soldiers, 200 high soldiers, 50 super soldiers, 35 Draconian Battle Mages, 20 Mystic Draconian Battle Mages, 14 Draconian Generals, 4 Draconian Priests, and 1 Draconian Marshal. Zhang Nu turned melancholic. After another round of mass summoning, he doesn't have much gold left anymore. The spendings went way faster than his earnings. Since his territory's population and army has expanded, the daily upkeep for maintenance has also continuously risen. Thankfully, he has the goblin farms. Right now, the farms are now running at full efficiency. With Chenguagua providing enough of a supply of seeds, not only can it feed the entire territory, it's still also the greatest source of income for the territory. Now that the Demon King Castle has leveled up, the production quality and efficiency has improved again. Zhang Nu did a quick calculation. Even subtracting the various daily costs, just from the Darkness Valley area, the daily income is approaching an enormous 100k. This number is not to be underestimated. After all, this is the pure profit after all the upkeep costs have already been subtracted. 100k every day. 10 days makes 1 million. Although he did go on a spending spree these past few days, it's not like he'd run out of chances for earning huge amounts of money. A territory like Jontree City isn't something that he can conquer every day, and a wild field zone like Jontree Forest isn't something that can be found everywhere either. It's basically all a matter of luck, and those chances are basically unstable. Thus, stable income is the real path to pursue here. Right now, Zhang Nu is greatly looking forward to the future development of Jontree Forest. As a forest city, Jontree City has economic development value in and of itself. Plus, Jontree City has a great deal of elven citizens, most of whom have production skills, so they're basically a treasure just waiting to be developed. Next is the land near the Tree of Life. Due to the tree's existence, all that land is now basically spirit fields. Those can be remade into large-scale farms, and the income from the future production is not something that can be overlooked. If all those resources and population can be properly developed and utilized, then the production income from Jontree City would definitely be by no means inferior to that of Darkness Valley. Zhang Nu decided to speed up the incorporation of nearby tribal villages. This way, not only can it improve his control over the area, it also increases his territory's population. More population means more labor force. Zhang Nu had taken a look. There's a lot of nearby mountains with ore worth developing mines on. This includes gold and other rare ores. Rather than letting the various forest tribes fight and kill each other, it's better to have them all work for the Demon King instead. Zhang Nu had nothing to do, so he opened up the chat menu and gave it a look. He wanted to see how the other Demon Kings have been doing. The heroes nowadays are acting way too arrogant. Ha ha ha. What's there to be afraid of? I just wiped out a hero party. Those N00BS dare to covet my territory. Demon Kings around the Thunderclap Canyon, please sound off. Let's do an offline meeting and form a Demon King alliance. We'll kill the shit out of those hero guild bitches. Buying Spirit Field Blueprint at high prices. Anyone with them, please PM me ASAP. Anyone in need of life gems? 2,600 in total for 4 gems. Heroes raided my altar when I was out. My territory is already done for, and I'm now unfortunately a homeless demon king. Begging for someone to take me in, please. After reading through it some, there are a lot of topics regarding heroes. The conflict between demon kings and heroes is heating up more and more. This is only natural. Demon kings need to kill heroes to level up, and heroes need to kill demon kings to get talents and get stronger quickly. The two sides are basically natural enemies. Due to not having found any useful information, Zhang didn't want to waste any more time and instead opened up the PM functionality and sent a message to Succubus Queen Han Kersen. Zhang, Queen, you there? Got any new blueprints? Succubus Queen Han Kersen, I do, but I'm only taking gold for them. I'm not lacking in food right now, but I am really short on money. This Succubus Queen is no slouch. Her personal might and her army is definitely one of the top among demon kings. There's no way someone like that would be willing to rely on others to provide her food. She may have already created her own production and supply and is starting to become self-sufficient. Zhang, money is no issue. Succubus Queen Han Kachin, nice. I'll send you the information first then. Then you can tell me the blueprints you want and what you're offering for them. With that, she sent 10 blueprints in a single go. That girl really is quite rich in blueprints. Zhang gave it a look. These blueprints are all pretty nice in terms of quality, but most of them aren't all that useful for Zhang. In the end, he only selected 2 of them. Blueprint, Barrier Tower. Level 1 Blueprint. Costs 2,000 gold, Wind Gems X5, Stone X500, Wood X500. The Sir may summon a barrier tower within their territory. Blueprint, Detection Tower. Level 1 Blueprint. Costs 2,500 gold, Earth Gems X5, Stone X500, Wood X500. The user may summon a detection tower within their territory. Those 2 blueprints are both for defensive type structures. After a barrier tower is constructed, it can create a 2,000 by 2,000 meter protective barrier. Zhang thinks that it's very useful. Although the Demon King altar has the barrier that comes with the Demon King castle for protection, the goblin farms are still lacking in terms of protection. If there's a raid from flying units, it would cause quite a bit of damages, and it would also disrupt production. A barrier protecting it will keep it safe in such cases. As for the detection tower, that's even more useful. After this structure is activated, it'll act like a radar and scan an area within a 10-kilometer radius. If any suspicious targets appear, then the detection tower will give an alert and allow the territory's soldiers to be prepared. Zhang still remembers his territory being infiltrated by the 4 heroes not long ago. Those 4 heroes were able to sneak into the castle without alerting anyone. It was definitely a lesson for Zhang. The enemy is in the dark while he's in the light, so they're hard to guard against. Just increasing the number of soldiers isn't enough to guarantee the territory's safety. Zhang needs this kind of high-quality early warning device. In the end, after a round of haggling with the queen, he bought the barrier tower blueprint for 18,000 gold and the detection tower blueprint for 45,000 gold. Both are very useful structures, so their prices definitely won't be cheap. Even so, that's not all that expensive for Zhang. Since he also had all the materials, he was able to finish constructing them in minutes. Thus, the Darkness Valley territory is even safer now. Following that, over 2 days' time, under the leadership of the young city lord and the ancient tree high priestess, 5,000 elven elites swept through the John Tree forest and did a whole-scale purge. You've slain an undead elf. Gold plus 1,200. You've slain an undead elf. Gold plus 1,200. You've slain an undead elf. Gold plus 1,200. The young city lord and the elves are all the Demon King's subordinates, and what a Demon King's subordinates kill counts as the Demon King's kills. The monsters of John Tree Forest were quickly cleared out. Over this process, Zhang got nearly 600k gold. At the same time, he also got the message denoting his successful conquest. You've conquered the John Tree Forest. You gained a mithril treasure chest. It's done, just like that? That's pretty good. Zhang came over to John Tree City by teleportation field. He has 4 Draconian Priests now, and Draconian Priests' teleportation fields can be freely linked up. One is staying in John Tree City, while another is staying in the Flower Demon King Chengguagua's Myriad Flower Valley. No matter if something happens in John Tree City or over at Chengguagua's, the Demon King and the Darkness Valley army will always be able to quickly reach them. Zhang arrived at the Tree of Life. Nancilia was currently leading her elven army back from Jontree Forest. When she saw that Zhang Nu had shown up, she immediately happily ran up to him. "Your Majesty, we finished our task. Jontree Forest is now completely safe." Zhang Nu nodded. "The enormous barrier has already been shut down now. The giant trees of Jontree Forest have already died, so they no longer have the power to maintain the barrier. Thus, the true appearance of the forest is now visible, looking utterly dead." Zhang Nu frowned. "Can the forest be healed?" The ancient tree high priestess Gui spoke. "My lord, although the life force of these elven giant trees have been exhausted, the majority of them aren't completely dead yet. If we use the power of life spring water combined with the power of the tree of life, they should still be recoverable with time." Zhang Nu nodded. "Darkness Valley has life spring water. I'll have someone send some over to help the forest recover as quickly as possible." When they heard this news, the elves of Jontree City all celebrated in joy. Jontree Forest is the homeland of these elves from 300 years ago. Some older elves still remember it, so they still have some sentiments when it comes to this land. In no time at all, the Jontree City elves' loyalty value shot up again. Zhang Nu told the young city lord, "Although the Jontree Forest seal is currently relatively stable, you must remain vigilant and keep monitoring it constantly." Nancilia hurriedly replied, "Worry not, Your Majesty. I'll send a squad of our elites to stay there permanently to monitor the seal every moment. Now that the Jontree Forest barrier is gone, there's no more defenses around it anymore. If the incident from 300 years ago happens again, then Jontree City and the Tree of Life would definitely end up affected. This would cause a huge amount of losses for Zhang Nu, so that's something that Zhang Nu definitely doesn't want to see. So long as the seal remains, it will continue to be a danger and threat." Zhang Nu only thought that he needed to level up as quickly as possible. A level 5 Overlord Zone is extremely difficult to conquer, but so long as he reaches level 4, he'll at least be able to give it a try. Next, Zhang Nu opened up his reward treasure chest. "You've opened a mithril treasure chest. Gained gold X 350k, blueprint, Temple of Nature, level 3 undead structure leveling scroll, skill stone, black hole of death. Zhang Nu noticed that while Jontree City is a level 3 Lord Zone and Jontree Forest is a level 3 Overlord Zone, based on these two treasure chests, the quality and quantity of the rewards from Jontree City was obviously higher. This shows that the zone level isn't the only factor that determines the reward. That's not particularly strange though. Jontree City normally has a permanent resident population of over 100,000. The total general population is over 200,000. It's definitely a super huge gathering place within the Chaos Forest. Compared to that, Jontree Forest is just a wild field zone, so it's only natural that it can't compare to the former. Although the reward is a bit lesser, it's still by no means lacking. Besides the 350k gold, this time, there were 3 drops. Blueprint, Temple of Nature. Level 3 Blueprint. Costs gold X 120k, Life Gems X 50, Earth Gems X 50. You may summon a Temple of Nature within your territory. Level 3 Undead Structure Leveling Scroll. Costs gold X 50k, Undeath Gems X 50, Wood X 2000, Stone X 5000. You may level any level 2 undead structure to level 3. Skill Stone, Black Hole of Death. B rank skill. Learn condition, MP greater than 1000. They're all pretty good. The Temple of Nature Blueprint is a level 3 blueprint. Right now, level 3 structures are extremely rare among Demon Kings. Even a Demon King as powerful as Zhang Nu only has a Tree of Life. This Temple of Nature must definitely be something nice. As for the Undead Leveling Scroll, the House of Skeletons is a level 2 undead unit production structure. It can grant the territory over 1,000 skeleton-type units. However, now that the Draconian army has been rapidly expanding, those skeleton soldiers have already become rather useless. Of course, by useless, it's only in terms of combat ability. Skeleton soldiers are still a perfect labor force. They don't need to eat or drink, nor do they ever get tired. Their upkeep costs are extremely low, and every day, they're responsible for unskilled labor like woodcutting and hauling. They've made quite a bit of contribution to the development of the territory. With a leveling scroll, it can level the House of Skeletons. This will also let Zhang Nu get even more and stronger skeleton-type units. The final item is a skill stone. Treasure chests rarely drop skill stones. The vast majority of skill stones generally come from heroes. This skill is extremely powerful. The fallen chief had used it before. It can cause continuous damage over a large area of effect. It does nothing against undead units, but is extremely damaging against normal life forms. Not even Zhang Nu's anti-magic could stop it from continuously causing damage every second. He's learning it. After using the skill stone, Zhang Nu gained this skill. Black Hole of Death. B-ranked skill. Costs 100 MP to summon a black hole that drains HP. It affects all targets within a diameter of 500 meters. Causes 50 necromantic damage every second. Costs 25 MP per second to maintain. This skill is quite nice, as he thought. 50 points of necromantic damage doesn't necessarily mean that it would definitely cause a loss of exactly 50 HP. This depends on the target's resistance to necromantic magic. The actual damage caused would definitely not be quite that much, but given that it's a continuous damage magic, it could accumulate up to quite a shocking amount of damage over time. Zhang Nu didn't hurry right back to Darkness Valley. He still had a few things to do in Jauntry City. Jauntry City has completely returned to peace by now. Although this has already become a Demon King's city, the citizens of the city didn't experience any real changes in their lives. They still eat when they should, drink when they should, and work and do business when they should. Zhang Nu felt like the time was about ripe. He plans to hire a large group of elven citizens and have them plant, make potions, and craft items for him. Beyond that, he also needs to hire a merchant caravan or two. Why does he need to hire merchant caravans, one might ask? It's because Zhang Nu can't just keep his business to just other demon kings. While there might be hundreds of millions of demon kings in this world, the problem is that the demon kings that Zhang Nu can contact are only the few 100,000 on his server. Although demon kings have high demand for various resources, the market is still limited in the end. He has ambitions. Zhang Nu wants to extend his businesses over the entire forest and even the empire-level factions surrounding the forest. That's a super-size market of billions or even more. This world is extremely large, with countless native nations. That market is what's truly infinite in size. Although, through that process, he could collect even more information about the outside world. For the sake of conquering the Great Forest in the future and even in preparation for conquering the neighboring nations, a demon king with ambition must not be simply satisfied with his own backyard. Your Majesty, Miss Su Yan's here. She says that she wants to introduce a few merchants to you. Zhang Nu is currently in the Jauntry City's Lord's office. He was constantly reading through a registry of the elven citizens as well as the reports on merchants in the city. When he heard the young city lord's report, he immediately put down the report in his hands. Have her come in. Okay. The young city lord quickly ran off. After about 5 minutes, the hero girl came in with 3 other individuals. When Zhang Nu saw those 3 people, a cold gleam came over his eyes. Heroes? For any other demon king, unless a hero pops up and reveals themselves, it's very hard to determine if someone was a native or a hero. However, Zhang Nu is different. No hero is capable of hiding their identity before him, so he only needs a single glance to identify them. Actually, Zhang Nu was aware that there were a few heroes in Jauntry City who had slipped the net. It is, after all, a city with a population of around 200,000. There's no way that he could personally line every single person up to check them over. However, the scraps left over were of no threat to him. The 3 individuals before him might be heroes, but they're only level 1s. Their strength is actually not even up to Su Yan's level. They are a gnome, a lizard man, and a kobold. Of them, the gnome seems to be the leader of the 3. Mercy, O Lord. We definitely won't dare to act as your enemy. We might be heroes, but we've never killed demon kings before. Zhang Nu chuckled, obviously. If you were capable of killing demon kings, then there's no way that you'd still be so weak. With that, he then turned to Su Yan. The hero girl hurriedly introduced them. The gnome is Rao Sai, the lizard man is Xiao Long, and the kobold is Xia Jun. While they are heroes, they've been doing business the entire time and haven't ever gotten involved with the battle against demon kings. When they heard that the boss wanted to develop your own merchant company, they had somehow actually gathered information and found me and asked me to introduce them to you. Zhang Nu nodded in response. The 3 might be utterly weak. The fact that they, being heroes, tried to contact a demon king of their own accord means that they have quite the guts. Zhang Nu had no interest in killing 3 level 1N00 BS. He just asked, why did you want to collaborate with me? The gnome, Rao Sai, gave an embarrassed grin. O king, you saw it for yourself that our abilities and racial talents are super weak, so we can only muddle around on the bottom layer of hero society. Plus, rather than fighting and killing, we'd rather earn money and live a comfortable life. The status of a hero does have quite a few advantages, so it's something that can be considered. The Demon King waved them off. You can leave for now. The three timidly got up in a very nervous mood. If the Demon King decided to not accept them, then they'd be dead for certain. Su Yan, what do you think? I think we can give it a try. Su Yan spoke. There are just way too many heroes, and it's not like they're all tightly bound. Different individuals have different goals, so we can try drawing a portion of them in. That's true enough. People are complicated after all, so it's not like they'd really all die for the sake of a camp that they got randomly slotted into? Be it heroes or demon kings, in the end, while they're supposed to be on different sides, they're not actually all that different deep down inside. So long as the pros outweigh the cons, it's worth doing. Zhang Nu thought for a few seconds. I'll give you a new job. Su Yan immediately perked up. A new job? Please order me as you like. I'll definitely do my best. Zhang Nu spoke. Go help me find and test some heroes and draw them to our side secretly. Su Yan was shocked. Boss, do you mean to? Zhang Nu nodded. I plan to create an order of heroes loyal to me. Let's name it the Dragon's Shadow Heroes Guild. Su Yan was dumbfounded. Just what's going through the boss's head? Why is a demon king trying to build a hero guild? Well, is it too hard for you? No, not hard at all. I'll take a trip to the various hero guilds around. I should be able to pick out some suitable people. The members of the hero guild do not necessarily need to be strong, but it's best if they have some good specialization. Beyond that, the most important factor is that they must be reliable. Zhang Nu paused for a moment. So long as you properly complete this job, not only will I greatly reward you, the position of the guild master of the Dragon's Shadow Heroes Guild will also be yours. Su Yan was excited. Is even a weak and slothful person like her able to be a Heroes Guild guild master? Doesn't that mean that her situation is about to turn around? That's great. As she thought, following the boss is the path forward. Berserk Beast City. The city lord's son, the hero Tu Xiuming, had finished his preparations for his expedition. This is his 9th time subjugating a demon king. The previous 8 times were all exceptional successes. This expedition is to deal with a very strong demon king near Berserk Beast City. Based on the information he has, 30 heroes have already fallen to him. Although this demon king is strong, Tu Xiuming didn't think much of it. This particular demon king is merely a matter of course. The most important target that he had recently locked onto isn't here, but over in Darkness Valley several hundred kilometers away. Currently, within 1,000 kilometers around, the most famous demon king around is none other than the Dragon Demon King of Darkness Valley. Based on the reliable information that Tu Xiuming has, this demon king has completely taken control over the elves' Jauntry City. He's never heard of any other demon king who has done anything like that. Not only did he take over Jauntry City, he had even destroyed Du Mingfeng's Iron-Blooded Heroes Guild. Even Tu Xiuming's elder brother from Berserk Beast City, the master of 10,000 game of the Berserker army, ended up defeated and killed in Jauntry City. All those accomplishments are all worthy. However, not only was Tu Xiuming not intimidated, he even felt unusually excited. The stronger and more dangerous the demon king, the greater the reward they'll yield, which corresponds to greater aid to his growth. As for his elder brother Game's death? He was utterly unbothered, and in fact he even kind of wants to smile at it. The city lord of Berserk Beast City has around 100 sons. Game and Tu Xiuming's body's previous self were the two most exceptional of those sons. Ever since Tu Xiuming descended as a hero, he had rapidly grown in power via hunting demon kings, and he had already surpassed Game. And since Game has already died, doesn't that mean that he's the only choice left to be the heir of Berserk Beast City? Thus, not only does Tu Xiuming not hate the Demon King for killing Game, he even needs to thank the Demon King for doing the job for him. After the end of this Demon King subjugation, he'll be personally taking on the Dragon Demon King. As gratitude, he'll grant the Demon King a quick death. Boss, we're done preparing. At this time, 2 heroes came over to him. Those 2 were both Tu Xiuming's subordinates. The taller and skinnier one is named Feng Wan, a level 3 hero. He's very strong and is by no means any weaker than Wang Gang, who he had sent out before. The other, stockier and shorter one is named Feng Ho, a level 2 hero. Although his level is a little lower, his combat power is close to that of a level 3. He's especially specialized in stealth and escape. Tu Shuming ordered them, "You two head over to Darkness Valley and record the designs, geography, and military setup with a memory crystal. Hand it over to me when I get back." Feng Wan and Feng Ho nodded. "Don't worry. We'll definitely get the job done." Tu Shuming emphasized again, "Make certain to be careful. Do not let yourself get discovered no matter what. Retreat the moment you're noticed. You must not get into any conflict with the Demon King. Those two aren't as informed as he is, so they don't know just how strong the Demon King of Darkness Valley is yet." Tu Shuming doesn't have the time to explain too thoroughly either, so he made one more statement. "Even Wang Gang ended up falling there, so don't go following him." When they heard that, the two heroes reacted with alarm. Wang Gan, Li Dingnan, Ji Ning, and Peng Sihai are some of Berserk Beast City's most accomplished and famed solo heroes. Recently, there were rumors that they had died, and only now did they finally learn how they actually died. "Don't worry, boss. We'll only scout. We'll absolutely not get conceited and do anything extra. If the Demon King detects us, we'll retreat right away. We definitely won't take any risks." Tu Shuming nodded, satisfied. "Go then. So long as you properly finish this job, then when I take over Berserk Beast City, you'll be guaranteed positions as masters of 10,000s. Yes." The two heroes rode on a drake beast. Drake beasts are a type of tamed beast produced near Berserk Beast City. Although its name has drake in it, it doesn't actually have any relations to dragons. Although it doesn't have any draconic bloodline, as a level 2 wind-type monster, they're extremely fast and especially suited for scouting or raids. After the two heroes have left, Tu Shuming went to his personal squad. This is a squad formed of the most elite of Berserk Beast City. Their strength is such as there are few factions in Chaos Forest capable of rivaling them. "Move out. This time, I'll have us finish this quickly. First we'll eat up this appetizer, and then we can have the main course." Tu Shuming led his demon subjugation squad and went forth to his appetizer in great spirits. At the same time, after some testing and research, Zhang Nu finally accepted Rao Sai's group of 3. The 3 of them became members of the Dragon's Shadow. Dragon's Shadow. Zhang Nu gave the Hero Guild this name in order to represent that this Hero Guild was born from beneath the shadow of the Abyssal Dragon. He hopes that this organization will spread all over the continent in the future to collect information and undertake tasks for the Demon King. To do all kinds of things that a Demon King himself may not find convenient to do himself. Every single Dragon's Shadow hero's identity must be kept secret. After all, if the fact that they were working with a Demon King was exposed, then those heroes will be unable to move among the heroes anymore. Zhang Nu decided to support these 3 heroes and have them form a merchant company named the Shadow Dragon Merchant Company. They'll use Jantri City as their base to expand out and earn profits and gold for the Demon King. Of course, Zhang Nu is a person who understands caution. Although he did accept the 3 heroes, he's still not able to trust the 3 just yet. They still need to be observed a while longer. After the probationary period is over, they can be promoted up. Only this way can Zhang Nu invest in the Shadow Dragon Merchant Company and support them in growing without worry. Only then can he trust them to go out and devote their lives to him. After setting up those initial matters, Zhang Nu returned to Darkness Valley via Draconian Priests. He decided to use the blueprint and leveling scroll that he just got. He already had the materials for the Temple of Nature. After conquering Jantri City, he got quite a lot of life gems and earth gems, more than enough to complete this construction. As for the location, he placed it within Darkness City. Temple of Nature successfully constructed. All units have gained the Goddess of Nature's blessing. The instant the Temple of Nature was successfully built, all of the Demon King's units, be they in Darkness Valley, Jantri City, or even the nearby Kobold Village, gained a buff. Goddess of Nature's blessing LV1. Special status. Max HP plus 10%, recover an extra 1 HP and 1 MP per minute. Instantly, the entirety of Jantri City practically exploded. The elves all felt the divine buff from the Goddess of Nature. What's going on? Why did the Goddess of Nature suddenly descend? What did we do that was so special? Elves are naturally the Goddess of Nature's most faithful believers. The fact that the goddess's power suddenly enveloped the entire Jantri City certainly made all elves overjoyed. Many elves even kneeled down and bowed to thank the goddess's grace. This divine power. The elves closed their eyes to feel it more carefully. They all started shouting out in surprise. It seems to be coming from the direction of Darkness Valley. The young city lord, as a future elf queen, had sharper and more accurate senses than any other elf. She was able to speak with confidence, "It's definitely Darkness Valley." Now, all the elves were stunned. The Demon King can't actually be closely associated with the goddess, right? Why else did the goddess of nature bless the entire population of Jauntry City though? This kind of thing has never happened before. It's never even heard of in fact. It's utterly inconceivable. With that, the last bit of reluctance in the elf's mind completely vanished. Doesn't the goddess's mass blessing make it obvious? Jauntry City going to the Demon King's side is definitely the will of the goddess, and thus the goddess gave her acknowledgement. Zhang Nu could see the loyalty values of Jauntry City's citizens rise rapidly in leaps and bounds. This way, his position can't even be called stable anymore. It can be said that if anyone tries to chase him out of Jauntry City, the first to stand up in objection would definitely be Nancilia and her fellow Jauntry City elves. Nice. Zhang Nu looked over the Temple of Nature's effect. These temple-type structures have very powerful effects. It can actually add a buff to all units while ignoring race or distance. Buffs have level differences. Level 1 is only the normal state. If he wants to increase the level of the buff, then he can make a sacrifice by spending gold. Zhang Nu learned that if he spends 20k gold as a sacrifice, then it will activate the level 2 buff. Spending 50k gold will activate the level 3 buff effect. Finally, the level 3 temple can go up to a level 3 buff at most. The higher the level of these buffs, the greater the effect by several times. However, the effect of a sacrifice will only endure for 24 hours. After the 24-hour period is over, it will revert back to the level 1 buff status unless another sacrifice is made. While Zhang Nu does have plenty of money, there's no actual need to make a sacrifice every day. Only when it's necessary, like when there's about to be a battle, is there any need to spend tens of thousands of gold to make a sacrifice. This way, the entire army's HP would be greatly increased, and they can even automatically regenerate HP and MP too. So long as this divine buff isn't dispelled or disrupted, the full combat strength of the army is completely incomparable. Not bad at all. The Temple of Nature is indeed a great structure. Then, Zhang Nu bought another batch of undeath gems from Bloody Giant Wang Shi. He took the leveling scroll and the materials and leveled up the House of Skeletons. Note, you've leveled up the House of Skeletons to White Bone Mausoleum. After the successful level up, the level 2 necromantic structure House of Skeletons is gone, and what replaced it is an even bigger, more magnificent, and spookier underground palace made of white bones. Its name is now White Bone Mausoleum. The White Bone Mausoleum generates an enormous amount of necromantic energy. Any undead creature that goes in will quickly have their soul fire replenished and become lively and energetic. As a unit production structure, the White Bone Mausoleum has even stronger summoning capabilities. The level 2 House of Skeletons had unlocked 1,000 skeleton soldiers plus 100 skeleton commanders plus 50 skeleton mages. The level 3 White Bone Mausoleum had unlocked 30,000 skeleton soldiers plus 3,000 skeleton commanders plus 1,500 skeleton mages plus 500 skeleton giants plus 100 skeleton generals. This number is kind of unbelievable. There are 2 new units unlocked. The Skeleton Giant is a level 2 elite unit. The Skeleton General is a level 3 elite unit. There is no Lord level skeleton unit. The vast majority of undead units have this unique property. Their summoning cost is cheap, and their upkeep cost is inexpensive too. They're very suitable for mass human wave tactics. Well, it's fine if there's no Lord unit. Zhang Nu doesn't find this point regrettable. It's not like he lacks Lord units anyways, so what does it matter if he has one more or less? Rather, he's actually quite satisfied with the skeleton quantity. A normal skeleton soldier costs 3 gold, so 30k skeletons will only take 90k gold to summon them all. These guys can very well be simply tossed on a battlefield to act as cannon fodder. It wouldn't be painful no matter how heavy the losses are after all. Plus, besides just being cannon fodder, they can also be used as cheap and uncomplaining labor. Although they're not all that strong, this undead army still has value as a supporting element for the territory. The Temple of Nature and the White Bone Mausoleum. It's easy to see how much those 2 new structures strengthen the territory. First, Zhang Nu spent nearly 90k gold to max out his 30k skeleton soldiers limit. These small units are cheap and have very low daily upkeep. Even at high numbers, they still won't be too much of a burden on his economy. Just as Zhang Nu was considering how to strategically divide up this labor force in order to get the most value out of them, the draconian priestly C came forth and reported, "My lord, our detection tower sent up an alert. 2 targets suspected to be infiltrators have appeared nearby. Infiltrators? Heroes again? The detection tower hasn't even been built for more than a handful of days, and it already caught some rats? Zhang Nu was quite satisfied. The Queen's blueprint certainly was worthwhile. This detection tower really is something that every territory needs. It constantly scans the nearby area like a radar. So long as any units that haven't been registered appear, it will immediately give an alert. As a level 1 structure, the detection tower's ability isn't perfect. If one has a strong enough stealth skill, then it's possible to dodge the detection. However, maintaining stealth over a long period of time isn't easy. The moment the skill is cancelled, the user would be instantly discovered. This is also one of the strengths of the detection tower. Zhang Nu spoke, "Show me just who this is." Li Si had already activated the omniscient crystal ball set in the castle's throne room. Figures gradually appeared in the crystal. 2 sneaking figures were moving about near Darkness City. It was obvious at a glance that they aren't normal residents of the canyon, but rather 2 green-skinned orcs. There are no orcs in Darkness Valley. There are no orc tribes near Jauntry City either. Those 2 likely have some relation to Berserk Beast City. They're approaching Darkness City carefully, so they don't seem to be here to try to raid the altar. They're most likely scouts here to observe and gather information on the Demon King instead. The more information heroes have before attacking a Demon King, the better. Information like the Demon King territories, unit types, force disposition, organization of forces, and the makeup and locations of defensive structures are especially important. Such information useful for strategy can lessen the losses from invasion. Zhang San, go deal with the rats. Remember to leave one alive though. The draconian Marshal Zhang San acknowledged the order and immediately charged out of the throne room in a blur. The 2 heroes were sent by 2 Shuming of Berserk Beast City. They entered Darkness Canyon via Drake Beasts, but the valley has the magical fog from the Tower of Fog obstructing any observation, so they weren't able to survey the geography or structures at all. Shit. We've miscalculated. I can't see anything. We really should have prepared potions of true seeing. That or have learned a few higher-level detection skills. If this continues, not only would we be unable to get any information, we might even end up discovered by the Demon King's minions. Let's pull back for now. The 2 were quite cautious, and they immediately reached an agreement. They planned to retreat and make preparations first. Who could have predicted, however, that a violent chi/suddenly cut through the fog in front of them right at them. Both of the 2 were startled and barely dodged out of the way. Who? Get out here. Just as Phone 1 said that, a 3 meters tall draconian covered in golden scales came out from the fog. He looked down at the 2 orcs with eyes filled with ridicule and disdain. Phone 1 and Feng Ho were both struck dumb. That guy looked vicious and terrifyingly powerful. He's a mid to high-tiered level 3 lord at the very least. He gives off a powerful pressure just standing there without moving. What a terrifying being, they've never seen such a thing. Feng 1 asked, "You're the Demon King, aren't you?" Zhang Sen had no interest in communicating with mobs, so he just grinned, showing his white teeth, making that grin look all the more vicious. The next second, the bladed polearm slashed forth. Feng 1 blocked it with his batleeks. Then, with a clang, the ground around them sank down into a crater. The terrifying strength was as heavy as a mountain, forcing Feng 1 to vomit out a mouthful of blood. He's a first-class elite hero, and has dealt with quite a number of Demon Kings before. Yet, he's never been overpowered to such a degree, where he almost couldn't even take a single blow. Yet, at just that moment, a wave of violent chi erupted from Zhang San's body. Feng 1's breastplate shattered like glass. The shockwave from the chi ripped apart the ground in every direction for 3 meters. Feng 1's HP dropped by nearly half. He knew now that there's no way he's a match for this terrible opponent. He also finally understood just why Wang Gang's group died here. They guy is way too monstrous. He's strong beyond reason. He's definitely among the very top even among level 3 lord monsters. He's basically on the very ceiling among lords. Wait. I surrender. I'll tell you everything. Zhang San didn't give him any chance though. Another 2 blows forced Feng 1 several meters back. Then, Zhang San covered himself in chi and, with a violent charge, sent Feng 1 flying before finally splitting the hero in half with a swing of his blade. The battle ended cleanly. You've slain a level 3 hero. Soul +1. Zhang Nu observed the entire battle through the omniscient crystal ball. That hero's single combat ability is about on par with Du Mingfeng's, but he was defeated so easily here. The Draconian Marshal's power was great, as expected. Based on Zhang Nu's orders, one was killed and one was captured. Zhang Nu's request that one be captured alive is, of course, for the sake of interrogation. This Fang Ho is only level 2, so he'd be relatively easier to keep under control as well. Besides that, a level 3 hero is especially rare, so he will definitely kill them and harvest the soul whenever he encounters one. Zhang Nu immediately sacrificed the soul. You sacrificed a level 3 soul, gained X talent points, T/N, the number got eaten by the Ross I'm using again, so just pretend there's an appropriate number here. After opening his status menu, he has reached 1102 talent points. Zhang Nu was overjoyed. He had just been worried recently due to having completely decimated the high-leveled hero population near Jantri City, so he didn't know where to find more prey. That's solved now. This big EXP bundle that delivered himself right to his door got him enough talent points to go over the threshold. Zhang Nu spent 1000 talent points to activate his second level 3 talent. You've activated the level 3 talent Evil Dragon's Descent. This skill is very powerful. It's a transformation type skill. Although it costs a lot, after transformation, he can transform into an apocalyptic evil dragon. His skills will change and even greatly increase in power. Its boost to his combat power is even greater than the Dragon King's Sanctum. The King's Sanctum is a signature ability, but when Zhang Nu uses it at his current power, the greatest effect from it is the crowd control ability that greatly weakens his enemies and suppresses their skills. Compared to that, Evil Dragon's Descent is a direct boost in power. It explosively increases his destructive power and damage potential. As for exactly how much that increase is, that's something that Zhang Nu isn't all that certain of right now either. He'll need some research and testing before he can really answer that question. Zhang San and Li Si have returned. Li Si spoke, he's confessed everything. He's a highly placed member of Berserk Beast City's Hero Guild. He was hired by a hero who is one of the city lord's sons, Tu Xiuming, to come and collect information on us in preparation for an upcoming attack on our territory. Is that so? So it's Berserk Beast City as I thought. Berserk Beast City. This Orcish city doesn't have much history behind it. Unlike the openness and diversity of Jantri City, Berserk Beast City is basically all orcs. The main reason why they were able to rise up in a few short decades to the point where their power overshadows that of Jantri City is because they're actually basically fully militarized. Simply put, they basically survive via conquest, sacks, and raiding. Berserk Beast City has little productivity. They instead greatly encourage wars and raiding. They madly attacked the nearby tribes and raided other cities, including Jantri City. They fuel their wars with conquest. Their entire population are soldiers and bandits, and all their properties came from taking them from others. This kind of expansionist policy also has a legendarily famous orc leading it. This is also why Berserk Beast City was able to get the status it now has. Berserk Beast City has been looking greedily at Jantri City for a long time now, so how could they possibly be willing to let a demon king take control over Jantri City? This is on top of the fact that Zhang Nu had killed Berserk Beast City's lord's son, Game. Given Berserk Beast City's way of doing things, there's no way that they can simply let this be. Berserk Beast City should be coming at him again soon. Based on the information, Zhang Nu deduced that Berserk Beast City's lord may have reached level 3 overlord. He may even be stronger than the Jantri Forest's fallen chief. That makes him a very strong opponent. This isn't even mentioning the hero Tu Xiuming. His body is that of one of Berserk Beast City's 8 masters of 10,000. He stared out with the strength of a level 3 lord. Currently, having gained the status of a hero, that guy's also quickly growing stronger, so he may very well be just as strong as Berserk Beast City's lord. In that case then, Berserk Beast City is not to be underestimated. Zhang San asked, how should we deal with this prisoner? Zhang Nu thought for a moment before speaking, let him escape. Zhang San was somewhat uncomprehending, he had offended my lord though, so why do you permit him to escape? That's letting him off far too easily. Zhang Nu answered, the power you displayed before them is enough to make them think that you're the Demon King. By letting him return to report, it can work to draw them all out. The fact that the Demon King has the power of a king is something that only those who were drawn into the sanctum before knows of. Du Mingfeng, Game, and the orcs with them had all been wiped out. There's also no way that Nancilia and the various elven leaders would leak this information either. In other words, this is currently still a secret. Although this secret will end up discovered by others sooner or later, Xiongnu still wants to take advantage of this information disparity while he still can. If the city lord of Berserk Beast City and the hero Tu Shuming knows that the Demon King has the power of a king, then there's no way that they'd dare to lust after Jiantree City and Darkness Valley. In fact, they'd instead do exactly the opposite and stay on the defense in order to keep Xiongnu from attacking them. If that happened, then Xiongnu would have no choice but to attack head-on. Berserk Beast City has a powerful army. Their entire population is militarized and they're militarily stronger than Jiantree City. Add in the fact that they are far away, even if Xiongnu personally leads the army to attack, it would still be very costly for him. In that case then, wouldn't it be better to draw them out to attack instead? Doesn't Berserk Beast City want to swallow up Jiantree City no matter what? Doesn't the hero Tu Shuming want to destroy Darkness Valley? In that case, he might as well go along with their plans. Let them come. Xiongnu would welcome them. The hero, Fang Ho, wasn't imprisoned in the dark prison. It's because there's no way that he'd be able to escape if he was put in the dark prison. The Draconians locked him into a temporary iron cage instead. There are also 8 high soldiers guarding him, making it look like he's under heavy guard. Xiongnu knew that, given that guy's capabilities, he'd definitely be able to escape somehow. Just as expected, Fang Ho was secretly overjoyed. Thank goodness. They're overconfident. The Demon King has relaxed his guard against me. Now is my only chance to escape. His combat ability isn't on Fang Wan's level, but when it comes to the power to run away, he's definitely super first class with very few heroes being able to match him. He took a deep breath and activated the ground dive talent skill. The high soldiers just heard a clanging sound as the cuffs and chains fell to the ground in the cage. However, the person imprisoned in the cage was nowhere to be seen. No. The war prisoner has escaped. Find and catch him, quickly. The draconian high soldiers started yelling. Fang Ho had already escaped several hundred meters away via ground dive though. He then immediately activated Shadow Sneak. It's a high-leveled stealth ability, strong enough to let him avoid the vast majority of detection skills under C rank. Finally, several minutes later, Fang Ho finally managed to get away to safety. He then took out the special whistle and blew into it hard. A drake beast descended from the sky, grabbed Fang Ho, lifted off, and headed out of the valley. That was way too close. I just managed to get out from the maw of death. Thank goodness I had these escape skills. Fang Ho's tensed-up heart finally relaxed. This scout trip can't really be called a success. He hadn't scouted out the structures of Darkness Valley, and he doesn't know a thing about the military force disposition either. Thankfully though, he did manage to bump into the Demon King. Fan Ho's memory crystal has also completely recorded the entire battle. He has faith that this bit of information was barely good enough as a report. After all, even the especially strong Fang Wan got taken out. He really lucked out in being able to get out alive. He can't get too greedy here. He took another glance toward the direction of Darkness Valley and shivered in fear again. That Demon King is just too powerful and vicious. He just hopes that he won't ever encounter something like this again in his life. ***. Deep within the barren mountains. Corpses were littered everywhere. Among the corpses were orcs and rock golems. A fierce battle had just ended here, and it was concluded with the hero's demon subjugation army as the victor. I did not expect such tenacious resistance. This rock golem demon king was stronger than anticipated. The hero Tu Shuming was weary, yet his spirits were extremely high, though the battle was tougher than presumed. However, the rewards were also beyond expectations. Several hero underlings seized the opportunity to compliment him. Congratulations, boss. Ascend to level 4 in one go. There's no doubt boss is the #1 hero of Chaos Forest. Boss, with the current growth rate of your strength, as well as having a powerful force like Berserk Beast City within your grasp, you might even rule over the entire forest in the future. Tu Shuming replied, there will always be someone better and stronger. How many places have you been to? Declaring me as the #1 hero of Chaos Forest was too much of an exaggeration. Although his words were modest, his eyes were gleaming with confidence and pride. The hunt this time has yielded Tu Shuming a lot more training points than he expected. After pouring all the points into himself, he unexpectedly completed a key breakthrough. There was no denying it. Tu Shuming was very lucky. The body he reincarnated into was one of the commanders, master of 10,000 of Berserk Beast City, as well as the son of Grey, city lord of the aforementioned city. From the very beginning, he had already possessed the strength of a level 3 pseudo-lord. After hunting numerous demon kings and obtaining multiple powerful talents, Tu Shuming has stepped into the rank of a lord without effort. Today's battle has allowed him to grow even further and become a level 4 hero. He is confident that his current strength will not be inferior to that of the old city Lord Grey. I wonder how Feng Wan and Feng Ho are doing. With my current strength, I should be able to challenge the Dragon Demon King. The hero underlings once again engaged in flattery. Don't worry too much, boss. There's no need for concern. The Dragon Demon King is only level 3 at most. That's right. Demon Kings are different from heroes, they can only start from scratch. Boss has the full support of Berserk Beast City, destroying him would be a piece of cake. Then, Boss's strength will certainly rise to a higher level. Tu Shuming had the same thought. He was already very powerful. The growth rate gained from killing ordinary Demon Kings was too slow for him. Only by hunting the apex Demon Kings can significant growth be achieved. Now, within these hundreds of thousands of miles, the Dragon Demon King was the most valuable target. His territory was so vast that it even included Jantri City. This was beyond imagination. The reward from killing him would exceed all other Demon King kills combined. With that, there would be a chance to even surpass Lord level and become an overlord. By then, what's an old city lord compared to me? The orcs have always obeyed the custom of the strong shall rule. I will become the new lord of Berserk Beast City. I must kill the Dragon Demon King. He will be my biggest stepping stone to the highest throne. After returning to Wild Beast City, Feng Wan and Feng Ho have yet to return. However, there were several uncommon guests who were visiting. Tu Shuming entered the castle of the city lord and was stunned at the sight of these visitors. These were all humans. Humans rarely ventured into the Chaos Forest. This was his first time seeing humans after being transmigrated. These 4 humans were clearly not your average Joes. The leader of the group was middle-aged, wearing a silver mail, a dark green cloak, and equipped with a sapphire-embedded sword on his waist. His presence exuded a sharp and cold atmosphere. This human strength could be on par with himself. This is Tu Shuming's first impression of this man. Grey, the old city lord, was surprised. Your aura has suddenly strengthened so much. Did you break through to the 4th level ahead of time? As these words came out, the 4 humans were all astonished. Tu Shuming answered proudly, that's right. The old orc roared in laughter, ha 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 ha, as expected from my own blood. You are stronger than your brother Game. Berserk Beast City finally has a successor. Tu Shuming haughtily asked, and who are these people? Haha, please allow me to introduce myself. I am the chief knight of Count Kolo in the south of the Thunder Empire, as well as the deputy head of the Divine Sword Heroes Guild. My name is He Tianzong. As expected, he was from beyond the Chaos Forest. But unexpectedly, this human was also a hero like him. Judging from his aura, he had similar strength like himself. Could it be that he's also a level 4 hero? The very thought made Tu Shuming feel slightly unpleasant. What was the purpose of these people? The Chaos Forest was surrounded by 3 countries. These countries certainly had the ability and manpower to completely conquer the Chaos Forest. However, the cost of conquest and governance would be too high, and it was by no means a worthy acquisition. Besides, 3 major forces. A situation of tripartite confrontation. A balance of power has already been formed. The Chaos Forest existed as a buffer zone. Any country involving themselves in the conflicts of Chaos Forest would break the delicate balance formed by tacit agreement. Tu Shuming questioned directly, what are your intentions here? He Tianzong replied, I was ordered to negotiate for cooperation from various forest cities and tribes. What do you want from Berserk Beast City? Tu Shuming was very vigilant. From his perspective, these were all his personal assets and properties. It was absolutely impossible for him to give up even the slightest bit of Berserk Beast City. There is nothing for you in this city. He Tianzong responded calmly, the resources of Berserk Beast City are indeed scarce and poor. However, it is in possession of a valuable resource which is currently in surplus, even for you. What? Warriors. Fighters. He Tianzong continued, the Count plans to invest in a forest city, and for this purpose, he needs to establish a forest coalition army. We wish the Berserk Beast City can supply us with 20,000 elites. Of course, in return, the Count will deliver a large number of weapons, equipment, food, medicinal materials, and any supplies you need to help you achieve better development. There will be more cooperation opportunities in the future. Why would an imperial count want to invest in a forest city? Not to mention spending a fortune to recruit warriors from various cities and tribes, just to form a forest coalition army. It smelled of conspiracy. Tu Shuming was highly suspicious of the count's motives. The old orc city lord Grey was not a fool as well. Of course, he would not rashly agree to such a request. He Tianzong was not discouraged. Our intentions have been delivered. I hope the city lord will consider our offers. Several cities are already interested in it and have joined the negotiation. This was a threat. The Berserk Beast City may be jointly targeted if they did not accept the proposal. He Tianzong glanced at Tu Shuming again and said, "Fellow warrior, you are strong. You should consider joining the Divine Sword. With your strength, you can firmly sit in the top positions." After expressing their intention of recruiting, the 4 humans hurriedly left the Berserk Beast City. They seemed to be busy, having many destinations to reach. The old city lord asked, "What do you think of this?" Tu Shuming replied, "They want to build their forces and troops in the forest. They are definitely scheming something big. I've heard rumors from traders that the Sunset Empire and the Azure Water Federation are in constant civil strife, and only the Thunder Empire is thriving." Just then, Fang Ho has returned. A subordinate came to report. Tu Shuming was overjoyed at the news. "Let him come and meet me." The very first thing Fang Ho said as he entered was, "Feng Wan is dead." Tu Shuming frowned. "What the hell happened? Explain." Fang Ho immediately described everything he had encountered in the Darkness Valley in detail and finally took out the memory crystal. Within the memory crystal was the recording of Feng Wan's death. Tu Shuming and the old orc city master watched the recording attentively. Tu Shuming commented, As expected of the Apex Demon King, it has reached the level of pseudo-overlord. If there wasn't a fortunate breakthrough this time, I'm not even sure if I can take him on. Now, it seems that it is the will of heaven that he shall die by my hands. This is the murderer of game." The old city lord's face clouded, his eyes were flickering with murderous intent. Tu Shuming immediately pleaded, "Father, I'm requesting to dispatch the Berserker Corps and the Winged Beast Corps. Give me 3 days and I shall take down the Darkness Valley and avenge my brother." "No." The old orc shook his head. Tu Shuming was puzzled. Gray said indifferently, "The situation in the Darkness Valley is unknown and a rash assault may lead to an ambush. Instead of attacking the Darkness Valley, it is better to take Jontree City directly." "What? Attack the Jontree City?" Tu Shuming may not be as scheming as Du Mingfeng, but he was no fool. After some careful consideration, Jontree City has only been captured by the Demon King recently. It is precisely in a period when the morale of the people is unstable and their forces heavily depleted. There was no better time than to assault Jontree City right now. As for the Demon King, he wouldn't be able to sit back and just watch. This could avoid having to battle within the Darkness Valley. "I will personally fight in this battle." Gray's fierce vindictiveness and killing intent surged around him. "Game must not die in vain. Jontree City will be ours. And all the elves will die." Tu Shuming rejoiced. The orc in front of him was not an existence that could be trifled with. Gray climbed step by step, from a chief of a large orc tribe, to the current city lord of Berserk Beast City. It was under his leadership that the Berserk Beast City prospered. This was a legendary figure. If Gray was joining the battle himself, this could only mean that he intended to go all out. The military strength of Berserk Beast City had always been superior to that of Jontree City. Now with the 2 powerhouses of a level 4 lord and a level 3 overlord participating in the assault, there is not a single doubt as to the outcome of the battle against the crumbling Jontree City. The Dragon Demon King was destined to die. The Jontree City was bound to fall. Neither shall survive. It had been 3 days since Zhang Nu allowed the hero to escape. However, there was no movement from Berserk Beast City yet. He could only wait patiently. Zhang Nu continued sending troops to attack the nearby tribes or forcing them to surrender. Currently, excluding Jontree City, there were as many as 31 small and medium-sized forces under his control. These forces had a population ranging from a few hundred to over 1,000. Although they were quite insignificant, they had provided a lot of labor force. The development of Giant Tree City was going smoothly. Even though the establishment of the caravan and the hero order could not be completed in a single step. Nevertheless, dozens of acres of elf farms had been set up beside the Tree of Life. The scale of the elf farms would be astonishing in the future. Not only could it produce food, it could also be used for animal husbandry. The elf farms were nourished by the Tree of Life, its efficiency would be comparable to that of a spirit field. To be honest, just from the harvest of goblin farms. Zhang Nu had so much food and provisions that his granary was about to burst. Soon, the elf farms would start producing even more harvests. So, won't the food and provisions just piled up and left to spoil? Zhang Nu hastily worked up 3 solutions to resolve this issue. First, increase food exports. The food and provisions would not be sold to demon kings exclusively. In fact, there were many cities and tribes in the forest that lacked food. Food has always been an important resource in this world. Second, increase the planting of other crops. If too much food was produced in a short period of time, more land could be allocated to grow medicinal crops or other fruits and vegetables. Third, increase the population of his territory and the size of his army. For the next few days, Zhang Mu successively recruited thousands of draconian laborers and soldiers. The unit structure is as follows. Logistics, 7,500 draconian laborers, 3,000 high draconian laborers, 500 draconian craftsmen, totaling 11,000. Army, 8,800 draconian soldiers, 500 high draconian soldiers, 60 super draconian soldiers, 50 draconian battle mages, 20 mythic draconian battle mages, 15 draconian generals, 5 draconian priests and 1 draconian marshal. Nearly 10,000 in total. The total population reaches 20,451. Zhang Nu has met the recruitment criteria of the draconian high priest. He sent Li Si, the draconian priest, to the altar and upgraded him into a high priest. Draconian high priest, level 3 lord unit, 600 HP, 1000 MP, 45 strength, 50 constitution, 55 agility, 100 willpower. Loyalty 100%, locked. Fatigue 10%, hunger 10%. Skills, Inferno Wing Drake form, talent, blood ritual, B rank, teleportation field, B rank, healing field, B rank, death field, B rank, weakening field, B rank, all-knowing eye, C rank, thunderfall curse, C rank, flame explosion curse, D rank. Most of them were the same as before. In spite of that, the skill level has been increased by 1 level. In addition, all of its stats have been greatly enhanced. More importantly, there was a change in its bloodline. The Draconian Priest was originally of the Abyssal Winged Drake bloodline. The Draconian High Priest, however, was now of the Inferno Winged Drake bloodline. The Inferno Winged Drake was an advanced species of the Drake family. Not only did it have a more ferocious temperament, it also possessed a more terrifying combat prowess. There was another matter especially worthy of attention. The Draconian High Priest has a brand new B rank skill, Blood Ritual. Rite of Blood, a B rank skill, consumes 100 MP. It links all draconian units within 1,000 meters through the ritual, so as to achieve the effect of damage sharing. The maximum damage shared is 70%. It will consume 50 MP of the caster every second. The caster will be stationary during casting. The description of the skill may be confusing. In fact, it was very easy to understand. As long as the Draconian High Priest was casting this ritual spell, all draconian units within the radius of 1,000 meters would have life sharing. This would mean, even after a draconian received a mortal blow, through the effect of the ritual, Li Si could transfer most of the damage received to other draconians. With this spell, a draconian would most likely survive an attack that was supposed to be fatal. As for the transferred damage, since it could be evenly distributed to dozens, hundreds or even more draconians, the damage would be instantly reduced to the minimum on average. This was an extremely terrifying skill. It was also a core skill unique to the High Priest. The role of the Draconian High Priest was far greater than imagined, enough to greatly improve the survivability and combat capabilities of an entire army. However, this unit would really draw a lot of aggro if the enemy became aware of how the skill works. It would definitely become the target of concentrated attacks. In the future, it was best for Li Si to not fight in person and leave the front lines to the Draconian Marshal, Zhang San. The Draconian High Priest, Li Si, should just stay in the back line and provide support in peace. Once this pair worked together, even Zhang Nu would have a headache facing them. Just then, a soldier rushed in. "Master! Urgent report from Jauntry City. There's been movement from Berserk Beast City. A huge army is heading for Jauntry City." Zhang Nu was slightly taken aback at the news. He originally assumed that the heroes would attack the Darkness Valley. He never thought that they would directly target Jauntry City. However, Zhang Nu understood their motives after some thoughts. Berserk Beast City must have speculated that the Jauntry City, after undergoing continuous internal strife, being taken advantage of and conquered by a demon king, would currently be in a state of instability and weakness. Berserk Beast City already had the ambition of annexing Jontree City in the first place. This time, not only could they take the opportunity to capture the giant tree city directly, but also lure the demon king out of the Darkness Valley, which would be easier to deal with. The orcs thought they knew the elves very well. The elves were a stubborn and extremely proud race. It was impossible for the elves to submit themselves to a foreign invader. Their relationship with the Demon King would not be amiable. After Zhang Nu figured it out, he could not help but to laugh out loud. So it seems. This is no longer just a fight between heroes and Demon King. It's now a war between two forest cities. Oh well, this is fine. Better to finish everything in one battle than wasting time going back and forth. Zhang Nu would like to take this opportunity to test something. After pouring in so much time, money and effort into building his draconian army, as well as strengthening his draconian marshal Zhang San and draconian high priest Li Si, he would like to see how well his army can do on the battlefield. Zhang Nu teleported to Jontree City. Due to the news regarding the invasion army of Berserk Beast City, Jontree City was in a state of great panic. After all, Berserk Beast City had been overpowering Jontree City in recent years. They only barely managed to mediate with the orcs when the Great Elders were still around. After experiencing such turmoil a while ago, with the death of several elders, including the eldest, the forces of Jontree City were extremely depleted. It would definitely not be an easy task to hold off the assault of Berserk Beast City. In terms of military strength, Jontree City is incomparable to Berserk Beast City. In the end, even if they could repel the army of Berserk Beast City with the city barrier and various defense facilities, the casualties would be huge. And so, the personal arrival of His Majesty the Demon King himself, it put the elves of Jontree City at ease. The elves of Jontree City have long acknowledged the Demon King, who was suspected of having an affair with the goddess of nature. His presence has boosted the morale of the Jontree City army and made the elven commoners gain a sense of security. The city lord of Berserk Beast City. He was undefeated. His bravery and ferocity were feared. One can only hope that the Demon King would be able to hold him back. Zhang Nu asked directly, "What do we know about the current situation?" The Dragonhawk riders from the ancient tree have just returned from their reconnaissance. Nancilia was very nervous. "I'm afraid Berserk Beast City is going all out this time. All these years, Jontree City and Berserk Beast City have been at odds for many times. It was not the first time that the orcs have assaulted Jontree City. Before that, however, it was mostly blackmail and plundering for the purpose of simply trying to suppress and weaken the Jontree City as much as possible. This time, it was different." Nancilia continued, "From what we know, not only did Grey, the city lord of Berserk Beast, appear in person, but he brought along 4 commanders with the rank master of 10,000. It's a lineup we've never seen before." Zhang Nu urged on, "What is the size of their army?" Their number reached about 30,000. They have sent out their strongest Berserk Beast army, including Berserker Corps, Wolf Rider Corps, and Winged Beast Corps. The entire population of Berserk Beast City was all fighters. 30,000 did not seem to be a lot or powerful. That was in fact incorrect. These 30,000 were Berserk Beast City's strongest military force. Almost all of them were elite units, and they were personally led by the city lord and his 4 masters of 10,000. This time, the Berserk Beast City has sent out at least 70% of its forces. It was no wonder why the elves of Jontree were so panicked. After understanding the situation, Zhang Nu was unfazed, and ordered Li Si, the high priest, teleport half of the draconian army over here before dark. As ordered, Li Si immediately went to make arrangements. The forces of Jontree itself were not weak. Half of the draconian army was more than enough. Zhang Mu calculated the time, and when the Berserker Beast army was almost there, he spent 50,000 gold coins to perform an offering at the Temple of Nature. "You have completed the offering. Current Divine Skill Level, 3. Goddess of Nature's Blessing LV3, Special Status, plus 30% max HP, gain 5 HP and 5 MP recovery every minute, lasts for 24 hours. This very instance, every elf felt it. The divine blessing bestowed by the goddess of nature had suddenly amplified. The elves were surprised and delighted. Was it because of the Demon King again? What was his relationship with the goddess anyway? Zhang Nu was very satisfied with the Temple of Nature. A 30% maximum HP increase was not a small boost, it was enough to raise the strength of an army to another level. Why aren't the berserk beasts here yet? Zhang Nu was getting a little impatient. As the dawn broke, Jiantree City was getting ready for battle. The city walls were full of elven archers and mages. Beneath the city wall, there were 4,000 to 5,000 draconian units standing by. And so, the berserk beast city army has arrived. The orc army was divided into 3 legions. The first legion, the Berserker Corps, numbered around 20,000. It is the backbone of Berserk Beast City. They were all orc warriors with the berserk talent, and have generally reached the rank of elite. The second legion, the Wolf Rider Corps, about 7,000 in numbers. Each wolf cavalry was carefully selected and paired with a giant wolf mount. Their offensive capabilities were very powerful. The third and last legion, Winged Beast Corps, estimated 3,000 in number. This was their flying unit as well as their mage unit from Berserk Beast City. These orc mages paired with winged beast mounts possessed amazing mobility and destructive power. The orc army gave out a strong sense of oppression. An old orc with a face full of scars was riding upon a blood-red furred wolf. His gloomy yet ferocious gaze was staring dead ahead. This day shall be the end for the elves of Jiantree. Leave no survivors. Siege their city and slaughter them all. Orcs and elves have been at odds since ancient times. The old city lord even had a deep hatred towards the elves. Before the battle even commenced, a plan to massacre the city was made. Father, the Demon King is just ahead. Allow me to face him. The hero Tu Xiuming has stepped out from the formation of Masters of 10,000. Very well, go ahead. If you can kill him before the battle even starts, the position of Berserk Beast City's Deputy City Lord shall be yours. Deputy City Lord? Ha! After killing this Demon King, my strength will definitely grow immensely. By then, I don't even need to be a Deputy City Lord. All of Berserk Beast City shall be mine. However, this is unexpected. The forces of the Demon King are very strong. The average strength of the Draconian warriors was obviously stronger than the elite orcs from the same level, thus this army was definitely far more powerful than imagined. As expected from the most powerful Demon King within the vicinity, it seems that after occupying the Jiantree city, it has gained a lot of rewards, otherwise such a huge lineup would not be possible. As long as he could kill the Demon King in advance, the morale of the Demon King troops would collapse. The larger the Demon King's territory, the greater his influence and the stronger his strength, the more tempting the rewards would be after killing him. Tu Xiuming could not bear to stand for another second. He could not wait to kill him right this moment. Tu Xiuming pointed with his war spear. Do you dare to step up and face me? After becoming the Draconian Marshal, Zhang San's appearance has changed greatly. Now, he was definitely the best-looking one within the Draconian army. His scales were of lustrous gold, glistening with elegance and grace. He stood out way too much and it was simply too easy to spot him at a glance. You have a death wish? Allow me to oblige. Zhang San was a Draconian of few words. He activated his B-ranked skill, Rampaging Dragon Charge. Like a cannonball, he launched towards the hero. Not bad. But to fight against me, you're still a bit short. Tu Xiuming's whole body petrified rapidly, it grew and bulked up in size. His stature is now comparable to a Draconian. This was a powerful talent obtained by killing the Rock Golem Demon King. It raised its defense, constitution, as well as various other stats drastically. A mere level 3. Let me show you the difference between our rank and strength. Tu Xiuming simply attacked with his spear without even attempting to defend. He has grasped the strength of the Demon King in advance through intelligence. He was very confident that the Demon King's attack simply could not threaten himself. As for the Demon King, he probably did not know he was facing a level 4 hero. Otherwise, he would not have charged toward himself so recklessly. This is utterly inviting death. However, the very next second, a ferocious chi slash lashed out. It instantly cleaved through the spear and hit the hero's body. Tu Xiuming was sent flying for 6 or 7 meters, and plunged heavily into the ground. His crash created a huge crater in the terrain. He instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. Impossible. The karma came too fast, it was like a slap in the face. Tu Xiuming was completely bewildered. Why is it completely different from what I've imagined? How is it that his attack was so powerful? Zhang San caught up while winding up his chi. If this is all you've got, then you may now die in peace. During the conversation, another slash arrived. Everyone at the scene was dumbfounded. Especially the hero underlings under Tushuming. Bloody hell. What's going on with the Demon King? He must have taken drugs. Isn't he only at level 3? That's right, he must be level 3, but why is he so strong? Tushuming lost his preemptive advantage due to his carelessness. He was currently completely suppressed by the Draconian Marshal. Although he has yet to be defeated, he was getting beaten into a mess. Gray was furious at the sight and leapt forward. Under the relentless attacks of a level 3 overlord, Zhang Sand was finally repelled and got slightly wounded. Gray, the city lord, was dissatisfied. You are too gullible. He obviously has a command-type skill that strengthens himself, and his current strength is not inferior to yours. But of course, the Draconian Marshal, as a commander-type combat unit, not only did he possess incredible combat prowess, he also had excellent command-type skills. Among them, the most vital command-type skills were Battle Dragon's Aura and Chi Aura. The former enhanced the strength of the entire army. The latter reinforced himself with the presence of the entire army. The Draconian Marshal had different combat power during single combat and large-scale battles. The more soldiers he led, the stronger he would be. For example, if he had the power to compete with top lords, after being reinforced by his army, Zhang Sand would basically have the strength of an overlord. Gray had run out of patience. Do not waste any more time. This is a tough one to deal with, let's finish him together. Tushuming originally wanted to put on a good show. He never thought the Demon King would be way stronger than he imagined. A failed attempt of being pretentious. He became enraged from the embarrassment. Forget it. It doesn't matter. This Demon King is too powerful. I can't handle it on my own. But now, he shall personally face the wrath of Berserk Beast City's city lord. He's dead. Seeing this, Li Si, the Draconian High Priest, immediately unleashed his ritual magic and enveloped the entire field with blood ritual. A loud roar. Zhang San transformed. Instantly, he turned into a golden earth drake. The golden earth drake was 20 meters in length, its scales, as if forged in gold, majestic and domineering. It apparently wanted to fight the two orcs head-on. Die! Gray's eyes were bloodshot. His chi turned into a 10-meter blade. Like a wave of sea, it crashed onto the earth drake. Gray had mastered his chi to great success 10 years ago. His strength had long dominated his peers at the same level. Even compared with other overlords, he can at least rank in the middle. Gray was even stronger than Tushuming. The power behind this blow was of a level 4 lord. If it was hit directly, there would be only death or incapacitation awaiting the victim. -21. The golden earth drake was driven back for a few meters. Only a few scales got damaged. It probably suffered some superficial injuries. But such little damage was far from severe, let alone a fatal threat. How the hell is this possible? Now it was not only Tushuming. Gray's eyes were widened in disbelief. The earth drake was originally a species known for its superb defense. And the defense of a golden earth drake was superior to that of a black iron earth drake. Moreover, there was also the blood ritual. More than half of the damage inflicted onto Zhang Sand was transferred, so even if it was an orc as strong as the city lord Gray, he could only do as much as a scratch. Damn it. Just die. Tushuming made a move. Lighting entwined his spear. And thundered towards the earth drake. -3. If the Berserk Beast City Lord's attack was regarded as a scratch, the hero's attack could not even be considered a tickle. The golden earth drake had a massive HP pool and it regenerated very quickly. Not to mention it was also blessed with the level 3 goddess of nature's divine art. They would not be able to kill the drake with this kind of minuscule damage, even if they fought to the end of time. Terrified. Shocked. Unbelievable. The morale of the orcs had fallen apart. It was their first time seeing the city lord's attack fail. As for the heroes? They were in more panic. Game over, man. Game over. How the hell do you fight this? The Demon King's defense is too ridiculous. Is this the current strongest Demon King? It is hopeless. Even the city lord can only deal this much damage. I don't think we can even break its defense. This is going to be a nightmare. Gray was furious. His green skin turned blood red. Veins were rippling throughout his whole body. It was an advanced berserk talent, Blood Frenzy. The talent could significantly boost the strength of its user, but it would shorten its user's lifespan as a price. It would not be used unless absolutely necessary. Gray couldn't care less at this very moment. This Dragon Demon King was probably the toughest and most powerful opponent he has ever faced in his entire life, and it has incited his fury. No matter the cost, it must be taken down. As long as this Demon King is defeated, Jiantree City will crumble. Tu Xiuming also unleashed all his status skills, constantly strengthening himself, pushing his power to the extreme. He then charged towards the Earth Drake alongside Gray. Suddenly, Qi, lighting, flame, various energies collided in a frenzy. The orcs, the heroes, the elves, and even the draconians, were all stunned by the battle. The strength demonstrated by both parties was beyond reckoning. The Earth Drake kept enduring the fierce blows, one after another. With an abnormally massive HP pool, as well as regenerative power, it withstood everything. However, although its defense was ridiculously strong, the Earth Drake's means of attack was relatively lacking. Due to its enormous size, it was not flexible at all. In most cases, it could only defend passively and barely had opportunities to counter-attack. In this case, no matter how high the defense was, or how fast the recovery was, it was only a matter of time before being defeated. The two sides clashed for a couple of hundred rounds. The Golden Earth Drake has finally begun to show signs of exhaustion, but the two orcs were not much better, especially the City Lord, Gray. In order to take down this terrible opponent, he had almost exhausted all his strength to maintain his blood frenzy. The side effects on his body were getting more and more severe. This would undoubtedly shorten a great deal of his lifespan, and his strength would be impaired for a long time after this battle. Ah! You! Cover me! I'm going to finish him off with a final blow. Not only did Gray not end his frenzy state. Instead, he intensified his berserking. Blood oozed from the skin all over his body, and started igniting and bursted into flames, making him as terrifying as a demon god. As Tu Xiuming witnessed the sight, he gave it his all to unleash the rocks. All to restrict the Earth Drake's movement from every direction. Scorching blood demon slash. With a maniacal grin, Gray concentrated the flames formed from his blood onto his weapon. It finally shifted into a powerful blazing light and blasted onto the Earth Drake. -300. This was an Overlord-ranked warrior, who hysterically unleashed a blow that had cost him half of his remaining lifespan. Even with the blood ritual, it is inevitable that the attack would deal serious damage. The Golden Earth Drake let out a low roar. There was a huge wound on his body. Even with a recovery power as strong as his, Zhang San would not be able to recover in a short time. In fact, he was temporarily incapacitated at the moment. With this, the outcome of this thrilling battle was finally decided. Gray was drenched in blood and lost his power to fight any longer. He shouted frantically, "Kill it now and take down the Jiantree City." Neither the Orc City Lord nor the Golden Drake could move, yet the hero still retained his combat power. He could take this opportunity to kill the dragon. Victory! Ha 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 ha! I've won! You are the strongest demon king I've ever seen. It is unfortunate, but it all ends now. Today, you will die by my hands. Tu Xiuming was trembling from excitement. If it was not for the old city lord, Gray, he would not have been able to kill such a strong existence no matter what. Now a once-in-a-lifetime great opportunity was right in front of him. Such a powerful demon king. How much reward would there be for killing him? A satisfied expression was also shown on the Orc City Lord's face. Although he paid a heavy price, the final victory was his. He has not felt such fulfillment in decades. He recalled the last time he felt this way. It was his first battle shortly after he came of age, when he fought a group of powerful magical beasts for a day and a night. Even though he was seriously injured. But he survived. It was the same this time. He lost half of his life. But, even so, he completed a counter-kill in a hopeless situation. As a warrior, there is nothing more intoxicating than this. The feeling of turning the tides, and triumphing over a powerful enemy at the line of life and death. And yet, right at this moment, a loud applause rang out. It left everyone present baffled. Ha 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 ha. Splendid. Marvelous. That was truly wonderful. What a brilliant battle performance. This king has thoroughly enjoyed it. Zhang Nu has been watching the show the whole time. He wanted to test the abilities of Zhang San and Li Si. To his surprise, he found the combination of Draconian Marshal and High Priest to be very powerful. In the end, both of them were only level 3 Lord units, yet their opponents were a level 4 Lord and a level 3 Overlord. Regardless of which aspect they were compared against, the disparity in strength was too great. Zhang Nu thought it would be good enough if the draconian marshal could hold on for just a while. Unexpectedly, Zhang Sen almost fought the two opponents to a stalemate by himself. And all the while, the high priest only provided support and did not attack throughout the battle. Draconian marshal. Draconian high priest. Their capabilities were evident from this battle. They definitely would not be able to defeat an overlord of the same level in a duel. However, in the event of a large-scale battle, when a draconian marshal or a high priest joined in, their role and influence on the battlefield would far exceed an overlord unit of the same level. Zhang Nu descended from the sky and landed in the middle of the battlefield. The berserk beast city lord, Gray, was supporting his own body with his axe handle. It was difficult enough for him to be barely standing on his feet. As for the hero Tu Xiuming, even though he was not seriously injured, the fierce battle just now had exhausted all his MP. In other words, both orcs have reached their limits. They thought they had finally attained victory after paying a huge price, but the development of the current situation was unexpected. Who the hell are you? Tu Xiuming wanted to step forward, only to be immediately greeted by a burst of intense pressure. In an instant, he fell into a slight trance and dizziness. You have been attacked by Dragon Fear, HP -20, stunned for 2 seconds, all stats have been suppressed. Zhang Sen returned to his draconian form. Although seriously injured, he still knelt on one knee. Master, this one is incompetent. To have Master appear personally is my failure. He was no longer haughty and arrogant. All that remained were shame and remorse. The sight has caused everyone on the scene, especially Tu Xiuming and his hero underlings, to be startled. Why was this being, who has demonstrated terrible might, who has made everyone shudder in fear, treating this draconian in front of him with such respect and humility? The crowd of heroes carefully sized up Zhang Nu. Only then did they discover the difference between the draconian marshal and the demon king. The draconian marshal was covered in lustrous golden scales. He was definitely the best-looking one within the draconian army. Such a prominent and eye-catching existence, of course he would be regarded as the leader by others. But when standing side by side with the real dragon demon king, the differences in appearance were still very distinct. The dragon scales of the demon king were not as brilliant or shiny. However, each of his dark golden scales were enveloped by a dim luster, not to mention his enormous draconic wings and ferocious-looking horns. Everything about him was domineering, intimidating, majestic, and brimming with kingly demeanor. The draconian marshal was obviously not comparable to the real deal. The heroes on the scene were petrified. They have grasped the truth of the situation. This shiny draconian was never the demon king. Everyone was fooled by the real demon king. They have acted and performed like a buffoon for such a long time, and only now did they fathom the reality. The hero's current emotions could not be described by mere words. Like a roller coaster, from being full of confidence at the beginning, to doubt, fear and panic, then to find hope at a turning point, only to be finally pummeled into the depths of despair. Supposing that, from the very beginning, the demon king was only spectating, what was the point of everything they have done until now? If this shiny draconian was not the demon king, then why did he possess such ridiculous strength? A mere level 3 lord, fought toe-to-toe against two massive powerhouses? A mere subordinate of the demon king had such trembling strength. What kind of spectacle would it be if the demon king was to personally intervene? It was hopeless. Their minds have been broken. The expression on Tu Xiuming's face was hideously twisted as if he had been force-fed 10 tons of shit. No. This can't be. You're bluffing. Ha 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 ha. You can't fool me. You're at the end of your rope. So you can only be bluffing. Boom. His words came to an abrupt halt. Tu Xiuming was still standing on both legs. And yet, his upper torso was missing. You've slain a level 4 hero. Hero's soul +1, skill stone +2. Zhang Nu had fired a bolt of hell thunderflame, which is his strongest conventional attack at present. It consisted of both abyssal lighting and dragon flame. It was fast, powerful and difficult to dodge. If Tu Xiuming was in his prime state, it was possible for him to dodge once or twice and entertain Zhang Nu for a while before inevitably dying. But in the battle with the draconian marshal just now, both his HP and MP were severely depleted. In addition to receiving a huge shock and his struggle in accepting reality, the hero's only fate was to be killed in a single blow. Witnessing the scene, the city lord Gray's eyes were bursting with wrath. Both the orcs and the remaining heroes were extremely terrified. The hero Tu Xiuming's strength was second only to the city lord Gray. Even if slightly inferior, the disparity between their strength was minuscule at most, since the hero has level advantage. However, such an existence, a top level 4 hero, was instantly decimated by the Demon King in a blink of an eye. Half of his body was blasted into smithereens. Not even his full corpse was intact. Silence. Zhang Nu put down his hands. He swept his gaze over the crowd and landed on the old city lord of Berserk Beast City. Do you still think there's a need to continue the fight? Submit now and I might consider sparing your lives. Submit? Hee hee ha ha ha. Gray sneered. He held himself up with difficulty, his eyes were bloodshot, and he was showing indications of entering frenzy mode once again. A beast-like growl escaped his mouth. Never. Zhang Nu was a little surprised. After all, when it came to this in the past, all he had to do was display enough might to force his opponents to lose all their will to resist. Then, he would generously spare their lives. By then, there would be a high probability for the opposing part to simply submit to him. However, this old orc was very proud. He was extremely resolute. On one hand, he only had a few years left in him. There was no point in giving up his dignity as a warrior just to survive. On the other hand, he had gone step by step from a tribal chief to a city lord today. It could be said that the Berserk Beast City was built by his own hands. He had undergone a legendary life. How could he be willing to let all of these go? Gray held up his battle axe and let out a roar. Come. Show me the true power of a dragon demon king. Very well. Zhang Nu did not push the issue further. There was a blood feud between Berserk Beast City and Jontree City. Gray had the blood of thousands of elves on his hands. Even if he forcibly took Gray under his command, it would not be pleasant for the elves of Jontree City. You are a true warrior. I shall fulfill your last wish. You may witness my true power before your final breath. Gray laughed maniacally. Ha 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 ha, the battle hasn't even started yet. It isn't certain who shall survive in the end. He raised his battle axe and hysterically howled, charge. The three armies of Berserk Beast became agitated. The Demon King may be insanely powerful. However, he was but one man. In terms of military strength, Berserk Beast City was far superior than Jontree City. Even with the troops brought by the Demon King, Berserk Beast City may not necessarily lose. The Orc City Lord has an extremely high prestige in the eyes of the Berserk Beast Orcs. When they heard his command, they were determined to fight. Berserk. Tens of thousands of Berserker Corp warriors went berserk. This Berserker talent had two major benefits. The first was of course a significant increase in their stats and combat power. The second was that it was very effective in suppressing their inner fear. In times like this, it was undoubtedly useful. Charge! Kill the Demon King. Whoever killed the Demon King shall be the next master of 10,000s. Tens of thousands of orcs swept forward. Their primary target was the Demon King, followed by Jontree City. Nancilia began to worry. This is bad, His Majesty the Demon King is being encircled. The damned orcs couldn't win against him, they are planning to overwhelm him with numbers. The elves counterattacked. Arrows, magics, arcane arts. Various attacks rained down upon the frenzied orcs, yet it was unable to stop them. The Draconian army also joined the battle. Although their number was small, they held their ground like a wall of iron. Not even the orcs could break through at the moment. Zhang Nu did not intend to waste any more time. It was dangerous to fight against a cornered beast. The orcs have gone completely mad. They knew it was impossible to stop a second wave of attacks, so they decided to put all their strength behind this wave of assault. There would be losses for every minute and every second wasted. Thus, he wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. He had no choice but to try out his newly mastered skill, Evil Dragon's Descent. The moment the Demon King unleashed the skill, his whole being disappeared into the thin air. A large cloud of black fog burst out, and like a volcanic eruption, it spewed into the sky. The very next second, the clear cloudless blue sky was suddenly overcast with dark clouds, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Countless black fog gathered in the midair to form a ferocious giant dragon with a length of more than 100 meters. The dragon was an elemental. It did not have a corporeal form. However, its presence was overbearing. It was as if the dragon was constantly unleashing dragon fear, making it impossible for ordinary magical beasts or creatures with weaker will to even approach. This is the form of Evil Dragon of Annihilation. It was the strongest offensive skill within his level 3 talents. The Evil Dragon of Annihilation form was, to put it bluntly, an elemental form. In this form, Zhang Nu was close to being invincible. There were also changes in his various skills. The evil dragon form could spew draconic flames, summon thunder and lightning, and even cast its abyssal devouring skill. As a result, Zhang Nu gained 3 different forms of evil dragon. The first form, devouring evil dragon. This was the current black fog-like form. The whole being was made up of devouring energy, which could absorb all kinds of attack. This form's offensive power is slightly weaker, but it was indestructible, as it could resist various types of attacks. The second form, Inferno Evil Dragon. In this form, the whole body would be composed of draconic flame, which was equivalent to an elemental dragon. However, instead of ordinary flame, the dragon was formed by abyssal draconic flames. The third form, Thunderstorm Evil Dragon. The third form was similar to the Inferno Evil Dragon form, the only difference was the body would be composed of lightning. Not only was it the fastest form, it also possessed the highest explosive power. What the hell is that? Quick! Attack! Several hundred orc mages riding upon their winged beasts attempted to attack the Demon King with magic. But no matter how much the orc mages urged on, the winged beasts did not dare to approach. Suddenly, the Demon King's enormous body dispersed into a large cloud of black fog. Almost instantaneously, dozens of winged beast riders were enveloped by the fog. When the black fog gathered to reform the dragon, the unfortunate victims have already been consumed by the evil dragon. You've slain a winged beast rider mage. Gold plus 200. You've slain a winged beast rider mage. Gold plus 200. You've slain a winged beast rider mage. Gold plus 200. The orc mages, alongside their winged beast mount, were disintegrated within the evil dragon by its devouring energy, leaving only some metal scraps falling onto the ground. Oh no! Run! Our attacks were useless against it. The remaining winged beast riders fled quickly. Zhang Nu did not go after them. Instead, he switched his evil dragon form. The Demon King suddenly burst into flames and turned into a huge inferno dragon. He hovered and circled around. And with a dive, he swooped down from the sky. His target was the Berserk Beast City Lord, Grey. In his flight towards Grey, he swept past the orc troops. Rolling dragon flames billowed wherever the dragon passed and the orcs were burned to char or ashes in an instant. You've slain an orc berserker. Gold plus 80. You've slain an orc berserker. Gold plus 80. You've slain an orc berserker. Gold plus 80. Grey, the city lord, stood frozen in place. He could only watch as the Inferno Evil Dragon, with a devastating momentum, incinerated everything and every orc within its way. Eventually, the dragon dived towards him. Unstoppable. He was powerless to stop it. The difference was too great. So this is the true power of the Dragon Demon King. His death was imminent, yet Grey was somewhat relieved. After all, as a proud warrior, death by old age or illness were both great humiliations. Only the fate of dying on the battlefield would suit a warrior. It would be an honor to perish under such tremendous power. The next instance, the Inferno Dragon arrived. Endless torrents of flame flooded in. The dragon flames flowed like a raging river. The river continuously washed over the old orc warrior. His armor melted away and his body burned into ashes. You've slain the Berserk Beast City Lord. Gold plus 25,000.